the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. It is Super Tuesday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It'll be unscreened phone calls if we jump out. You're always welcome to join in on the conversation. You got to get to it because during this show, in this hour, you will be blown up if you can't get it together. That's just kind of how we roll. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, man.
Boys.
Hey. What's happening, everybody?
Boys.
Happening?
What's happening?
Hey, Travis Kelce's here.
Yeah, I know. Good night.
It only.
You know, there was a story. That was the headline about his
Right.
haircut he got, and I'm not messing around. It's similar to that one.
It really is. It really. You should have
I
just
mean,
told him
it
to get
really
out a
is.
razor.
Listen, this is the way I've gotten my hair since I was 19 or 20.
Yeah.
Okay? So he might have been getting the Helmsy.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay?
Surely you don't have the same hairdo you had for 20 years.
Yes. This is it.
Well, what am
It's
I
a little
saying?
shorter.
Mine was different because 20 years ago I actually had hair.
Yeah. But why
I
you
did.
Why are you looking at me?
I can't help
I did have a run in high school and then a little bit in college where I let it get, like down to my nose, long kind of thing. It's a style back then. But
Sling.
I always go back to this.
Yeah.
And probably my wedding pit, like I grew it out for my wedding, stuff like that. It was still a little shorter, but
Yeah.
anyway. So yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Travis.
He Helmsy came in with quite the haircut. It is high and tight, my
High and
friend.
tight, baby.
It's a buzzer.
And the voice is a little bit better today. Yesterday was
I didn't
it
notice
was
it was that
atrocious.
bad yesterday.
Oh my gosh, it was awful.
I mean, during the kickoff, I was okay, but
well, and it got worse
like
as
when
the
I
day
sound
went
like
on.
Do what?
And,
I like when I sound like that.
yeah, I know, kind of like raspy. Lady.
well, I guess probably yesterday at its worst, it was about 11:30. And then about 2 o'clock, it started getting a little better and getting a little better, getting a little better. And then by the time I got home last night, Amanda was like, "Hey, you don't sound as bad as you did yesterday morning." And I was like, "Yeah." I said, "I think it's gotten better. Let's hope that it'll stick." It's still a little rough this morning, but nothing like it was yesterday. Yesterday was rough, and I didn't feel good either, which I guess that's the reason my voice was down. But anyway, I sang a little bit on the way in today. To try
That's
to
good. That's
try to-
always good
to try to
sing.
see if it was a
What'd
little
you
better.
sing? I got it.
Yeah. Please tell me the song.
Candlebox, Far Behind.
Oh wow, interesting.
Hadn't heard that in a while, and I
been a
just
while.
Okay.
yeah.
Wow.
So I thought
Not
I'd
expecting
fire that up.
No, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, no.
I can go with that.
Yeah, it's a good song.
Yeah,
It's been a while since I've heard
not
it.
bad. I wish you were singing like Lady Gaga or something.
But when I was barreling out those tunes, I thought, okay, you sound okay.
we
It's
clear it
not
up
it's
here.
not the greatest. The audience don't probably want to hear it, but it's better than it was yesterday.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. Well, that's good. Good deal. I'm glad you're feeling better
Yeah.
too. So we were discussing prior to the show a number of things, Helms, that are on the docket today. One is Jason Kelce announced his retirement, so all the rumors are put to rest. He officially had his press conference. His family was there.
His hair's not like that.
No, it's not. But his brother's was, and he was in the audience.
Saw that. Thought of you, Greg.
Extremely emotional man. And had a very, very good career. A lot of folks saying a Hall of Fame career. We'll see.
Okay, let me ask you this.
J.J. Watt and others tweeting out, go ahead and give him his jacket. So who knows?
Maybe.
I don't know enough.
I don't know
about
about
his
that. I don't know
career.
enough about
I
that
know
position
hard
and him.
I know.
So,
You
I
have
know
to
as far
really
as
know
centers
football
go.
to,
Yeah.
I mean, or even you can really know football and not be able to judge. Because let's
right.
just call it that ain't what you're watching when you watch the game.
No.
Now, if you're breaking down film, you are.
Yeah.
But so for people like that, so you may be, he's just in a position that unless you are wanting to know that position, you're not going to know.
No. But he is one of those guys
Oh,
that
I'm sure you played that long in the league
Yeah, and
for
you
the same team the whole time.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
that is amazing.
But you don't have to wonder how he feels because you're going to know. It's just a very. I mean, he can't hide it. You know, what I mean, you've got it very emotional as I could. You can expect. But
the most emotional part, I think, is when he ripped his shirt off and crushed that beer can on his head in the middle of it.
Yes, yeah. But he starts talking about him and Travis, growing up playing football. He said that they have a really small family. Like, they were really the only kids in the family. That he has some aunts and uncles or whatever. He kind of briefly talked about that, but it was always just him and Travis. Yeah. And he talked about the relationship between them and his dad and how much it meant. But here he is announcing it, at least.
And so this all brings us here to today, where I announce that I am retiring. Where I announce I am retiring from the NFL after 13 seasons with the Philadelphia Eagles. And today, I must admit, I am officially overrated. Vastly overrated. It took a lot of hard work and determination getting here.
He had 7 Pro Bowl selections, 6 first-team All-Pro selections, and 1 Super Bowl title.
Yeah, that's pretty legit.
Yeah. And we'll have more for this in the main show.
Greg, get past that, please.
Adel will have a lot of it, but there was a lot of stopping and pausing and emotional, especially when he got to talking about his dad and first time he met his wife and all that. He's just a very emotional man. He said, okay, this is how it's going to go. He even called it in the beginning, like, we're not off to a real good start. I'm pretty emotional up here. Of course, he was in a sleeveless shirt, so I know Gary was proud.
Of course. Does it bother y'all that the story came out that,
here we go,
that they've been mispronouncing their name the whole time? They just went with it.
Yeah. We discussed that. Kind of. Kind of. Well, but his dad even said, I didn't correct anybody, and the brothers even said, either's fine.
Yeah.
Greg, what do we have to do to you to get you to enjoy these moments? Do we have to bring up, you picture your grandkids being in the position that these people are?
Well,
yesterday with Caitlin Clark, if we'd have said it was Caitlin Clark, if we'd have said, picture this is your granddaughter, or would those type things help you
absolutely.
In these moments where we have these emotional stories?
Would help.
Yeah.
Because it's somebody's granddaughter.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's what
No, I'm just, It's just funny. I mean, this guy, last time we saw him, he was shirtless, just having a ball.
Yeah.
In the show. Now he's over being serious, getting all choked up.
Oh.
Nothing wrong with it. I said it's kind of awkward.
This is why we want you to bring the things up that you bring up. Just don't stop
Caitlin
being
Cochran.
What?
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free, confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You might disagree, but things aren't as dismal as they seem. Now, there's a point. Your family, their future, your future, you all deserve a chance. You all deserve the protection. Turn to self-reliance with My Patriot Supply. Start with 4-week emergency food kits by Ready Hour. These meals last up to 25 years in storage. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at preparewithbubba.com. Get each Ready Hour 4-week food kit for $60 off and free shipping. That's preparewithbubba.com. Also find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. reliefactor.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The best thing to bring with me wherever I go, my Raycon everyday earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands with noise isolation, 3 customizable sound profiles, and a 32-hour battery life. They're perfect for listening to anything, anytime. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Hey folks, when you love someone, you protect them the best way you can. That's why we recommend home security from simplysafebubba.com. SimpliSafe is an advanced system that protects every inch of your home. Plus, it's backed by 24/7 with professional monitoring for fast emergency response for less than $1 a day. Order now and get 20% off any new SimpliSafe system with Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
When was the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox News reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. The titles to all our homes are easily found online. A criminal, a renter, or even a family member simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam, your home is not in your name. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out with a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary home title lock protection when you go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code Bubba. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show on this Super Tuesday. If you're listening live, we appreciate you tuning in. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Always welcome to join in. We'll get back to Jason Kelce's retirement. There's so much in that. The bits and pieces from that we can take we'll have for the main show today. But he has officially retired. I know rumors came out and he was going to retire. Then he came out and said, hold on, wait a minute. That didn't come from me. And then he and his brother on his podcast. And, hey, I'm thinking about it, but I hadn't officially made the announcement. Well, yesterday he officially retired, had a press conference, family was there, so we'll pick that back up during the main show. There's just a lot there. I saw Russell Wilson was informed by the Broncos that he's going to be released. He's out.
So the Broncos are going to draft a quarterback, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I guess so. So now we're.
I wonder who grabbed him up.
There's stories out today that like the Broncos and others, they're good places for him, but who knows really? I never.
He's already at the Broncos.
I'm sorry. The
not a good place for
Buccaneers. Buccaneers is what I meant.
Okay, so because they're going to lose Bakey.
I don't know.
I hear that there's other offers out. He's not signed with them yet, I don't think. I know Evans did, the receiver. He signed 2 years.
Okay.
Good little paycheck he got.
Yeah, he did.
Yes.
He's good, though.
Yeah, he is good when he wants to play. He's good.
Yeah, now he will take a play or two off if you
he'll
don't
Cadillac you in a second.
He will.
I mean, good night. But, yeah, so we'll see. I don't know. That was some of the bigger NFL stories from yesterday that the Russell Wilson thing. It's just a strange thing because he seems like he's and again, I don't know the man, okay, but it just seems like his home life and spiritually everything. It seems like everything what appears to be public is pretty dialed in, but yet.
I don't follow it enough.
I don't know what the deal is. It's like he can't get comfortable where he is.
Yeah,
I know Seattle was a good long run.
Yeah,
but it just
and he
I don't
surprised
know.
everybody.
Yeah, and then what came out with the Broncos about how he isolated himself from the team. He had his own quarterback coach that was not on the staff, and then Sean Payton comes in and says, "Oh, that's going to stop."
Because when he went there, everybody thought, "Oh, this is good."
Right.
But, yeah, maybe it's just a bad fit. He'll go somewhere else. And
I was going to say, I think
successful.
it's more fit than anything. If you think about the Broncos, there's two people that have been able to make that work, and two of the greatest players to play the position, and that's John Elway and Peyton Manning.
That's true.
And that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. I can't think of another one.
He just seems quirky. A little bit off to the side, just from the stories that came out. Again, I don't know the man,
and I think most of these guys that are in these positions that are the greatest at what they do, all of them are quirky, and it's about finding the right fit.
Yeah, he may go.
But guys, he had his own locker room. He had his own deal separate from the team, and all
that's
that
true.
came
that
out.
makes
that's
sense.
a little different.
Well,
that's
can't allow
that's
that
what
either.
that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
I'm not. I mean, I know everybody's quirky, but I'm just saying there was stories out about he was set up in a different area and all that, and I don't know, just kind of weird.
Yeah, but again, well, he'll end up somewhere. And, or
he's pretty good. I know that. Hopefully,
he has
hopefully
been
so.
at times.
Yeah, he has. He has.
Got a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah, he does.
But because, like I say, remember he surprised everybody. What was he, third, fourth round?
Yeah,
and started from day one.
Mm-hmm.
And but anyway, so a little bit.
And he started. Is it all right? So was it Wisconsin to where was his college deal? Was it
he
Wisconsin?
played baseball.
He did.
Yeah.
And then he transferred
To Wisconsin from.
Is it NC State? Where was he at?
It was NC State.
Was it? Okay.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was good. That was a good decision. So anyway,
Was he a catcher in baseball? Or maybe
I thought he was his middle guy.
He may be.
Maybe. I have no idea, to be honest with you, though. So it's Super Tuesday. I know everybody is crazy. Do y'all plan to vote?
no.
After that
Be hard for me to work it
conversation
in.
we had earlier, I don't even know what's all on the.
Yeah.
I should know this.
Right. I know
Okay, and
each
I'm
state is
embarrassed.
different, but now I'm investigating it as well. I mean, the polls stay open so
I'm not
late.
gonna lie, I'm not sure what's out there.
I'm not going to act like I know
I'm
what's
sure
going on either. I'm
Sure,
just
it's probably something really big.
Yeah. We'll show up and see what's on the ballot.
Yeah.
But by the time we vote, I'll know. But I should know. I just know it's Super Tuesday, and
Super
and-
Tuesday.
and so that's on the docket today. Reese is coming in town for school. We're going to try to work it out where he can vote. But I just spoke. Speaking of Helmsy of like what's going on with your voice, and is it allergies, is it coaching or whatever?
Yeah,
what's
Rick
that's
scared
causing
me. I
that?
appreciate him doing that.
Yeah,
Now he's
yeah,
made me think that.
yeah.
See ya.
I'm
something
hoping
else.
it's just drainage that.
Yeah, and that's what's
It's
worrying me
huge.
because I have not had any drainage at all.
Yeah.
Zero. Had not felt bad. Nothing.
Now that I think about it,
Here we go.
yesterday.
You gonna scare me now?
No, but yesterday I thought I was going to get some white clothes and some cigarettes to smoke because you wouldn't talk.
Yeah, that's so good. That is good.
Still the strangest thing in that show.
If you watch Leftovers,
If you watch
that's good.
Leftovers, y'all get it.
That's good.
Go get him a pad,
I
where he
know,
ride on it. That's what we need to do till the heel's up. Get you some
Well,
white clothes and a Marlboro.
yeah.
After the kickoff hour, I was like, don't put the audience through that. They don't want to hear that. Why would they want to hear that?
But I think you might ought to do that. It may help.
Yeah.
Heal it up.
Yeah.
What if he came in solid white,
I'm
tearing
gonna go
down
get
a
him. I'm
marble?
gonna go get him a painter's.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
It does look like
And
that.
get him a cigarette.
Now, people that haven't watched the show have no idea. what we're talking
They
about.
don't, but it's
It
a
was
good
an
one.
inside
It's a
joke.
good one.
It was an
It is a
inside
good
joke,
one. Yeah.
But this is where I was going with it. So I speak to Reese yesterday coming home from work, and this is how he talked. Hey, Dan, how you doing? How you doing? I'm like, what's up? He goes, man, the dust where they're working.
yeah.
He said it's all over the. He's just in the dust ball all day, and and he's got allergies, and I'm like, maybe you need to jump on your allergy medicine because he'll come off of it for a while or whatever when it's not allergy season, but it's cranking up. So maybe that's it, Helms. I don't know, but I spoke to him this morning too as he was going in. He sounds real good. Let me tell you.
He may have to go to silence too.
I know, got him a long day. Got to work and drive to Birmingham for a test too.
Yeah, I got to drive here and then go back.
Yeah.
Wow.
I get him out of the.
Got him a long day, but he's 19.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nah, that ain't nothing.
And just pray for his protection. But other than that, hey,
physically he's fine.
He'll get it.
Little snotty nose.
Little snotty.
It is that time of year where things are starting to bloom.
I know, y'all. I hate.
And I get off. I'm like him. I get off my allergy medicine, and then I pay for it. It's just staying ahead of it. Yeah. And so that's probably something I need to, get back in the mix. But this is weird. I don't know. Like I said, it started Saturday, and of course I couldn't talk. I even told the girls before the match. I said, "Listen," I actually said this to them. I said, "Listen, probably going to be more quiet today than normal.
What you overdoing then?
So don't think like I'm mad or frustrated or whatever. I'm just not talking because something is going on with my voice, and I think it'd be best if I just not do what I normally do." They probably love that.
Yeah, they probably got
screaming as much as I usually am.
He's not going to be screaming.
And,
at us.
Great idea.
And yesterday we had more individual sessions over a 5 or 6 hour period, so they were not spread out, and I wasn't having to scream.
Yeah,
from court to court. I was just on one court and could actually just talk.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
Rick and Bubba.
Like everyone else, I'm always on the go. And you know what's the best thing to bring with me wherever I go? My Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands. Their optimized gel tips are designed to fit comfortably in your ears and to actually stay there, whether you're working out at the gym or just doing chores around the house. My Raycons come with me everywhere so I can listen at any time. With 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, I don't have to worry about whether they're up for the task. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode, so they're perfect for listening to anything. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews right now. Get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. You can also find that link by just simply going to rickandbubba.com and looking under the sponsors. But if you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
Welcome back. It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour, and we're just kind of sitting here shooting the bull, enjoying ourselves, hanging out on this Super Tuesday. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. One story we've been talking about, but not on air yet, and we do want to mention, is more than 10,000 players have opted in to EA Sports College Football 25, and we announced that, hey, they're coming back, and it was a big deal. Well, now some of the details about the players that opt in and what they'll get is in the news today, and then who opted out.
That's right. You got a notable name that opted out, and that would be Arch Manning.
Yes.
Says he's going to concentrate on playing on the field, not on a video game. So I don't know how that would. But
Okay,
anyway,
buddy.
But what he's turned down, you get $600 and you get a free game. That's your pay.
Yeah.
Now they got up to 11,000 players spots available at $600 a pop. Do the math on that.
Right. That's wow.
Yeah,
a lot.
In fact, you remember they actually quit having this game because of that. Back then, the players were suing about it getting paid, so they said, well, let's forget it. So now they're back bigger than ever.
So by hitting the 10,000 player mark, EA Sports said it hit 87% of its goal for the game. And I mean, look, $600 and a free copy of the game.
Yeah.
That's a good deal for
Not
most
bad.
of these guys.
Sure. Not bad.
But, for Arch Manning, your valuation is 3-point-something million, so 600 is not a big deal to you. And I get not wanting a game in your room to distract you from whatever,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I can say they've always handled everything a little different.
Yeah.
His commitment. They didn't make a big scene.
Yeah.
Swapping hats,
Which I
picking up
love.
dogs, or riding in on the Longhorn.
Yeah.
They just kind of said, "This is where I'm going." And a lot of people thought he would bail when Ewers was there because he was also highly touted. Left high school early.
Yeah. And
Friend
Ewers
I had.
is he in the draft now?
No, he's coming back.
He's coming back for
another
one
year.
more. Okay, so that's what they're saying here in the article. They're saying that he did Manning Arch did get redshirted, and Ewers, once he leaves for the draft, they're saying after this upcoming season, they're expecting Manning to be the starter.
And he'll be a sophomore.
Yeah, he'll be a redshirt sophomore. Yeah.
Which is probably the right progression for these kids. He's still so young. Like, I don't understand why. We saw it. I know it's not a comparison, but you look at Bo Nix and how well it went in Oregon. Yes, it had a lot to do with the system he was brought in and getting him away from Auburn, but he also matured as a human being, as a quarterback. And these things take time to develop.
In today's world, nobody's willing to wait.
Right.
No.
Even though you got to be 3 years out of high school to be eligible, they still.
Yeah.
It would. Some of them, if they'd stay another year, maybe two. Well, like you said, Bo Nix is a great example.
Yeah.
I mean, he turned out really great. I mean, doing a good job and then looking good at the combine.
Yeah, and now he'll have an NFL career. So even though he won't play in the game, other notable players that have committed to playing is Colorado's Travis Hunter, Georgia's Carson Beck, Alabama's Jalen Milroe, Oregon's Dylan Gabriel. They've all opted in. Those are some big names. So it seems like most were in. It says 10,000, but Arch making the news for saying he's not.
Speaking of Milroe, first spring practice without Saban yesterday.
Yep. Did you see his throwing style?
No.
It's changed a little bit.
Oh, really? They've been working on it?
Yeah.
Did not.
You act like you don't like it.
No, he was zipping.
Oh, it
that.
looks good.
I mean, he already had a strong arm. I mean, his best ball was the long ball, but he was what I saw was he was zipping that thing around.
How about that?
I'm just saying, and again, to my point, it takes time to develop these things, and he's going to keep working, and he's going to keep getting better.
He's phenomenal athlete.
He is. He really is.
And that's the part that he just inherited from God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just born that way.
He's just born with that talent, and now he's willing to go work and get better.
And it's just at that level, it's just such a grind. You know what I mean? I mean, you never look. I know they got a wonderful life, but I don't know what they're all dealing with personally. I'm just talking about the grind of being 100% and being ready. It's hard, and a lot of times it just weighs on student athletes to the point where they get into their second, third year, and they're burnt out, they're done because the grind never stops. You've always got to have your body in peak condition. If you play
like on this show,
or if you play baseball or something, your arms always got to be in condition. I mean,
not injured.
And so after a while, you're just exhausted, man.
Yeah.
And so for those that can keep it going and have that opportunity and wait their turn and not be burnt out, then it pays off for them.
It does.
It always does. It seems to anyway. And now with the transfer portal, sometimes it's just, for the player, it's a bad situation. It was a bad mix, and they get to another team, and it's a better fit. But then some just move around because they don't like where they are on the depth chart, and I just don't think that's a way to play. But who am I? The option's there now, so I guess good for them. But I think I'd be exhausted if I was a player that's on my third or fourth college.
Yeah,
I'm like, good night.
My goodness,
How do you know what hours transfer? Good gracious!
I know.
What year am I?
We have to keep that up. Yeah. Oh, here's a COVID year. What?
Right.
It's just what was the guy that had COVID? He had medical red shirts. He had like 8 years.
I think Miami. Was it Miami or somewhere down there?
And he's played for I forget how many.
Yeah. He was starting his 6th year or something.
Crazy.
You get a medical red shirt, then you get a red shirt, then you've transferred. You had COVID year, so that was another one.
That.
So now we're adding up, and it's 27, and he's a senior.
Yeah,
no, I'm kidding.
Well,
I don't know how old he was, but he just seems that way.
He's ready to retire.
But that's Tyler. I know at JSU he had another year of eligibility, but had another surgery, and he was like, "Dad, I'm done. I'm exhausted, man. I can't. I could come back, but the surgery was delayed, and all that right there around COVID time and everything, and he was just like, I'm done, man. Now
go through that again.
Now the whole fall inter-squad season, I'm going to be recovering, and that's where you earn mound time and playing time, and then now I can't even be on the field. It's just it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. More than 10,000 players opt in for the EA Sports College Football 25. They get $600 and a free game. But Arch Manning has opted out.
He has. I know we talked about my anniversary yesterday.
Yeah, how'd it go?
We have this tradition.
Did you go get pizza?
Well, they're closed on Mondays.
Oh, Oh, you kidding
But
me?
we
So did you
I'm-
know this, or did y'all pull
No,
up?
I didn't know. I called.
Okay, that was smart at least.
But I mean,
Did you go for some other pizza?
I
like,
did, typical. What do you think I did? It's my honeymoon. I mean, basically we ate grilled chicken and burritos, and Lisa watched The Bachelor, and I went to bed early. 'cause I
Okay,
had to
well,
get
hey.
up this morning. Just like most anniversaries are, I'm sure.
Look, you've made it 35 years. I think y'all know what you do.
Like I said, she said, hey, this is the home visits on The Bachelor. And I was like,
Oh,
yeah.
really?
And I said, well, I really ain't in The Bachelor this time. And I thought, well, I'll just go on to bed.
Yeah.
So I went to bed about 7.
Okay.
Yeah. So like I say, we
That's why you
celebrated like most people do.
Yeah.
On the 35th.
Well, look,
anniversary.
you can get pizza another night.
Yeah,
You know,
what can you do?
it doesn't really matter what night it is.
No,
Let's
it
go get
doesn't.
pizza together, honey.
Yeah. So,
Huh?
but anyway, done with that.
Well, maybe getting to bed early will actually help her today as you come home all chipper and bright-eyed
I'll be
and ready to
bright-eyed,
go.
and if it wasn't raining, I could get out and do yard work, something fun like that.
Have you finished up your landscaping
No.
yet? No?
No, have not.
You waiting for somebody else to come in? and do it
No,
for you?
well, that's a good one. by the way. I just hadn't done it yet.
Okay. They're gonna pull up.
The
and get it
weather
done.
hadn't cooperated. The
Buddy.
days that I did have a chance to do it,
Buddy.
last week was raining
buddy. It's
or
been
something like that.
Hey folks, Rick here. Let's talk about something that's on the minds of many of you listening today, dealing with overwhelming credit card debt. If you're feeling like it's a financial uphill battle, I got some good news for you. If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've already helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $1 billion in debt, earning them an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. The consolidation specialists at Accredited Debt Relief tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. They understand one size doesn't fit all. Call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny. Call 800-511-1200, 800-511-1200. Programs and services not available in all states.
Starting with one store in 1978, Boot Barn has become the largest Western and workwear retailer in the nation. Supporting those who feed, build, and protect America, we offer the largest selection of cowboy boots, work boots, Western wear, workwear, and outdoor gear. With over 500,000 pairs of boots and thousands of top-quality jeans and clothing, it's an honor to support the people who make our country so great. Boot Barn. Keep West.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, it is coming up on 10 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for hanging out with us here on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. It is the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour, as well as Adler for the main show, and that's a complete staff for you today. Looking forward to a Super Tuesday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. And this portion of the show is brought to you by HelloFresh.com/Bubba. We have heard from so many of you that you really enjoy this. I know Rick talked about it here recently. He and Sherry have taken advantage of it as well. I know that a lot of you are like us, and it gets to be dinner time, and hey, what's for dinner? And oh my goodness, I'm snacking when I don't need to because I don't know what I want to eat. Well, good news, HelloFresh.com/Bubba has your back because they're giving away one free dessert item with every single delivery for life. That means while you're a subscriber, not only will you enjoy their pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you can also cap off a great meal with dessert for free. Do y'all like something sweet or kind of dessert kind of oriented after your meals? I mean, nothing like, I'm eating
I don't do
this
it all
big
the
dessert,
time.
but maybe just a little something.
I don't do it all the time, but I do enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
I have a little craving for it.
Sure. Well, with them, you can cap off that great meal with dessert for free. And this service actually has you covered for every mealtime association with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, appetizers, breakfasts, and more. HelloFresh's quick and easy recipe for those busy weeknights come in clutch. So make sure that you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Join today and get free dessert for life at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free dessert item per box while your subscription is active at HelloFresh.com/Bubba with the promo code Bubba. That's the way you unlock all these savings. So HelloFresh.com/Bubba and use promo code Bubba for this deal. Or you can also go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button.
Have y'all turned your air conditioner on yet?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I actually got that question as a QFTA, and
yes, sir.
And I hadn't until last night. Cut it on last night for the first time.
I hadn't cut it on yet.
Yeah, yeah, we have cut it on. There's been times where we've had the heat on and the air conditioner on because it's gotten up, in the upper 60s or 70s. We keep our house like an ice box. If you came over to our house, you'd be like, "Well, my goodness, do I need a hoodie on in here?" But I don't like to sleep hot, so we'll keep it kind of mild during the day, but at night it's on.
It's I woke up about 2, and I thought, man, I'm hot, and of course I thought, okay, with my voice, I'm sick. That was my first thought.
Yeah.
So I go use the bathroom. Then I went by and looked at the thermostat. And it was 74, and I was like, well, I got to turn the air on. It's hot in here, so I cut it on.
It's hot in here.
And you always I do. I cringe when I'm going. I hope it works. You know,
I know, because I hadn't cut it off.
Heat the whole time. Now we're going back to cool, and oh my goodness, it's blowing air, but it ain't cold. You got to go with that.
No, I know.
Especially because my units are on that. They're at that age where
mine are too.
Kind of scared.
Every year, this time of year, 2 times a year. To your point, I cringe like, oh gosh, here it comes.
Yeah, here we go.
Here comes the big expense.
Do you know what it's hot in here referred to when I said it's hot in here? Like
what?
That? You don't know? That's back when we did the 13 Days of Horror.
Yeah, I remember
we
that.
Were at Schloss Furnace.
Was that real? Did y'all fake it?
No, I didn't. We didn't.
It sounded like a voice saying, "It's hot in here."
When we played back the audio,
Later.
nobody picked it up, but you could hear. It's hot in here.
That place is listed on supposedly one of the most haunted places in America.
Yeah. So anytime I hear somebody say it's hot in here, that's what I scream.
I thought the same thing.
You did. That was
hot in here.
Look, a lot of that was Scooby Doo, and we're gonna get out with the Mystery Machine and have a good time, or Ghostbusters, and it's all fun. But then there was a couple of places, and this is why we stopped doing it, where we were like, okay, we're
getting a little tense.
Yeah, when I'm having to tell people with the staff, if you're not a believer, you probably don't need to go in, whatever. We probably shouldn't be doing.
Yeah,
it. I think we've passed the fun.
Yeah,
stuff.
the breaking the porcelain doll's face and. That was all good fun.
Right. You got in trouble.
Trying to make something happen.
I mean, I was in Meridian.
You were trying to make something happen for the show.
Do you know how far away I was from home?
Oh, yeah.
And we had this much. We had alt.
Zip, got to do something.
Had to have a show for the next
What
day.
happened?
I didn't know it was porcelain, though. Had no idea.
Iconic. It's kind of like
I thought it was
the
just,
chandelier. We just go around and tear up iconic stuff.
I guess so.
If you have an heirloom in the town that was like a big deal, don't let us come to your town.
No, do not.
We'll break it.
Yeah, that did not sit well with the city council members. They were on the other side of the camera.
But that look on their face.
It was not good. It was not good. It was.
Did they ever get over it?
No. It was little Speedy sitting there. Huh?
What happened? His
Guys,
tongue
I was
moved.
in so much trouble. You just don't understand.
He said, his tongue moved.
All right, so we're rolling on. Sorry about all that. But you got any other questions there, buddy?
Yeah, I can.
What you got?
Let me see what I got.
Yeah, look
here. Let me see what I got.
Look at me, I got a
here.
shave and a question. Shave and a big.
He's reading.
What's the last thing you've learned?
Learned.
The last thing I've learned?
Yeah.
How to do.
Last thing I've learned.
Good night. That's kind of scary. I don't think I've learned anything in a while. Can't remember it. Might oughta.
The last thing I've learned.
How to tie your shoes. Remember?
Yeah, I remember that.
When I was a kid.
Helmsy? Wow. Last thing I've learned. When you flash your lights at some people, they will get out of the left lane.
You learned that?
No, I'm just kidding.
When does the last time you've
one
studied something to learn something? Like you've really gone, you know what? I'm gonna learn how to do this.
Golly, I don't know.
Well, you're gonna laugh at me. Well, I didn't really study.
You have to say it.
I didn't
now.
study it. I just went to YouTube and watched a video.
That's learning something.
Okay,
Steve.
something was wrong with my parents' faucet, and I couldn't fix it, and so I went to YouTube.
That's what I'm
and
talking
figured it
about.
out, and I fixed it.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Kind of felt like the man walking around.
There it was.
What is?
Of course, a plumber would
I'm
laugh.
a plumber now.
Hey, plumber would laugh at it.
Oh, you're a plumber.
What is the most expensive piece of furniture in your house?
Let me think. We just bought a new couch.
Probably a sectional couch.
I think that's probably what it is in our house. I couldn't tell you how much it
Lisa
costs.
bought this big long. I don't know how much it costs. Big long table thing. You remember this?
Is that the one we had to move?
Yeah, that heavy thing. She paid a good bit for it.
Really?
Yeah.
We had an entertainment center.
I was
our
excited.
system. You remember when the old bulb TVs and all this kind of stuff were a big deal?
Mm-hmm.
And we had went to Haverty's Furniture long time ago and bought this. I'm talking about sure enough good piece of furniture to the point where you couldn't pick it up and carry it out.
Oh,
You
yeah.
had to have a dolly or something to help you. And but it was fit for a specific size of TV. You couldn't get any bigger, and it was deep because of the big bulb TV. Well, I ended up giving it away during our last move, and it cost me a lot of money, and it hurt my feelings.
Big bulb TV.
You know,
you
the
mean
big
tube?
Tube. I'm sorry, I said bulb. I meant tube.
Okay, I
I just want to be on record. I wanted to give you a pass.
You weren't listening.
Those TVs
I
were
heard
so
you.
heavy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I've had
That's
As a
all
matter
me.
of fact, if you would have said it another time, I was going to jump in. But
Thank you for correcting me.
Well, I thought I
wanted-
might not know that there was a
Greg, you knew. You just wanted to pounce like a tiger.
I did. I was
Yes,
very,
you did.
very
It's all right.
subtle
It's all
about
right.
it.
He-
But I had one of those
Oh,
TVs at that apartment when I used to have me and Taylor Swift that apartment over here. You remember that? And when we moved out, I let the workers have it. I said, if y'all
Did you
want
say
that
you and
TV
Taylor Swift had an apartment?
No, me and Taylor, my
See,
son.
this
I
is
thought
what you get when
I
you
thought you
injure
said
him.
me and Taylor Swift had an apartment. I think that's what you just
No,
said.
that's not what I said.
I think we're going to rewind that. I think
Oh,
you did.
boy. But anyway, I left them that big TV. It was so heavy. It's
Yeah.
horrible. And you couldn't grip it.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Hey, Helmsy, I remember what I've learned that I didn't know, and that is snake plants are healthy for you. I didn't know
What
that.
are they?
Snake plants.
A snake plant.
What is a snake plant?
A snake plant. Terry has a snake plant, and I'm like, why do we have a snake plant? She said it's very beneficial for you.
What does it do?
But what is it?
I don't know. She told
Put
me.
off some kind
Well,
of
you hadn't
yeah.
learned then.
It helps with allergy. And,
Yeah, well,
and
evidently you didn't learn.
yeah, it helps put off stuff for allergies and asthma,
Put off
which I don't
stuff?
think we have, and it I don't know, clears the rooms of toxins and stuff.
Oh, come
and people say you need to have them in your bedroom.
Snake plant.
Yeah,
Well, I need to
What
be.
does it look like?
yeah, snakes.
I got to
Really?
look at this.
No,
This-
it's just like straight up, like
is this like snake oil?
straight pointy
That sounds
plant
like one
kind
of
of.
them things people try to talk you into.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I'm just saying. I just learned about it because we got
all
one, and I'm like,
natural.
why the heck we got one?
Oh,
of
I
these?
see what you're talking
Is
about.
it
I know what
snake?
that looks like.
No, you can't. No,
I've never heard
stink.
that about a snake plant.
I just remembered something I didn't know that I would learn. That, and I didn't know you and Taylor Swift had an apartment.
No.
Those are two things I've learned.
All right, snake plant. I'm
Yeah.
looking at it.
I mean-
yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah.
I don't know about taking toxins from you, but
I've never known.
it's a good-looking plant.
You talking about
Ah,
the
there you
Dranciana?
go, right there.
Did it sit next to your bulb TV?
Thanks, Adler. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll take a break. Main show starts next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey, two. Hey. What's up, gang? Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Good morning. Wow, it's early. Hey, puffy face. Okay, so we are now working our way into the Rick and Bubba replays of like, it's happening. COVID is happening. It's impacting all of our lives. Again, we're going through back in time, moving forward. We're in 2020, and we're doing this, one, because I got to fill the commercial breaks with something. I mean, it's that is part of it. We got to do something. We can't just, listen to the bad royalty-free music I have all the time. So here we are. COVID is happening. The guys are talking. I will be running through this as fast as I can. If it's like a long interview with a doctor that has limited information at the time, we'll skip through that. We're more so watching this and listening to this to see how fear and power and control totally radically changed our lives and to never let this happen again. That's why we're doing it. Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Be sure to like and give us a thumbs up. Oh yeah, I forgot. I got 10 more minutes on this episode. This is from This is from February 28th, 2020. This is going to be one of the last normal shows. We're going to go on vacation after this episode. And then when we come back, the world has totally changed. All right. Again, thanks for watching on YouTube. I already said that, though.
Something that was kind of innovative. I actually Googled, will Nick Walinda be wearing a safety harness
And
going across the volcano?
and it said,
I'm not trying to say I'm doing show prep here, but here's what it says. They go through the stuff that we listed because the story we had did not have this additional paragraph. It says about the gas mask and all that. It says it is not clear yet if he will be wearing a safety harness of any kind. Nick says, and wait for it, with insurance companies and all the permits involved, he's not sure that he'll be allowed to walk without any type of safety mechanism.
Yeah, I think sometime the network or whoever's following it in the past has been the ones to put it on.
He says right now he is negotiating with them, and he says, I'm at the highest level right now of negotiation them not to wear it. He said,
I think he's always wanted to go without it. It's just,
I think it bothers him to have it on. I think it messes his balance.
he says it's his.
and he knows his granddaddy would go, "Pfft,
I know. What would his granddaddy do?
I fail.
Of course, he did. He says, so I want to be clear. Walinda says, I prefer not to be tethered and I'm negotiating not to be tethered, but I may not have a choice if I'm going to do the walk.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's
legally is what's got him the last times, and I believe when he says it, I believe he really didn't want to be tethered because
Do
I
you?
started to go. He's just doing that.
I'm just worried
but in
about
the legal
him.
world, the network
we've
don't want a
gotten
man
soft.
falling in a volcano
Right.
on television.
None of us want to see that.
No, but it just adds an element.
Yeah, I agree.
When
I
they
agree.
unsafety to climb over each other's head last time, I was a nervous wreck.
And the 9 lives thing plays into this too. I mean, how many times do you do this before you play one card too many? You know,
it happens.
I mean, Granddad, we all saw that. We saw that footage.
We can watch it right now.
Terrible footage.
And that is disturbing when he,
when he has to reach down and grab the wire, and it's like, hey,
and that's their training. They know to grab if they're falling and hang on. But
all right, I'm going to say something.
But if you do that over a volcano, I mean, aren't you just being roasted at that point?
Yeah. I hope Nick is ready to go. You wouldn't be doing this.
I think he is.
I think all indications
his
are.
sister, she sings like hymns the whole time she's out there. It was kind of irritating.
And he does too.
Hey, don't say that.
It was.
He prays. He prays most of the time.
It was
You
a
know?
hymn. I'm just saying.
No, this
Oh
is-
no, there it is. There it
This
is.
is so sad.
There's
right
Granddad.
There's his granddad.
Alive.
And so we just
dead.
showed it.
Oh, I didn't know they show him hit.
Yeah, Rick.
You didn't?
No.
No, most of the video I've seen, they cut it off after he falls. But lucky us, we've got the whole thing.
Yeah. We've.
All I'm
That's horrible.
well, at least you wouldn't see that because he'd just
So-
go into the lava. But I mean, 6 minutes past the hour. We're going to get you coming to you from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. It is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, the show that experts said might last 26 days, still sitting here after 26 years. The Rick and Bubba Show, only the strong survive. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Our Rick and Bubba University intern program, as we have students earning their degree in common sense now deemed a superpower. At Rick and Bubba University, and that's Stretch Armstrong. He'll take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Welcome back. Rockin' Mike number 2. He's got number 12 on his jersey, but he's number 1 in your heart, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, it has been an annual pilgrimage to the United States of America, all the way to the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, the pride of Cape Town, South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. How about you? Thank you for being with us as we roll into another hour on another day for another show. We start this baby with a national anthem.
Here we go. A brand new hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour is done. Thank you, Speedy. Thank you, Helmsy. Thank you, Greg. That's behind us. If you missed it, catch it in the archives today. Eddie Van Adler settles in to drive the YouTube experience for you tubers. Hello, tubers. Whether you're watching live or catching the YouTube archive, or maybe you're catching this on Blaze TV, however you're here, we're thankful for you. Hello, America's boldest radio stations. If you're listening on one of our Rick and Bubba affiliates, thank you for that. And tell that radio station, thank you for being bold and carrying the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello, streamers. Those of you that may be streaming the show on the Rick and Bubba 24/7 TuneIn app, glad to have you with us. Hello, podcasters. If you're listening to the podcast archives, audio archives every day, hello to you. However you are here, we're thankful that you are here as we unpack another Rick and Bubba show. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. You are listening and watching the Rick and Bubba Show. Your two fat buddies on the radio. It's like being on the back porch. There's just a bunch of us.
Yeah, there we go. There it is. Somebody sent me, and I think it's on YouTube, there's a documentary about Cinderella and Tom Kiefer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I hadn't seen it, but it looked like it was on YouTube, so I'd have to find a way. Somebody sent me the link. I forget who it was. So, Bubba, here we go. We're unpacking another Super Tuesday edition.
Super
Tuesday edition.
15 states out voting today.
Yep.
Some areas it's kind of automatic. Some areas it's contested races. So we'll see how all that plays out. But I know, like in our state, you're picking all kind of people, Congress people.
Oh,
and, you have to choose the nominees for your party for president and a
School
whole
board.
slate of local officers. Yeah, just
Bubba,
everything
I'm
on
glad
the
you're
sun.
doing this because we were embarrassed during the kickoff hour that we did not know the details of who we would be voting for on Super Tuesday.
Embarrassed is a little
what
much.
was all up
Well, I am. I'm embarrassed
I'm
because I'm
not.
a grown
I just
man.
wanna
I
be
should
clear.
know.
Yeah.
But I just, I
Should
feel
you?
like, I should. I should actually.
If you want to know,
Well,
you should.
If I'm a
But
voter,
I don't care.
if
I'll
I'm
tell
a
you what,
voter, you should know. Kind
I'll
of.
tell you what is up for grabs because I've seen the signs all around my house is the school board.
Is it?
School
Oh,
board.
yeah.
Man, I mean,
School board.
we got a mad race.
There's some
Yeah.
creative folks out there too when it comes to
Boy.
school board.
Yeah, but there is.
See a lot of signs in Calhoun County, Greg.
A whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't fully understand the school board, but I know that it's important. So you have you got school boards. I mean, you got dog catcher all the way up to congressmen, and senators.
You got it all.
Might even have a constable.
Is there senators?
you don't
or-
have
it's just
senators
Congress.
today,
It's
yeah.
just representatives today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Representatives only, and then dog catchers and school board and judges. A lot of judges. Well, I'm hearing
Oh,
for
yeah,
a lot of judges.
judges.
Tremendous amount of
Amendment
judges.
one.
Yeah, the amendments I've never
I
versed
never
on
get
those.
that right.
Never know what they mean, and then I read them. I still don't know.
I know.
So anyway, that's
We had the amendment to write the amendment so that everybody
Right.
could understand them.
right. I remember that one. Of course, it was voted down. No, I'm just kidding.
I think we actually passed it, and you still can't understand.
Still
what they're
can't
talking
understand them. So
I don't know.
I would say 90% of the people have no idea about amendments or any of that.
No. I saw that Charles Barkley's going to punch black people today. I saw that.
Yep.
Yeah, so that was something to do with a Trump shirt or something?
Yeah, he said if he saw any black person wearing a Trump mugshot shirt, he was going to punch him right in the face.
And I was trying to figure out the angle on that one. The angle on that is...
Trump had said something, or Barkley alleges I didn't hear. I don't know that he said that a lot of black people like that shirt.
Yeah,
and he implied that they could relate to it because it was a mugshot.
Oh, he's saying
that's what Barkley
how
said.
dare Trump to try to relate to black people about being in prison?
Something like that. I think that is the general tone of what Barkley was referring to.
Well, I would say to Barkley that anybody has the kind of money that he has and would vote for a Democrat should be punched.
Or at least shaken. Hey, what do you think?
Wake up.
Shaken, not stirred.
Wake up. So, I saw where, like, Gayle King tried to dial him back, so you need to take that back. He won't take it back.
Do you remember when we promoted that show that they were doing on CNN? That they were doing? That is from that show.
Yeah, sure.
There's where they sit down and they discuss things with the live audience.
Well, that's what Barkley's going to do. He's supposed to say these things to fire everybody up. I have not seen the show. Have y'all?
No, I just saw the clip that we're talking about.
Bubba, the first obstacle, it's on CNN.
Right.
So I don't spend a lot of time there.
Second obstacle, time.
Yeah, unless I just want to, maybe have a desire to take a stick and poke my eye out.
All right.
Then I'll watch it.
Which we're trying to quit.
Yeah. So there it is. Gayle King, Charles Barkley. King Charles. There you go. Never seen it. We talked to him about it, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, I remember when it was, they were pitching it and promoting it, talking about it, but I don't know if anybody's seen it. How is it?
I got to ask you a bigger question. Is there a black man out there that'll put the shirt on and see if Charles will punch him?
That's true.
So hopefully that won't happen. Charles probably needs to spend less time punching people, more time talking to Gayle.
Listen, somebody will try to bait him into that to get a lawsuit.
Oh, 100%.
Get a settlement.
100%.
He'll probably cover it up with it.
Right. So, but anyway, but that's Charles. It's
that's Charles's world.
Charles, as Greg has often called him, a walking, talking contradiction. Yeah. And is probably, if you look under the definition of shoot, ready, aim, there's Charles. He shoots from the hip, doesn't he?
He does.
So
he'll give you a good
hopefully we'll
soundbite.
see him. Let's see, 2 months, May, during the pro-am.
I guess we haven't had that lunch yet.
Yep.
I guess we'll be
Of course,
doing
Gene's
that.
gone now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, I think he sold the company. I think he's
Still operating.
running it.
Still there. Okay. He pulled a Motrin.
Yeah.
We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. You can reach us 866-WE-BE-BIG. Much to cover on the program today. We'll talk a little Super Tuesday. We'll take your phone calls today. A lot of stories to unpack from the last time we're together. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's up, gang? Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Here is a flashback to February 28th, 2020. We are going to go on vacation after this episode, and then when we come back, that's when everything has gone crazy and the world has changed. I think this is the last studio with golden ticket seats, or this is the last show with golden ticket seats. If I have my dates and times right. Anyways, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube.
Come back, John Thomas.
John.
Thank you so much, Rick and Bubba. It's great to be back with you. And one of the issues I need to take up with you is I run into people all over the U.S. and even sometimes in other parts of the world. And they say, I heard Rick imitating you and four-wheeling. You got to get that right.
I was wondering, John, if by some way today we could go four-wheeling.
Yeah, I think that's great.
If you need me, I'll be over here.
Okay. And will you all come with me?
So I'm trying to teach John how to say here.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
There. Over there.
There.
Rick, I am sitting opposite Logan's. But anyway, that's the first time he ever talked to me on the phone. I was trying to meet him somewhere.
John speaks closer
Steakhouse.
to English than we do, Rick.
Yeah, I told him I didn't know what he was talking about. I said, John, where are you? I'm having trouble finding your home. I am currently sitting opposite Logan's. And I was like, you mean you're across from that Logan's place? Right. I am opposite Logan's. I'm opposite Logan's. But anyway, so good to have you back.
Thank you so much. Wonderful to be with you.
And we will go for wheeling. And you brought another friend. You know, every so often you bring other folks that work at Living Hope, South Africa. And this time we bring Nathan.
Absolutely. Nathan has worked for us for about 15 years as a life skill educator, and he now runs Life Skills, which is the DAD program, which you guys support. So in other words, all the kids and a couple of other things fall under him. But the kids' ministries that we often talk about on this show fall under Nathan. So he's the manager of how many kids this last year, Nathan, did you look after?
8,999.
Say that again.
8,999.
So really, there's not a big job. It's not like there's a lot to do. Can you imagine how many kids are you in charge of? 8,899. Yeah. I like how you have.
I can hardly manage two.
I know, yeah, just managing a handful. But want to thank you for the work you do. And this is, you know, and it's really quite moving. But I think it's good. We always have fun, and we're going to have fun again today. But for the audience, many times, you know, to think, when we hear Rick and Bubba talking about something like Living Hope South Africa, and we go, I'm going to buy a BuzzBox coffee, or I'm just going to donate to the Burgess Memorial Fund, however you do that. And you think, we try to keep you updated, especially if you're one of the coffee drinkers. Every month we send you stuff in the box. But some people say, I don't drink coffee, I just want to donate from time to time, and they do, which we're very thankful for. You always wonder, well, what does that really matter? And, you know, Sherry and I heard stories last night. We'll share some of those today. But one of the things that we were so excited about the audience, and this, but how many times do we have to tell the audience, well done? Good.
A bunch.
So many times. But all of you in the Rick and Bubba audience, this children's program that Nathan oversees with Living Hope South Africa, they do many things. But one of the things is to try to rebuild a society from the children up. You know, let's get the children and let's point them ultimately to Jesus, but let's give them the skills and give them the stuff they need, their basic needs, and let's try to raise up a new generation of South Africans, under the authority of Christ. And all of you in the audience, of all the donations they get for the children's program, you are the number one. You send the most to this. You're the number one supporter of the children's program there at Living Hope South Africa.
That is absolutely correct, and I want to thank you again, Rick and Bubba and the Burgess Memorial Fund and all the BuzzBox coffee drinkers, because I'm sitting in front of the biggest single donor to our Life Skills program, or to our $1 a day program, or our DAD program, DAD, $1 a day, and that is to fund the salaries of what we call the life skill educators. You could call them the kids' carers, the people that look after the kids and work with the kids. And those, just to refresh your minds, are after-school programs where we have the kids in various areas, in about 5 geographical areas in the city of Cape Town, and we meet with them every day after school, except on a Friday afternoon, and try and minister to them and help them with their life and their story and what is going on in their life. And then in vacation season, we...
21 minutes now past the hour. Thanks for being with us today as we unpack another Rick and Bubba show. So we talked about Super Tuesday. So 15 of the states out there today, you're all voting today, including our home state of Alabama. Where we live, going to be kind of rainy and thunderstormy today. So that'll kind of add to the fun of that. Where we live. But yesterday, Bubba, we got to visit with old friend Todd Jones.
Todd Jones, big Todd.
Jonesy. So Todd had a friend of his that was a big fan of the show, and his named Lance, that we met yesterday, and Lance and his wife, and then we took Lance and Todd and Bubba, you and me and Speedy went out for lunch. And Todd is at one time was the Rolaids reliever of the year for Major League Baseball. Played an All-Star game. Played long career because of me. Played for more teams than Detroit, but Detroit is his main team. Still works with their TV broadcast. Is that right?
He does.
Yeah, and so Todd's been on the show many times. He's also one of our speakers with themanchurch.com. So a lot of you see him when he goes out and speaks when he can. But anyway, so Todd is
very, very hospitable, and let's face it, Todd's done well. Okay, and
could have done better.
Could have done better, thanks to me, which may have led to yesterday. Todd finally sort of admitted that at the end.
So
he did. He brought it up.
How many years in the majors was it?
Gosh, a bunch. I'll just say a bunch. I don't know. I don't remember how many. But there was one contract negotiation which people keep. Well, I would say people, his family, and Todd blamed me for. That's big, though. And Greg will forever be quoted as asking Todd, "Why did you take financial advice from a DJ?"
Yeah, I was wondering.
Yeah, and as far as contracts involving pro sports.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, so that's been a bone of contention. That I think the number that Todd threw it out yesterday. So I guess this is the number that his family totes around. That I cost Todd Jones $11 million.
He did. He brought it up.
Yeah.
And I was uncomfortable.
That's big.
I actually turned away when he brought it up because I felt uncomfortable.
Indirectly.
He's still okay.
He's still all right. So
he just had to travel.
Right. He just played for a lot more teams than he wished he would have. But anyway.
How about this? He had 319 saves at the major league level.
Sure.
235 of those for Detroit.
So we went to.
Pretty impressive.
It is, and he's beloved by the Detroit Tigers, the fans, and through the last pitch in the old Tiger Stadium.
Sure did.
You'll find that on Trivial Pursuit. Always remember that. If you're playing Trivial Pursuit and it gets to sports, who threw the last pitch, and was it called Tiger Stadium? What was Detroit's famous baseball stadium called?
I think it was.
Was it Tiger Stadium? Who threw the last pitch? And by the way, the answer is Todd Jones.
Todd Jones.
So we were having lunch, and I mean we don't want to be presumptuous, but when you're with Todd and he's planning lunch, you kind of expect Todd to be toting the check.
Well, I think he said, I want to take y'all to lunch. This is on me.
He did.
Yeah.
He has the black card that doesn't bend.
Yeah, but usually,
it's that thick one that has the satellite tied to it.
Yeah, he has an American Express card that I've never even seen. I didn't know that one existed.
Rick, it's so good. It's not on the printout. If
Right.
you go to their page,
Right.
It's like a secret menu item.
Yeah. If you go to their website, it's not even an option for you.
Yeah.
They have to come to you secretly and ask you to have it.
Todd not only could have bought lunch, he could have bought the restaurant.
He could
probably could.
He could, as long as he could pay it off in 30 days. So anyway, it got a little awkward for Todd, and Todd is kind of awkward anyway. He can be awkward socially.
Really?
Well, no, he'll tell you that. And so he said. So when we walked out to parking lot to leave, because Todd came at the end of the show, and he said they started not being sure where we were going. And his friend, didn't really know where to go. I said, "Well, guys, I'm coming back to the office. It's 4 minutes from the office. Just get in the lift kit."
Did you just want him to get in the lift kit to experience it?
And let's roll. So and of course, his friend Lance struggled to get in a little bit, and so he was like, "Wow, I can't believe you can." I said, "Well, it's not the best for a 60-year-old this year." But anyway, so we go, and so I guess Todd will now blame that on the fact
threw him off. He said,
"Yeah, they had to uncomfortably say playing the role of Speedy."
Right, which I was proud of.
He said, "Hey, just so y'all know, I don't have my wallet.
I left it in the truck."
That sounds, right out of Speedy's mouth.
Right. And what I said is, well done.
Yeah.
Right.
You were like,
well done. He goes, well, no, I can't ask y'all to lunch and then not pay.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, but Rick, you threw me off. I just totally forgot. And I just realized that as we sit down, I do not have my wallet.
Simply offered a ride. And
then obviously next, Speedy stepped up and said, "I got it."
No, mine was in my car.
Oh, that's
when he said that just for fun, Bubba and I just for fun looked at Speedy, and I thought he was going to go to the bathroom.
It was like the national anthem playing all over again.
I just patted my wallet, my pocket. I was all set.
And so I got it.
Well, then you make that mistake, and we've all been there. And of course, nothing is funny as when Mickey Dean did it, not knowing how much it cost to fill a boat up.
Hey, it's on me. Fill it up.
Yeah, and so I said,
a few hundred gallons.
Hey, nobody worry. Got it. And I didn't realize. I still don't know who ordered the onion rings.
That'd be Todd Jones.
Yeah, I was sitting here, and all of a sudden things just started coming to the table, like it was almost like we did 2 full meals. And
I'll say multiple appetizers.
Yeah, I was
multiple.
I felt bad for the waitress. I thought she was getting tired. I mean, she started bringing so many things to the table,
And I was like,
it was such a
wow.
long table, and the middle was full of appetizers.
Wow. It's just starting to feel like a bin.
Todd sure wasn't ordering like he forgot his card, did he?
He really didn't.
He's trying to get some of that back.
Right.
Yeah.
I was like, and I saw him like giving his friend the green light, and I was kind of like, well, looking back, maybe I should have held back and see if Bussy was going to take hold. I just, because you just want to say, hey, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Let's all have fun.
Yeah, you beat me to it, Rick.
Yeah, but I'm not really in the appetizer mode right now.
Right.
Todd is. Todd's still in it, and
it's such a fun zone for him.
Yeah, not one but two. Still don't know where the onion rings came from. I saw him order the nachos. I don't know where the onion rings.
I heard him say onion rings.
Did you? Okay. Well, there they were. And they have great onion rings there.
Good.
Rick, did
If
Speedy?
you don't believe that, ask Bubba.
I ate 2 of them.
Yeah, he kept reaching for him.
Did Speedy when he saw the shift of the
What are you keeping notes?
when he thought that they may fall on him, did he offer to drive Todd back to his car so he did? Hey Todd, don't worry, I'll drive you back.
With a nervous voice.
Speedy, what do you say? Speedy, what do you say? I say the studio's not that far away.
It ain't that far. Todd, I'll drive.
We'll be right back.
Tell you what, y'all order drinks. We'll be right back.
Just give me your keys. I'll go get it.
That card he's got is so high up. I'm amazed that it didn't call American Express and say Todd left me, come get me, and carry me to it.
That's true. I'm separated from Todd.
Yeah.
I think Todd could have bought lunch by just sending his picture in American Express.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but but then it happened. We get up and we're getting ready to leave, and it's all Todd's over apologizing, and then all of a sudden he just looked at me and said, "Well, we'll put that toward that $11 million."
He brought it up, which means it's still on his mind.
Still on his mind. Well, I guess it will be.
Well, Rick, hey, hard to forget.
Now,
well, it's not $11.
I didn't know he'd have
or
a bad
$1,100.
season.
It's $11 million.
I didn't know he'd have a bad season.
You didn't.
I didn't know that.
He went from the friendly confines of Tiger Stadium to the launching pad in Colorado.
Yeah, that didn't help.
I didn't know that. How could I control that? I thought he had left.
Still on his mind, Rick.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
7 separate weeks of Vacation Bible School across 5 different areas. So we run about 1,000 kids a day. And in effect, Nathan's mother-in-law cooks a hot meal.
Yeah.
1,000 meals a day.
Keep it in the family.
Keep it in the family. That's right. 1,000 meals your mother-in-law has to prepare every day for
Man,
these
I
children.
bet that's some big pots and pans.
I'm telling you.
Oh, very big.
Yeah. And you were telling me about that. And of course, I guess because this parlays so well, though, into how much this matters, 2 things. You were telling me last night, like, if you think about poverty and you start trying to wrap your mind around it, you said you had some children that would take their sandwich that they knew it was the last one of the week, and they were trying to make it last till Monday. And to tell that story.
You tell that, Nathan. I heard this story from Nathan in the car.
Yeah, go ahead.
So because we see them twice or 4 times a week, and that ends on a Thursday, there's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, where the family is supposed to be providing. And these 2 kids, siblings, are in a family where if they take the bread home with them, it either gets taken by another sibling or another adult, and they would eat it, and the children will get nothing. And so they came back and they asked us for the packet which the bread was in, which is the bread bag.
Yeah.
And we thought, oh, you guys are so super cool. You want to put your sandwich in, go home and share it. They said, no, we're actually going to go and dig a hole and put it in a hole. And that's why we need the bag. So that, Friday we can come back and we can eat half of my sister's. And then Saturday we can get back and eat the other half. And then Sunday we can eat mine. And then Monday when you guys are back, we can then, get from you again. So that's what the staff, started waking up to the reality that some of our kids just don't have even after we're not around, So often these kids, they'll get an extra sandwich, just to help them get through.
Think about that. These two children said, all right, we got to make these 2 sandwiches work for the rest of the weekend because if not, we'll have nothing to eat. This has to make it to
They're burying it in a sandwich, in a bread bag.
Right.
In a bread bag in the ground.
Wow.
And then they go and
in and
scratch it out.
Ration it out over the weekend.
Now, that's what poverty does.
Yeah. Think about that the
And
next
that's what
time you
hunger
order.
does.
You order a sandwich, you don't eat all of it.
And you throw half of it away.
Right. Right.
But the
That's
$1 a
terrible.
day fund.
Yeah.
The BuzzBox coffee. The Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund feeds those kids.
Right. This is today for those of you that support this. This is one of those days where you go, oh, that's what I'm doing.
Exactly.
That's what. And there's other things that
Yes.
go on, but this is one you can really hang your hat on.
Yeah.
And understand that it really does matter what you're doing. And that's the reason why we always say, if you're on the coffee side of what we do, when was the last time a cup of coffee made any difference in the world? Well, this one does.
Every day.
Yeah, this one does.
Check. Hey, tubers. All right, so that was February of 2020. That was the last, I'm going to do air quotes here, normal show before COVID hits. The guys go on a vacation. Now we're into March of 2020. I believe that last episode was the last episode with golden ticket seats. We've come back, and COVID is starting to totally dominate our lives. I'm going to try to go through these episodes a little bit faster. Like if a doctor is speaking with outdated information, I'll be skipping through that. But remember that we are also speaking with outdated information. I am dreading what I'm going to say. I don't even remember half of what happens during COVID. It's craziness. Ruby was born. It was great. But remember that everything that you hear, everybody's dealing with limited information. And the main point of this is to see how the slippery slope of freedom being taken away from us happened, so that we never let it happen again, so that we cannot let fear control our lives like it did during COVID. So here is a flashback. Oh, that's the wrong slider. So here's a flashback to March of 2020, right after COVID changed everything. Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Be sure to like and give us a thumbs up and subscribe.
Rick and Bubba.
I got to know right out of the gate because you got to get your terms down. Am I supposed to be calling this COVID-19 or coronavirus?
You can call it
both,
either
Rick.
one.
Which one y'all like? Y'all like coronavirus?
I like COVID-19.
I do too.
Yeah, if you want to hip it,
I want to hip it up just to 19.
Yeah. It's 35 minutes past the hour. Yesterday, Greg and Lisa Burgess celebrated their 35th anniversary.
Yep.
So
that's right.
I don't know what kind of commercial we're about to do for helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Well, I was in at about 7 o'clock sleep, and Lisa was up watching The Bachelor. that's pretty much it. That was the anniversary.
Happy anniversary, you crazy kids. Crazy kids. Right now, you can get a customized mattress just like Greg and Lisa Burgess by going to helixsleep.com/Bubba. 20% off your new mattress can be yours today at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Now, unlike a lot of mattress companies out there, Helix owns their manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made right here in the United States of America by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly from their facility right to your door. And you know what? It's customized to the way you sleep. You get 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure that you love it. You can take the quiz that they want you to fill out real quick. It takes about 2 minutes to find out how you prefer to sleep, what kind of mattress you prefer. And all of that comes right to your door, shipped there free of charge, and 100 nights to sleep on it, risk-free. Now, if you don't like it, which is very unlikely, but if you don't like it, then, of course, you get refunded and they take the mattress, no problem. So let's save you 20% right now and go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. You could be sleeping better if you had a mattress that was customized for you. Save 20% at helixsleep.com/Bubba. You also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we can do. What are you laughing at? You still reading that stuff? Listen. Guys, I think this is important, Bubba. I think this is a service because I'm serious. People are sending us stuff, all of us. We are living in a fake world, and not only can you not believe everything you hear, you cannot believe everything you see.
and you absolutely cannot believe everything you read.
Well, and I think that's the bigger point. We were talking about it earlier. People can go out and put out false information, and you read about it.
Right.
And that's one thing. But wait to the AI, wait to all this where they can do videos and have you saying things and doing things and in places that you never were, and how damaging that could be. This is another, and somebody had emailed me this, and I don't know this website. I don't even know how you say it. DIBYAPATH.com.
Yeah.
How do you even say that? What is that word?
I have no idea.
Anybody know? I know what it means.
There were so many letters. I didn't even listen to all the letters.
Yeah, well, it's right. This is one of those things where they do a biography on you, and someone had, I guess, had seen this and sent it to me, and it's much like what we had the other day, where we, it was that net worth thing from investors.com. This one is even funnier though. It has me listed, Rick, awards that I have won.
Congratulations.
Okay?
Don't say you didn't win awards anymore.
Get ready for this, okay?
Mark them down.
1999 CMA Personality of the Year.
Congratulations, buddy.
2001 Billboard Magazine Air Personality of the Year.
Well, congratulations again.
2006 CMA National Large Market Personality of the Year.
Good night.
And Rick, in 2010 Country Radio Hall of Fame inductee.
Bubba, I just want to say congratulations, and I hate I wasn't there. I feel bad now. I should have been there.
That would be none of those. None of those.
You know what?
It goes down and it says, again, I've got my birth date wrong. This is March 23rd, 1970.
Yeah, that's not right.
I mean, which would make me 53. Oh, I wish.
All right,
hobbies, playing guitar, hunting, fishing, watching sports.
Some of those,
I don't know where this guitar
some of those
thing
are right.
is at.
Yeah, well, you worked with it for just a little
Had
while.
me graduating the University of Alabama with a bachelor's degree in communication.
Attaboy.
That is incorrect.
Didn't happen.
Still has. I don't know where this 6'2", 220 has worked in.
Greg,
That's
please
in
listen. Y'all do not. Everybody, stop what you're doing.
6'2",
when you
220.
hear no, that's just the beginning. This time, wait till you hear all the physical descriptions they give a Bubba right now.
Okay, 6'2", 220. Eye color blue.
Right. Wrong.
Wrong.
Hair color brown. Wrong now.
Well,
Figure size athletic.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Got that one right.
Shoe size 12.
Wrong.
Tattoos. Dragon on left bicep.
Wait a minute. Why are they even breaking it down?
Dragon on left bicep.
Bubba the dragon bicep.
Body color tan. Looks handsome.
No doubt about that.
No, you got that one.
What do you think about this thing? It says dress size 12.
12.
What is that?
No, it says dress size large.
What does that mean? Does that mean your shirts would be a large?
Dress
you don't wear
size.
dresses.
You wearing dresses?
That's what that means. Yeah, when he dresses.
Are they?
he's a
They have
large.
you as a cross dresser in here?
I don't know what that means. Now listen to this. Most remarkable works
Oh, boy.
by Bill Bubba Bussey.
Greg, you're not ready.
Oh, boy.
It doesn't even say what kind of work it is.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if this is a song or a story. 2005, Drive By Honky.
Wait.
What?
I think it's a
Drive
piece
by
of
honky.
art. I think it's a piece of art.
2006, I don't know what that is. 2009, The Right Man for the Job.
Now,
2012, Bigger Piece of Pie.
No, that one I remember.
Okay, 2014, The Testament full version. What does that even mean?
See,
these
this
recordings.
is where AI's got to get better because it's just pulling.
Yeah, we all
Bubba-
bragging
it's,
on
it's
AI.
pulling
This is the
Bubba
best
stuff
one.
all over the internet.
This is the best one. 2016, Hairless Apes Hurt My Pride. What?
Bubba, now we've gone off into some weird hole.
Hairless Apes Hurt My
But
Pride.
you're right. This is like
Hairless
a person
apes.
who's their mind has gone bad and they're just saying weird things.
Throwing stuff out.
All right, so here's what may help us, Bubba. Go
There's
back
an
to
ape called Bubba somewhere.
Go back
He's
to your,
hairless.
Go back to your awards. Go back to the awards.
Let's see.
Find out. Let's grab one that is a real award and let's see who won it that year.
CMA Personality of the Year.
What year?
1999.
All right, CMA Personality of the Year, 1999. See who that was. And I'm trying.
Which market?
We're just trying to find what it's doing.
I don't even know if that's a real award.
Yeah, I don't either.
Because don't they break them down further into other categories?
They break it into the market size.
What about the large market, the one you had?
Okay,
You said 1999?
Yeah. Is there even an award called CMA Personality?
I don't know. I'm sitting here looking. There's all kinds of awards. You got Entertainer of the Year.
Maybe radio personality of the year.
All right, radio CMA Radio Personality Large Market.
Radio.
Large
Look,
market.
2006 large market.
Yeah.
What? Adler's flagging in there.
Okay, all right.
It looks like it might be attributed to Sean Bubba Powell.
There you go.
That's
See, it's
it.
different Bubbas.
See, that's where.
Yep. That's it.
There you go.
And there it is.
There you go.
So what it's doing, it's grabbing
Lots of Bubbas.
information.
Bubba Bechtel.
And there's a Bubba somewhere with the dragon tattoo on their bicep.
Bill the Dragon Bussy.
There's a 6'2" one out there, 220.
Yep. Yeah.
There's a tan one.
Yep.
A
Very tan.
Well,
Yep.
you got the handsome cover.
Right,
that
right.
actually
Yeah.
is.
Got it.
There's a hairless gorilla or whatever it
And
says.
apparently there's
Apes took my pride.
Took his pride.
Do you think these are?
What does that even mean?
Do you think these
That's
are parody
scary.
songs?
I don't know.
Hate
I
to
don't
Google
know.
that.
Who was the CMA Large Market Personality of the year 2006?
2006.
That ought to be an
Yeah,
easier
that'll
one to
land one
track
right there.
I think the country song or they ain't.
It could be.
Titles.
If you don't add the hairless apes, took my pride.
down. Yeah,
Took
get,
my pride.
Get ready for that.
Yeah,
Guys,
that's a
They
dandy.
didn't just take me.
So, but guys, I know that we're having fun with this, and I think it is funny, but it's also dangerous.
It really is. This is.
I
silly.
mean, there's things out there about all of us, and probably some of you out there, that is wrong. And if it's funny, that's fine. But then there's things that also are damaging, that are not true, and then people go ahead and do a foregone conclusion about you, and it's not based on
'Cause
any
everybody
fact
believe anything.
whatsoever. Now more than ever, if you ever hear or see anything that doesn't seem right, you got to ask the person directly.
Bubba, you said, what was it again? Large market?
Yeah, 2006. Radio personality.
It looks like there was a Bill and Amanda. You think they took
Bill?
the Bill?
Yeah, could be from Bill
I
Bussey.
need to see that on
Yeah.
him. See if that dragon tattoos on her.
Mm-hmm. So,
Rick, on the
Let me tell you
Speedies.
who. This doesn't show the winner, but it shows who was nominated, and it's pretty funny because there's the. Honestly, I've not heard of some of these people, but that doesn't mean anything. But the one I have heard of in here, Rick, is Mudflap McGrew.
Yes,
with Kelly Ford and Jonathan Wild and Mudflap Magoo in Denver.
Yeah.
KYGO.
funny guy.
Who we've had on several times.
Very funny.
Steve's funny guy.
He was the one that did the "I'm Just Like You."
Yeah, with
Guy was-
sparklers.
that's
That was
good
good
Boy,
stuff.
that's
Yeah.
good.
That's real good.
That's a good bit.
Well, just like you know.
No, I have no sparkle.
Well, no sparkler.
Yeah, no, not really. That's the difference. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. So, Bubba, if you go search Bubba, you may find that he's a compilation of all Bubba's everywhere. And some Bills, apparently.
Yeah, enjoy that before the AI videos get out there.
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah.
imagine?
By the way, we're living in a fake world, and the fake world's creating a fake life for all of us.
Yep.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, it's COVID.
COVID-19.
COVID-19.
If they'd have done this from the beginning, then Corona Beer wouldn't have had such a hard time.
You're right, Greg.
Yeah.
Well
Guys.
said. That's the way to stand in there for those you love.
Well, once again, does
always stand tall.
does it
That way to make a stand, Greg.
does it always seem like when we're off for a week that something really weird
Yeah,
happens?
it does.
Yes.
I've had people begging us to never vacation again, and I said, well, I'll tell you, there's a lot of things you can get us to do. That's not one. What's
Well,
next?
that's,
Goodbye sausage balls?
Yeah.
we were laughing about that. Was we're trying to minimize the odds of us getting it and all that, because the problem, and some of you may have missed this, and we'll unpack it completely today. The problem with this particular virus, and certainly we've had pandemics throughout history, and we've had pandemics that COVID's got a long way to go to catch them. Because there's some really big time walking dog national champions pandemics out there
Yes.
that have killed many more people than this, but we're not done yet, so we don't know how many people this is going to kill. So you can't put the playoff bracket together yet because COVID's not over. But we understand that the odds of it killing healthy people is low, but you see the inconvenience that it causes because they quarantine everybody. So if one person on this show gets it, there is no show. Everybody has to be quarantined according to what's going on for the protection of those that it could be deadly to. And then certainly all we're going to be is sick. I got all that, but we won't be here. And so if we're not here and we got meetings today, because it's not like if one person gets sick, then that person stays home. that was the flaw in the rotation system that you were bringing up. I'm like, if it incubates for 5 days, I'm not sure that works.
Well, see, maybe that's why we need to rotate. We have half here, half at home, and then we bring in the other half. And then whoever gets sick, we have a half that hadn't been here. And hopefully they don't.
Well, the problem is that
after today, that's out the window.
Yeah,
we're all in this room.
That's
together.
all they do.
Yeah. Well, no matter what we do from this point, if somebody comes up with it, we're all.
Well, it wouldn't work anyway because of the fact that it sits there for 5 days. So you'd have to leave a group at home for 5 days.
Yeah, it's just
so it really doesn't work.
It's just really hard to defeat a pandemic.
It is.
And in modern culture, the way we operate.
Well, Helms has got a plan.
Yeah. He's brilliant.
No, I don't. Look, y'all need.
You
to
would have had
understand
to not
something.
came today.
Y'all need to understand something.
Right.
I need this 5 hours.
I understand.
Okay. So I don't want to be the guy in the bunker.
Right. Yeah.
So
okay, I need this 5 hours with y'all.
My idea that I was going to suggest you start working from home. You don't want that.
No, absolutely not. I do not want that.
Guys, I don't know about y'all.
Now, I will do it, but if that's what we come to the conclusion. But I don't. I need. Hey, let me tell you something. If the coronavirus doesn't get me or one of my children, I may. If I'm having to be at home with no school and all that.
No, I understand. I understand the era that you're in. I remember going to work to rest.
Oh, no, of course.
Yeah, right. I'm straight up.
Do y'all realize how much forward I've been looking so forward to this day of getting back?
I found out, too, because I thought all my college kids were going back. Now they're still here. My empty nest has been turned upside down.
Oh, I got the whole crew at home.
I forgot how much I was enjoying empty nest till they all came back.
Yeah.
And so
Dang it.
I was like, wow.
And I've had 2 that's been on the West Coast, 1 that's been at the beach.
I was about to say, your West Coast bunch, how did you that's so not Bill Bussey.
I'm telling
you.
I thought you'd have banned anybody.
You're really
past
our most dangerous person right now.
Yeah.
I know.
You just said Jackson, Mississippi, as far as you can go.
I tried to get that trip canceled. And I did everything except say, God put me in charge of this family. You can't go.
I know.
And I don't play that card much.
No,
I've maybe played it twice in 26 years. And I wanted to keep it in my back pocket.
Right. Now, when we all get sick, we'll be thankful.
I know. Sure. I know. Because, once that'd be good.
But anyway, we'll see. But anyway, it's funny. I got a text this morning from people that their livelihood requires them to still travel. Mm-hmm. And they're sending me pictures of empty airplanes. It's pretty fun. Now's the time to be on. Now's the time to travel.
Yeah.
And y'all realize 1 year ago, I would have been coming back from Italy. Of course, we wouldn't have gone. I mean, if we were in this situation, we wouldn't have gone. But I mean,
are y'all like me that every time I see somebody on TV say, don't touch your hands and face, my eyes start itching.
Yes.
And I'm just about to claw them out.
Here's what I've
And you
determined.
can't scratch your eye with your elbow.
Here's what
you
I've
just can't
determined.
do it.
I can't not touch my face. I can't not do it.
I know.
I'm
Well, Greg,
sorry.
apparently-
I'm going to touch my face.
Greg, apparently nobody can because if you've seen how funny it is that the non-face touching people are touching their face while telling us not to touch it.
They got Ben Carson.
I saw
doing
Ben
it.
Carson do it, too.
What
He
about
did
the lady
same
that
thing.
licked her fingers and turned her back?
What about Cassio Kid Cortez? She's talking about it, putting her hair.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, so
Not realistic.
here's what's going to happen. We'll come back and we'll unpack the whole golden ticket thing and talk about all that, how everything's going to operate here. Uh-huh. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We are about to say goodbye to Bubba again today. He is having to leave early to deal with more handles.
I apologize,
yes.
but hopefully the process is coming to an end.
Yes, so hopefully all this down with the house and the tornado rebuild and all that, we'll see the end of it. We know March is important to try to get all these final things done, and so whatever we need to do to help, we will. So Bubba will be leaving us after this segment, but we'll be back tomorrow. So there you go. Bubba, it is Super Tuesday. We have people going out.
Super Tuesday.
Have you printed out a sample ballot?
I did.
Do you have your sample ballot?
Speedy was asking me about it, so I printed out.
I was like,
so
what's the amendment?
Speedy's going
listen,
to drive you crazy today on this. Don't get pulled into this.
I know-
No wonder you're leaving.
I know
my
where
family looks to me for answers, and I don't have them.
I know where
you
you
can say
live.
that.
I know where you live. It's all different.
See, that's the
okay,
problem.
everything's different. But I want to read something to you, and you tell me what it says. Okay.
Is this now? Keep in mind, we voted yes for amendments to be easier to be understood, right?
Supposed to be on an 8th grade level.
Okay.
Proposing an amendment to the Constitution of our state of 2022 to amend Section 71.01 authorizing the legislature to sign and transmit local laws or constitutional amendments before the transmission of basic appropriations.
What the?
I stopped listening.
Yeah.
Who's on first?
I must not remember the 8th grade. Which I don't.
No. Now I know a lot of the political sleuths are all over this. I think
What'd you call them? Political what?
Sleuths.
Okay.
I like that.
I think this cleans up some kind of procedural thing that we've got in our state because of the way everything's written and nobody understands English.
Wait a minute,
anymore.
did you just say it clears something up?
I think it does. I think that's what it's.
Why don't they just put that?
Yeah.
Hey, y'all, we're just trying to clear up something. Imagine if it was written like that.
Oh yeah. So I don't know, but it's out there.
There you go. So is that a yes or a no?
Is that just one amendment?
That's it. That's all.
That's all we got.
That's all.
That's it. Okay.
That's all.
Well, yeah. See, I've got emails of people asking me about amendments, which I'm just going to say I don't know, but there's only one.
Yeah, that's all that it. But you may go to a different county and you have different ones.
Yeah, here's a person. Do you have any idea about Amendment 1? The way they worded, I have no idea what I'm voting for. Well, we can't help you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy. We don't know either.
Yeah. But the amendments, I guess.
You want me to call somebody and ask them?
You can call them one? Huh?
I was going to call somebody that might know what that amendment right there meant for us.
Oh, yeah, because it's where we live, too, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
That sounds like that's for the state.
How about
though.
this?
That'd be
All of these people, it may be on all of them.
Yeah.
I don't know. How about all these people are still on the ballot for president? How about that? Christie still on there, DeSantis, Bailey, Haley, Ramaswamy, David somebody, Stuckenberg, never heard of him. And, of course, the great uncommitted. There you go.
D didn't make it this time?
He
made it on one time. Got a lot of votes.
No, he always does. He always gets so many votes. Thank you for reminding us that, Greg. The happy anniversary day after.
You got some good sleep, though.
Yeah,
I did. I was in bed 7 o'clock, sound asleep.
So, but this do you think Nikki Haley will look any better after Super Tuesday than she does right now?
No, there's no way. I mean, Trump is a virtual lock now.
Right.
And I think after today, I mean, who's going to be funding her campaign?
All right, so help me with the strategy, and I know we've tried to figure it out. So, because you can't say she's looking for a place with Trump because she's angering Trump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
She's in a back and forth with him, which is,
well,
that's always our favorite.
She may be trying to show she's got enough pull that she needs to be the VP.
Or do you think she's trying to play to the anti-Trumps that when we finally get rid of him, I'm going to jump right in and be the person that you're going to vote for?
Maybe. I don't know. Her strategy's not been real clear to me.
No, it hasn't. I'm just trying to figure it out. And so I don't know. But I don't think, as you just said, I don't think we're going to see any – it's not going to look any brighter for her to be the nominee for the Republican Party after today.
No, I don't think so. No.
So today's the day she shuts it down?
I think she's going to be locked out.
Will she shut it down after the votes come in tonight?
I don't know. I don't know why she hadn't shut it down already.
Right.
That's strange to me.
A lot of people do wait till after Super Tuesday to make that decision.
And maybe, I don't know. I'm just speculating, okay? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if she goes to a certain point, she gets some kind of matching funds or something, and she's trying to qualify for that. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. So anyway. It'll be interesting, but I don't think it's going to. I don't think we're going to see much.
I think she's just waiting around to see if Trump gets taken off, and then she can take that spot.
If he gets put in jail,
but didn't the 9-0? Didn't that
was a blow?
That can't help.
Absolutely.
That because she's. I mean, we can't even get Democrats that want to go down that road.
That was a blow to her campaign.
Yeah, it was.
A hit to her campaign. Yeah.
No doubt about it. Thank you, Chris.
I'm gonna turn my mic off.
All right.
Yep, that's it.
And there it goes.
Yep.
There goes old.
Yep. Thank you for weighing in. So we'll see how that goes. And for those of you that don't understand your amendments, calling us is a complete waste of time.
On this one, we're not prepared today for it.
Yeah.
We're really not.
Yeah.
I did see where President Trump had a message for Joe and said, "Why don't you just fight your own battle and quit weaponizing the government to take out your competitors?"
So let's go to 3A and let's hear from Trump. who, of course, Super Tuesday. It's all. I mean, could he be any more fueled and ready now on Super Tuesday? I mean, this is just. I mean, this
is a victory lap.
Oh yeah, this he will love every
because
second.
he had the court ruling and he's going to get the big vote today.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
so
yeah.
This is his kind of day.
He's on a roll right now. So here he is speaking directly, as Speedy just said, to our current president, President Biden.
Letitia James and Fonnie and deranged Jack Smith, what they should be doing is fighting violent crime. And that would lead me to the end. I will say that President Biden, number one, stop weaponization. Fight yourself. Don't use prosecutors and judges to go after your opponent, to try and damage your opponent so you can win an election. Our country is much bigger than that. The other thing I say to President Biden, close the borders now.
Yeah. So, and I think the border and the left knows that they've got a border problem.
Yep, they do. They do. The polls, that, and the economy is like an anchor around their neck right now.
If you are a Democrat and you're watching the Democratic strategy, you realize your party couldn't wrap their mind around that having an open border that allows unvetted people to pour into the country and all the bad that comes with that would turn out to be something Americans started to actually unite over disliking. Yeah. And you couldn't walk that out. You couldn't figure that out on your own. I mean, and back to what was said, and we've said, we even played clips. You even had the border right in the 90s with Clinton.
Yeah.
I mean, you abandoned something that at one time y'all actually were right on, and both parties were right on. It's just how to do it. But you abandoned something that was something that was an asset.
Yeah.
In the 90s, and that is the common sense thinking about the border. And when you abandoned that, you couldn't figure out that wasn't going to be a good thing. So I'd be very upset with my leadership if I was a Democrat. I'm like, that's a terrible strategy. Yeah. And it has been. And now you're trying to fix it, and you're running out of time.
Keith Olbermann handled the Supreme Court ruling really good yesterday. I don't know if y'all saw that.
No, he wants to dissolve.
He wants to dissolve the Supreme Court.
The entire Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Even though people he wanted on the court disagree with him as well.
And people responded to him and somebody said, cry more, buddy. And then he said, that's not tears, it's urine. Which, did he say that he peed on his own face?
Rick and Bubba.
Let's face it, we can't get enough of the Robertsons. We can't get enough of it. If you're a Blaze TV subscriber, good news, you get all the Robertsons you want. And now it's time for going from dynasty to dining with the new hit show Cooking with the Robertsons, and it is available exclusively to Blaze TV subscribers. So again, if you're like us and you're a Blaze TV subscriber, you know you've got a new program, you're fired up about it, bring on the Robertsons, let's learn how to cook. But if you're not going to get this. So you need to subscribe. The show features Phil, Jace, Al, others showing off their favorite recipes, cooking up a mess of delicious food and dipping into godly wisdom in the way that only the Robertsons can, and it's what we love them for. So bring it on. It turns out family recipes and family values really pair well together. So grab yourself a plate, pull up a chair, and don't forget, of course, to say thank you to God and say grace before you dig in. So if you want to get this show and all the other great programming, including an hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, go to blazetv.com. That's blazetv.com. Use the code Robertson30 to get $30 off your first year. You need to hurry. The code's not going to last for long. blazetv.com, the code Robertson30. Get $30 off your subscription and start streaming Cooking with the Robertsons. During this time, we do have from UAB, the assistant professor of medicine in the Division of Infectious Diseases. We're fortunate enough that where we live, some of the best medical minds in our country and around the world are based out of Birmingham, Alabama, and we'll talk to one of those today, Dr. Jody Dion Odom, and we'll ask her the questions that a lot of you won't ask, and we'll ask her.
And you mentioned Italy. Let's talk about Italy for just a minute when we come back.
in your attempts to do that, but preparedness is not sin. Now, fear, anxiety, panic, yes, that is sin, and I can give you more verses in the Bible on that than you probably would like to listen to. But preparedness is not sin, and Romans 13 and throughout Scripture, we are, as people of faith, are told to be good citizens of whatever country that we are part of. And being a good citizen means following the rules, the regulations, the laws, as long as they're not in conflict with God. Like this past weekend, some of you that were critical of pastors, the government did not mandate you couldn't have church.
No.
And that would be a law we would not abide by. They mandated that why don't you? They suggested that maybe not meet in these gigantic churches. That you just simply, with the technology we have today, my family and I sat down and had a wonderful Sunday morning in our pajamas, drinking coffee and having the Bible out, watching our pastor on the big screen, and it was fine. We have big screens inside of the auditoriums, and then we're upset because we're watching a big screen at home. But anyway, so what technology allowed us to continue to worship and continue to have church, so that wasn't sinful. To say, let's try not to spread this pandemic to people that it will harm. Look, if everybody in here, I can't speak to everybody, I don't know everybody's health, but everybody seems to be probably on the very low end that the coronavirus would kill anybody in this room. But we could take it into places that it might kill my dad. It might kill my mother. Adler's wife is pregnant. I don't know the ramifications.
Well, we
of
don't
that,
know, Rick.
of
We don't
that.
know.
So what I'm saying is, it was wise and the right thing to do. Look, some of you are treating this as if we are under the Nero as Christians. No, that we're not martyrs. We're being inconvenienced.
Yeah. And
Okay.
they're giving you suggestions.
Yeah. Hey, people give me the C.S. Lewis quote. In the time of the atomic bomb, we're not having an atomic bomb dropped on us. Okay, we're being inconvenienced. And to be inconvenienced in order to try to minimize the damage of the latest pandemic is not sin, and it's not cowering, it's not losing faith, it is being wise. And so
Rick, it's just like when James Spann or whoever gives a tornado warning.
Right.
And they said, we got...
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. No Bubba this hour. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, and the real Greg Burgess all here as we move forward and we talk to you, America. And we'll update you with everything that's going on around the world. We'll get some of your phone calls in. And somebody say this. Somebody say, everybody, come on. Somebody say, lions, not cowards. So as we start the hour, let me get you a couple of updates going on involving the Rick and Bubba audience. So this weekend, a biggie, the Man Church Conference, the second one this year. We did one last year. We're doing two this year, and we're looking to do three maybe next year. And that's probably about all we can pull off is 3 in a year. But we are doing a second one this year, which is new. So that is Starkville coming up this weekend. Now, hear me out, guys. Listen, our wives or moms that want to send their sons got the ticket update yesterday. I know I'm being very specific, and I know, but that's just, if I was out there, I'd want to know. If you need a hotel room, you need to go to Columbus. Okay, so Starkville, we're pretty much, there's not a lot in Starkville. But Columbus is not far at all.
No.
It's very, very easy to get there.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
About 20 minutes. So Columbus would be that. This is going to be funny what I'm going to tell you. There's a few tickets that are still available up in the balcony, but it's a small room, so the balcony will still be good. Mm-hmm. But this is how specific I get. I noticed yesterday, because people buy different parts of the room, there's 7 tickets on the floor. That's all. I mean, the floor is completely full, except there are 7. So I heard from the guys today, said, by the way, there are 7 tickets that still are unsold on the floor. Okay. So there's only 7, but there is 7. So if you're looking, you're going,
together?
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know. That's a good question, Greg. I didn't ask that. Thanks for ruining this moment.
I just thought it.
But anyway,
well, there's 7 of them.
How many people are going to have 7 people with them?
I'm just saying.
But what I'm
are any of them together?
Well, yes, I think so. But what I'm saying
Rick,
is,
you don't get enough info.
I know, but you know how you're talking about, like, well, I don't need to go now. I'll just be up there in the top. Well, you could actually say, well, I could go get some combination. Now Greg's ruined it.
Greg might want to sit by yourself.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe.
Honestly, by the time you row with people, you may be glad you're not sitting together.
That's a good point.
But there's 7 seats of some type on the floor. Okay. You're right, Greg. Thanks for ruining it. I thought I had good news.
Yeah.
And
But there's not a bad seat in the
house.
house.
I was just thinking if
Thanks for taking my legs right out from under me on that one. But anyway, go check it out, and maybe Eeyore is not as negative as it is.
No, I thought that was
maybe
legit.
there's 2 together in groups of 2. I feel bad for that one odd guy because 7's an odd number. But anyway, check that out. You can go to themanchurch.com if you want to grab those final seats, and we'll see y'all this weekend. Also, individual man churches going on. Kevin Derryberry. If you've never seen Kevin, First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida, y'all been doing the strategy for a couple of years now. But Kevin gives you that combination. You get to hear him sing and play. And then he also is going to be doing a testimony and a message as well. So you get a combination of both. First Baptist Church, Crestview on Thursday night. And then on Sunday night, and it is sold out, but I'm going up to Rainsville, Alabama, and we'll be at Nazareth Baptist Church. They don't have any seats available, but still just want to tell those guys I look forward to seeing y'all on Sunday night too. So all that can be found at themanchurch.com under events. So as we start the hour...
Hey, man, get this?
Here he goes.
I'm going to be in Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall Thursday, 11 to 1.
Here he goes.
It was supposed to be Friday, but we moved.
Here he goes.
Right. I forgot to mention that.
Greg, will you tell us when you're going to be places?
Well, I just told y'all.
By the way, Greg is going to the conference this weekend.
Yeah,
that's right. That's why I had to move.
Yeah, that's why Greg moved it. He said, I want to go. I want to go over and hang out at the conference.
And I got to tell you this: that's the only reason he remembered it, because he had to move it.
Can I tell you what? So Greg's at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall on Thursday,
11 to 1
on Thursday in Birmingham. Where you hear some ZZK. You know why I always worry about this? Because it happened many, many years ago before there ever was anything. I'm always leery of taking Greg to Mississippi because
wait a minute.
Because you take Greg to Mississippi, they'll try to make him king. I mean,
I do fit in really well there.
There's areas where Greg,
especially South Mississippi.
There's areas where Greg, has a good reception. Mississippi.
Yeah.
I mean,
plus the last time he was in Starkville, he and Helmsy almost got in a fight.
True.
That's true.
Forgot about that.
I also
Leaving the
want to
junction.
point out,
Forgot
Speedy,
about that.
you'll thank me for this.
We met old Crystal.
Wasn't those sound bites that we got, like pan down and all that, wasn't that from Mississippi?
That was Mississippi.
That was with his people.
Yeah,
we were.
I'm a pan down. Well, that's the first time, Helmsy, that you saw it.
But I'm gonna pan down after that.
It's the first time I ever saw this Mississippi reaction to Greg. I thought one time they had him on their shoulders, and they were going down the main street, and I think they were going to make him mayor.
I love Mississippi.
Yeah, I think that when we roll into Mississippi on Friday, you know where they usually say the governor welcomes you to Mississippi, they'll have it crossed out and say welcome Greg.
Yeah. Instead of Hell State, it'll be Hell Greg.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I love Mississippi.
Yeah, well, I know Greg, and they love you back. And of course, Helmsy saw you get a little bit elevated. And
Helmsy's right there with me.
Did you get stirred too?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't going to let him be by himself.
The young guy kind of.
Greg found out that night that I was willing to take up for my buddies.
Because he was still fairly new to the show.
Did he get hot?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you all there.
Yeah, we can't say what I said, especially to the guy's girlfriend.
That was many years ago.
Yeah.
Many years ago. Sanctification.
Yeah.
And
well,
we didn't do anything.
No, I don't know that today I wouldn't have done the same thing.
So we didn't do anything. They threw a cup at us, and we didn't do anything.
Okay, small children, I'm a dad.
Yeah, we seriously, we were actually trying to leave.
Okay, that wouldn't come out well.
We were trying to leave the game early to beat traffic, and we had to do the show. This was a Thursday night game.
Yeah,
we had
you
to
gave
do the
us
show
tickets.
the next day. You gave us the tickets, and we were trying to. Hey,
when Blake was
Starkville.
there.
When you got to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and do a show, Starkville's a long way.
Yeah, it is.
When the game's ending,
You're talking about
like
the reason
at
I
10.
gave you all my tickets.
Yeah.
The only reason you didn't want to go.
And so we were just trying to slide out and get in the car and beat everybody out of there.
Mm-hmm.
And a guy started run his mouth to Greg,
Threw a red cup at me.
and when he
Solo
threw
cup?
when he threw the cup at Greg, I lost it.
Yeah.
Did you
And,
really?
Yeah, I
We
did.
was like two
And,
barking dogs.
Yeah.
All right,
And
now I
then-
know y'all said y'all were innocent. Were y'all loud though? Were y'all?
No.
Greg, look at Greg's.
Now once it
It wasn't a
started,
scene.
we were loud.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about going down the street.
No,
nothing.
We were
Nothing.
doing nothing. Matter of fact, Mike O'Connor was with us.
Yeah.
Scared him.
And it scared him. We found out that he was not willing to help us if we were in trouble.
If you got, you
Been there.
realize it wasn't the whole point of going was take him. He'd never been to an
SEC
SEC
experience.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at least you got to experience that.
He did.
Been
He
there.
sure did.
The passion.
Yeah.
All right, so here's what I want to
He
ask.
stayed in the road. He didn't step in there and help. I was a little concerned.
Okay, well, I got
Didn't he? He stayed out in the road.
He did. Like, I thought he was not even with us at one point.
Well, he was trying to convince everybody he wasn't with you.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what you saw.
Right. It's kind of embarrassed for y'all.
But I'm going to say, as grown men, okay, because you still were grown at that time.
Yeah.
Because that wasn't that long ago. All right, so.
Oh, yeah, it'd have been bad.
If y'all are standing with the law now, do you think it holds up? They threw a red cup at us.
Probably not.
Probably not.
We didn't start it.
Rick had a
Okay.
young old punk, so.
Oh,
they
yeah.
look.
Oh, no, yeah.
And he give me that look like, what are you going to do about it? That did it.
No, I had that happen. That was one of the.
If he'd have stood up out of his chair.
In my grown
I'm
life.
taking that as a threat.
His girlfriend stood up out of her chair, and we had some kind words for her.
Oh, nothing
told
worse than
her
that.
right quick,
Yeah, I
didn't
did, and
Little
that's
mouthy.
when I knew. That's when I knew the guy wasn't real, because what I said to
didn't
his
do
girl,
He should have
he
followed.
should have done something.
Yeah. Was she a little mouthy?
Oh yeah,
Oh.
yeah. I tell you
Greg-
this though, she sat right back down.
She did.
Greg, I'm
after
trying
what
to,
I said.
I'm trying to picture it. Did you have your
Wasn't
white
pretty.
cheerleading
Wasn't my
shoes
finest
on?
moment.
No, I was beyond
Because
that.
I'm just trying to figure out what drew his attention to.
No, I don't know why he paid. We didn't.
It
even,
was
I don't even
weird.
think
It was
we had
a
any
weird
Auburn.
deal. Bottom line, he had been drinking. He's probably mad he wasn't in the
They
game.
got beat.
And they got beat.
Right.
And probably they shouldn't
Shoulda
have got
won,
beat. They should have won the
actually.
game. They had a pick six that
Yeah.
Right.
that should have went on back and celebration time, but
Yeah.
Yeah, but we
So-
had a good day except for that point.
yeah,
So
we met Speedy's hero Billy Crystal.
we did.
The
Jack.
the announcer
Big Jack
It's
Crystal.
Jack Crystal.
Billy
Billy
Crystal's
Crystal.
an actor.
He's never met Sally.
Yeah.
All right, so
we met him too, Rick.
in my adult life as a grown man, redeemed. Okay, so I'm not trying to give you all a pass. Don't hear me. We all look back. I understand. The area of my grown man post redemption life where I nearly got in fights the most is when Blake played 4 years in the SEC.
I agree.
Yeah.
Go into those stadiums. People act like a
Oh,
bunch
you
of
had that
idiots.
incident. Was it Georgia?
Easy.
You had your kids with.
Easy.
Oh, that was bad.
And then the bathroom at the Iron Bowl.
I will tell you
Oh,
this,
that's right.
Don't miss that one.
Greg.
The Iron Ball really brings
we
it
had no issues at the Ole Miss.
No.
Well,
they
So
were
we went
nice.
They were very nice.
you had that one bathroom incident in the bushes.
Oh, but
Well,
that's
that
not
wasn't.
Blake's fault.
That
I
was
said go to
that
the
was just
bathroom.
Greg
I
disappearing in the
remember
bushes to use the bathroom.
We were in the Grove.
You see his white shoes.
And we were just walking around, and they would come up to us and ask us, "You ever been here? You remember?" They would start, and this one fella told us,
Yeah.
he said, "Well, we're right down here." He said, "Win or lose after the game, if y'all
They
come
were so
down here,
kind.
we'll
They really
eat,"
were.
And all this
I didn't have a good Grove experience.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
No,
we
I
did.
did not.
No.
Matter of fact, in the stands, I've never seen a young female
Oh yeah.
that seemed so like the kind of little female that we would all see at church or anywhere, co-ed there at Ole Miss. And it was one of the years, because if you're an Auburn fan, you can go from we're headed to the SEC championship or we don't win any games. That can happen in a very short period of time.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Remember, that's the university that went all in. What was it? We're all in. And then, like in 2 years, it's a new day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
and so, and this was not a good season. And we were traveling around basically getting beat by everyone. And so a lot of teams were beating Auburn for the first time in a while. Okay, and they really were glad to. And so
And we tell you,
I've never had
Real excited.
I've never had a young lady that looked so normal and sweet and kind cuss me like that. I've never heard that kind of language.
she took it right to the
coming out of. I remember she assigned all of us our own F-bomb.
Oh,
she wouldn't.
you-
She wouldn't do one that for the whole group.
Oh.
She literally started.
Well, that's somebody
drink
that's
in left hand, pointing with right hand, and here's one for you. That was mine. Here's one for Sherry. Here's one, unfortunately, for Adler's parents. Here's one for you, Michael Adler, and here's one for you, Linda Adler.
Oh.
We all four got our separate F-bombs. She wanted us to have personalized. We had an F-bomb that was personalized for us.
Is it kind of like when?
Her
Is it
commitment.
was it kind of like when Clark Griswold said "Merry Christmas"? Kiss his, kiss yours, kiss. Had that line of people. He said that too.
You,
And we said that when I left. I said, you have to respect that she didn't give us a blanket one.
Yeah. She
we
thought
all,
it out.
We all got our personal one.
That is hilarious.
Yeah. Did your dad ever tell you about that?
I didn't know about that.
Ask him
I
about
didn't
it.
know Linda Adler got one.
Oh, yeah.
That
she
is
did.
funny.
She did. And she handled it well. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On the ground. The radar sees it's coming to your neighborhood, by the way. You take cover. That's not lack of faith.
Yeah.
That's using the common sense that God gave you and the technology He's given you to see what's coming.
Yeah, we're going to do the Wednesday Bible study. We're just not going to have anybody in the room.
Yeah.
But you know what?
most of the overwhelming number of people that get the Wednesday Bible study are not in the room.
Mm-hmm.
They're watching it either live or they catch it on one of the archives, and we'll have a brand new Bible study Wednesday, just like we always do. But we're not going to have people in the room because we don't know where they're coming from.
Yeah.
Because we don't need to endanger the people that actually are trying to keep this show on the air. And that doesn't mean danger like it's going to kill us, but if we get sick, the show's not on the air. There's no scenario. We're going to try to find one after the show's over today, but just us kicking the tires, if somebody on this show gets this, there's no show because we'll all be quarantined because that's going to help the country and it's going to help the people that would be at risk. And so not having golden ticket seats is an inconvenience. It's a disappointment for us, too, and I know for some of you, and I wish that wasn't the case. But people come to these golden ticket seats from all over, and we don't know whether.
And a lot of them are older in age and retired and can travel, and that's this is protecting everybody.
Well, it's also protecting just the fact that I know that some of you say, well, I know because I've done this. You get something on the calendar, and you don't want it to be canceled.
I know.
What you went through with the California trip and stuff like that, even though I think that'll be fine. But what I'm saying is, so I've seen people come in the studio sick before, and they probably wouldn't have done it if they hadn't been looking forward to coming here. And I'm honored by that, but at the same time, I can't depend on every golden ticket seat person to be wise because somebody might not. Yeah. And look, it's just for a period of time. This is not the way life's always going to be. And certainly God is sovereign. And I say that we all learn everything he's trying to teach us. And I tell you, one of the things he's trying to teach us, maybe some things are too important to us. Sports fans acting like they don't know what to do with their lives now because they can't watch their sport. I mean, maybe this is a fast that God said, look, if y'all want fast, I'll make you fast. And because I tell you what you got a lot more time for now is getting in the Word of God, praying, and being about sanctification. You can't say you don't have time for it now because he sure has cleared that schedule for you. So don't miss learning that.
And too, Rick, how about we see too, things that we just take for granted. Well, we're so blessed to live in this country in this day and time. It's just amazing, and we forget that because it's so everyday.
Hey, be glad you're not in North Africa where they're thinking right now it hadn't happened. If it comes here, it's going to kill a lot of folks because they don't have any recourse for it at all, none. Be thankful that you're living in a country. This country, once again, for all of its issues, will likely be the country that will find a way to get this thing stopped. And and I hate to tell you, one of our big role players in it, Big Pharma.
Big Pharma,
just like goofy Bernie Sanders says, well, right now, I can't do it like Bubba does. There's some pharmaceutical company that says, here's a way to make money. Yeah. You're right, Bernie.
They're going to give you a good product, too.
Yeah, they'll give us a good product, and they'll stop this garbage,
I want it to work and work good.
Yeah, that's why capitalism and the free market works. The issues we have with our medical care in this country is where the government is involved in limiting the free market. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. This is a flashback to 2020 when the whole world went crazy. Remember that the guys are all speaking with limited knowledge, and some of that stuff was deliberate lies from different organizations, and some of that was just incorrect information. We're doing this so that we can go through this, see what happened, and not let it happen again. Don't let fear control you, and don't let the government control you either. Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube.
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So until further notice, and you got that from us, we will not be doing the golden ticket seats till we get on the other side of the pandemic. That is for the good of everybody involved. And also Wednesday Bible study will be online only for the until this thing is over, which you can still get it, not a problem. We'll continue to do those, but we will not have anybody here in the studio. Our guests will all be by phone. There'll be some other adjustments, that we'll make until we get to the other side of this. But
we still getting breakfast though?
Well, I don't know.
I saw you in there in the cabinet searching.
I was just looking around to see what was in there.
Yeah.
Doing a little inventory.
You know what he told me, Rick? He goes, I just like coming here and looking in the cabinets every once in a while.
Because he was talking, we did the group text when Bubba was going to ban everybody from coming here, and I said, look, if somebody shows up outside with donuts, you'll go get them.
Yeah.
22 minutes past. Meet me in the middle of the day. Let me hear you say everything's okay. Bring down the kisses from your room. So as we walk our way back, we thank you for being with us today. Speaking of college football, so more than 10,000 players have worked their deal out with EA Sports College Football 25.
Yep.
So the video game is coming back. Everybody's jacked. Now that we have the NIL chaos, you can do this now. But there is one notable player that says no thank you, will not be part of it. Arch Manning.
Arch is out.
Arch
is out.
Is that
you don't need $600 or a free game.
Nope, neither
so
one.
it looks like Arch will not be lending his name, his number, and a player to EA Sports College Football 25. And you find yourself going, well, I'd like to see Arch Manning start before any of this matters. I mean, so I'm not going to have one of the backups for Texas on my college game.
Yeah, and the starter actually has signed up for it.
Yeah,
But-
so 10,000 players, and so they've got it all worked out. And as y'all said, it's a pretty straightforward deal. And they can get a free game, or they can get what, $600? Is that it?
Yeah, $600 and a free game.
And a free
That's
game.
what you get.
Okay.
And there's up to 11,000 of them.
Does it surprise y'all that they were able to get that many of them to go for only $600 and a free copy of the game? Because that kind of shows you their age, doesn't it, a little bit?
Yeah, it does.
Kind of reminds you, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
And so,
Well, I mean, think about it. If you're unless
excuse
you're
me.
select, I mean, if you're just a regular guy on the roster, that's a pretty good deal. You know.
no, it is. It is. No doubt. And this will be a fun game. And it was always it was the only really video game that I ever played.
Yeah,
And-
I remember
and-
you used to play it a lot.
Yeah, and sometimes it's almost like you know how you have these things you do that the only reason why you really do them is to relax.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like it's a de-stressing thing, almost like how you do these fiddle things people give you and whatever, and you fiddle with the controls. It's still not near like I used to. I still have an old one. I guess the last game they had was what, 2014. Was that the last one they put out? It was something like that. And
the lawsuit put in.
And we still have that, at the house, and still some old, video. I don't even know which one it is. I think it even has a piece of duct tape on it. No, it does to hold the sensor on it, where you can use the remote to make it start. There's sensor, those sticker sensors, they keep falling off.
Yeah.
And so every now and then I'll sit down there and go, well, I'm just going to piddle around. And I wonder if and Sherry will come and go, well, you're playing a video game. And I'm like, well, it's college football, and I'm just, trying to win a championship.
Yeah.
Here,
If you don't mind.
If you don't mind. So
concentrate.
But does it have? Here's one thing I want to ask about this game, because it was really the only thing that I really enjoyed, and this is just how my mind works and how I operate. And I realize that I'm quirky and sometimes strange, and I don't really. And this is going to be weird. Like, I didn't like, and I still did it for promotions and stuff, but I don't do it now and wouldn't, is I didn't like when, like, you want to wear your team's jersey.
Mm-hmm.
I never liked when you couldn't just get one. You can order them, I know, online. I don't like wearing a jersey that has somebody else's name and number on it.
Yeah.
Because that's not who I am. That's who they are. So if I want to wear a jersey for the team that I support, I'd just rather it be my own jersey. The team colors and all that, but not. I don't want to walk around like I'm that guy, because I always think that looks kind of weird. So when it came to college football, I didn't really like pretending to be people that really exist. I realize I should be in some kind of session, shouldn't I?
Yeah, that's weird.
Talking. I wanted to create my own team, and then I used to have fun. I would put all of us on the team, which was fun. Does this create a team option? Is it on the new one that comes out?
I'm sure it is.
Because I remember the boys, when they were little, we had a blast sitting down and coming up with our own uniforms, our own logos, and building our own team. And you could enter it into the NCAA like you were playing in the conference, any conference you want to pick or anything like that. And you would enter the conference and then play for the championship with your own team.
You put us all on our own team?
I did.
What position did I play?
I'd rather not get into it.
Center?
Yeah.
No. Can I tell you?
Quarterback. Quarterback.
No, can I
There
tell you what I
it
did
is.
for you? All kidding aside, I put you at a wide receiver, and you weren't bad.
Okay. That's fair.
I remember you talking about
That's
this.
fair.
The mosquito over the middle. You usually, I would throw the shorter patterns to you.
Julian Edelman kind of.
Yeah, you didn't
position.
You didn't have the speed.
I know sports.
Yeah, you didn't have the speed we needed for a go pattern, but you would come across the middle and pick up a key first down.
Okay, well, good.
And a nice little out. You had a pretty good out.
And anytime you needed water, I've got it for you.
Right.
Anybody else need water? Okay.
Yeah. And so you were a receiver. Speedy was a receiver. And then Helmsy, you were a very good DB. Greg, you played DB. And of course, what everybody expected, I was the running back.
You were stomping for yardage.
Everybody respected.
So, because I think if you can go fantasy, I'm going to be a lineman again.
Yeah,
Play what you wanted to play. Yeah, let me play where I wish I could have played.
Right.
Yeah, you remember all those years. Even your own mama, when you played line, a lot of times was like, "Did you have a good game?"
Yeah.
Mama, you didn't see me. Which ones? Mom was pretty savvy. Mom was pretty savvy, but even like I told you before, even when I try to get Sherry to sit down and watch 075, she can't figure out where I am.
Right.
Yeah. So eventually,
where are you, Rick?
So eventually, remember, I just gave in and told her I was number 10.
That's right. You just go with it. So this will let you know how much EA Sports thinks they'll probably make off the game. Is if they're giving 600 to 10,000 players, that's about $6 million.
Yeah, they're going to do fine.
And then they're saying the cost per game is going to be around 70. So if they're all getting a free game too, that's 700,000.
Yeah.
So they're already in the hole 6,700,000 just from paying the players.
Yeah, that's chump change.
That's nothing to them.
That shows you. But is create a team on there?
I've been trying to look for the last few minutes.
I don't know. We'll come back.
I'm sure it is.
We'll take your phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. 866 We Be Big is the number. That's when I created the Rhinos. We were the Rhinos.
Yeah. You can customize your own team, Rick.
Oh, yeah. All right, we'll be back. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba with your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
Exactly.
Maybe they just leave them at the door and take a few steps back.
You don't know where they've been?
Yeah.
Touching
the same little
but,
box.
we need to think about that because does everybody just need to be self-sufficient, get your own breakfast?
Well, Terry's already declared that
I'm ready to show up at the door.
Look, Bubba's got his gloves out in case somebody brings it.
Look, we brought up food, and this is the extreme he's going to.
I'm ready.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
I can handle them donuts, buddy.
Here he goes.
I get right there.
Got his latex gloves ready.
Somebody get the ramp out. Daredevil's ready.
Yeah.
Watch out.
How about rubber gloves? Not as easy to get on. There you go.
But I want to give people a few hints out there because some people, all of you that want us to be a socialist country, have you enjoyed the grocery stores lately? Because that's what socialism looks like.
How about that every week?
You go in there and the shelves are empty. Let me tell you this: if you want to get to the stuff at the grocery store, and I used this as we were getting supplies because you had to go get supplies, you had to go once. Start coughing and people will clear away from you.
Yeah.
If you'll start coughing, then everybody gets out of the way and you can get what you need off the shelf. I couldn't get to a shelf. And I went, and I started coughing a little bit. People just scattered. You wouldn't believe how they scattered.
Oh, wow.
And then
got a guy coughing over here.
And then Sherry got to laughing about the great toilet paper deal that's going on. Hey guys, I don't think we're going to be quarantined for 2 years. This is that thing where everybody's me, my, I. If you just simply get what you need for a few weeks, everybody probably would have been able to get some, but the fact that people were taking it out, like thinking that they would never, ever go out for toilet paper again. So I'm sitting there at the grocery store, and of course, all the toilet paper's gone. And so a guy goes over there, and he looks up, and he starts grabbing packs of napkins. And look, I hollered out, and I said, baby, look, this guy's he's gone to his last resort. And I screamed, I said, I'm headed to produce for corn cobs. And look, I'm going to get corn. So
I told Betty she might want to grab some leaves out in the yard and put them in a big bucket.
Well, you saw that organic toilet paper I got.
That's good.
So it's crazy, and you just got to do the best you can do with it. And but the toilet paper thing was bizarre to me. I was like, I understand, but so I guess I'm going back to this again. You have to have supplies of every kind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So why do you think I want to get to the point that I'll never have to get toilet paper again, but you're going to have to get water again. You're going to have to get food again. You can't get enough.
No.
It'll ruin. You can do whatever. I mean, but you want to be sure that toilet paper you'd never have to go get again.
Well, it has a good shelf life.
Yeah, it does. But I mean, if I have to go to get anything,
well, I mean,
it
may become a way that we actually use it as currency.
Yeah, that's
I was trying to trade some things for toilet paper online the other day. So.
Yeah, it's it was, we have to do at our house too.
I started thinking that we had plenty, and now I'm stuck with these college kids. They're back, and I'm like, well, boy, now our consumption just went up on everything. But but we've had. I tell you one thing, we're all learning to cook again, aren't we?
Yeah.
I tell you what was interesting, because I got to feeling bad about the Irwin brothers, and I still believe opening over this weekend, but they ended up actually having a pretty incredible weekend. The movie, I was surprised by that, and so they said that a lot of the movies moved off the weekend, and they decided just to stay with it because it's going to have a long life. At some point, it'll be available, but. It's one of those things now where everybody is just having to. I mean, there really is no scenario. I don't think that you can't. I mean, you have to. You can't just stay inside forever.
No, you can't. And I actually heard a pretty interesting segment because you're watching a lot of TV over this past weekend, and they talked about if you're healthy in the age that's not highly vulnerable and older or whatever, or you've come off chemo or whatever, please go out and support local businesses, because they were talking about the percentage. If you do get it, it's an inconvenience, but it's just going to be mild symptoms. It's not going to be just horrific or whatever. But it was an interesting conversation, because you do battle that. Do we go out and support local businesses that are sitting there with empty stores, or what do you do? Because you got to make, I guess, a well-informed decision for each family, but it just depends on if you fall in that category or not.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because you look at these. I noticed the president trying to dial that back a little bit yesterday, because he came out and didn't have any choice but destroyed the economy, and then realized he had destroyed the economy and started going, now wait a minute, now those of you that are healthy. You're like, wait a minute, you told us, you told everybody that we can't even go to a ball game, and now you're telling us to go back outside. And
Rick, you can't have it both ways.
You can't have it both ways.
Let's go. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. We phone troll it right now. All 10 lines are available. The real Greg Burgess is on the phones. See him in Birmingham, where you hear us on 104.7 WZZK this Thursday, 11-1 at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. But Greg's taking the calls right now. Minions, no time to visit with Greg. Go ahead and let him get you lined up, ready to go. And in 30 seconds, the buzzer grabs you. Your time on the program goes. The next person gets a shot. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. You have to go ahead and try to get your act together so we can get a lot of content going here. We're learning to cull ourselves and ask the uncomfortable question. If I were listening to the Rick and Bubba Show and I heard my call, would I be informed? Would I be entertained? Or would I have to be uncomfortably honest and say I would probably find me annoying? That we can do this. We all can do it. 866 We Be Big, and you've all done a really good job lately. So proud of you. So here we go. Anybody out there with a tax problem that you have drug in to 2024? I hope not. Well, look, let's get rid of this. Don't you hate when some black cloud's just hanging over you like a tax problem? And the IRS is currently mailing those millions of them pay-up letters. You better pay us right now. They've added nearly 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents. They're looking for you. They're going to come find. They're going to come find you. They're not going to go after the multimillionaires because they have a wall of lawyers around them, and so they're going to come after you. And you need an advocate. So why don't we give you one? Tax Network USA. Go to tnusa.com/Bubba. They can solve your problem, hopefully, and quickly in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to stay away from, which ones you can actually, work with. They also know about this new IRS program where the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. So why don't you schedule your free confidential consultation and see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call them 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Yes, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Lines are available for you if you want to join us. Mike out of beautiful South Carolina. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. Right now in the best of segments on the breaks, alt-right Adler gave us a little heads up because coronavirus is getting fired up right now. Pretty much saying don't trust anybody. I love it. It's great.
Do you love alt-right Adler? You like alt-right Adler? He's really
alt-right Adler's the best.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Are you in there stirring everybody up with all your conspiracy theories and the breaks and stuff?
No. I'm just working. We're coming forward. working our way through the breaks. We're about 4 years behind, so we just hit the last episode that played during the breaks was the last episode with golden ticket seats, and now we came back from that 1 week vacation we went on, and the whole world changed. We don't have golden ticket seats. We're scared of groceries. The grocery stores are empty right now, and it's just insane going back through these replays. And I keep saying this whenever the guys are talking, they're dealing with limited information. Know that, but the whole point of this is to never let fear control us the way that it did, and not let the government overstep in the way they did. I think that's
okay. All right.
Fair. I think that's fair.
Well, we have an update today coming up. We have a COVID update, and you will hear what Adler is saying is absolutely correct. We'll talk about that coming up. All right, let's go to Harper. Hey, Harper in Huntsville. What's up, Harp?
Hey.
What's going on, buddy?
Hey, I just want to say y'all did a great job this year.
Thank you, buddy.
And I listened to you. You're just the funniest to me.
Well, Harper, that means so much to the whole team. How old are you?
I'm 9 years old.
9 years old. And how do you get the show? You listen on the radio, 100.3 The River?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Harper. I appreciate your kind words, and I hope you have a great day. What a motivator. Yeah. What a motivator. You got us all fired up and ready to go. All right, so to the phones we go. Let's go to Dwayne in Sweet Home, Alabama. Dwayne, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I wanted to find out, over 30 years, what the favorite bumper music for all of you guys are. If y'all would say maybe go around the table and just let us know.
You know what? I really think, Dwayne, and I'm not saying this because I just heard it, because I know there's a lot in my mind I'm not remembering. I have some favorites, but I'm going to tell you, with the time we're doing the show right now, Higher Power by Crowder probably fires me up as much as anything. I would probably put in up there Give Me Shelter, Rolling Stones. I absolutely I love that one. I also love anything by Blackberry Smoke. I like Waiting on the Thunder, and I love Ain't Much Left of Me. Those are some of my favorites. What about y'all?
And I know the answer that you're going to give, but I know there's some bed musics that you might not be that fired up about the complete song, but the bed music itself is really good.
Yeah, that's
to
where,
come out of a break.
Yeah, that's where you find the what is the symphony, bittersweet symphony, whatever.
Yeah,
that's where you find that. I don't really like that song, but I love that bed music.
Yep.
And of course, Greg, some of the ones he sent me, I'd rather not say the titles. But what are some of y'all's favorites?
Anything Toby Mac is awesome to
that.
bring us out of break.
Yeah. Speedy, you're more dance music. You
No,
like the more
I'm
funky?
all over the place. I'm really more about how it feels coming out of the break.
I've watched you move though when I hit California. You seem to like that one.
California's good but that's got a good rhythm to it coming out.
It does.
But I'm all over the place when it comes. What y'all said, everything y'all have just said, I agree with. But then some of the good classic rock that is just it's a solid 15 to 25 seconds of good bed music.
I know this is
really
just
great.
a general statement, but I've learned so much about music because I really wasn't a music guy,
right?
Just based off of what you guys play coming in and out of break for the last 15 years.
Rush's Tom Sawyer, when those synths hit.
Yeah,
that's always a good one.
And I tell you, I love that one too. I wish they had gone 2 more rounds.
I've thought about editing a double rounder for you, and I'm going to have to do that now.
Yeah.
Amanda in Jasper. Amanda, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Amanda. Hello, Amanda? Poor Amanda. Let's go to Alan out of Arab. Alan, go ahead.
Yeah. Have you heard about where Denver, Colorado, a sanctuary city, is busing immigrants to Aurora, Colorado, a non-sanctuary city? They're pissed about it in Aurora.
Yeah, I guess they are. Well, once again, remember the life truth. What people actually do is what they really believe, and apparently they don't quite believe in the concepts of the sanctuary city. They like the idea of it. They just don't like the implementation of it.
Yeah.
The reality of it. Tom in Pell City. Tom, go ahead. How are you?
Two questions. Number one, have you turned on your air conditioner yet?
And number two, they talked about this in the kickoff hour. And number two, what do you do when you leave? Do you turn it down or turn it up so it doesn't turn on, or do you turn it off completely?
Tom, I will tell you, speaking for me, yes, I turned on the air conditioning last night. That
was the first time I turned ours on.
Way too hot for sleeping.
Yeah.
And I do not adjust mine. I keep my house cool all the time.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes to be cool. I don't want to come in and chase it.
No.
And I have found that really, even on the energy bill, it's these minor adjustments that seem to work. This stuff of cutting it off and then you got to roar it to get the house comfortable.
Right.
So minor adjustments. So now I'm going to, obviously, in my bedroom, it's going to be colder for sleep than it is for functioning during the day.
Right.
So I'm going to have it at about 67 for sleeping, and then I'll leave the room at, like, say, 70. When I leave.
A couple of degrees,
Yeah.
but nothing drastic.
Here-
I'm the same way, and luckily Terry likes it cold at night too.
Oh, yeah.
And so we'll go icebox.
It's
at
one of
night.
the things I'm thankful for menopause for.
Yeah, and the app too.
I
like
control
you're
everything
saying.
from this app. So what I will do, because I'm not at home all day,
right?
But I'm like you. I don't want. So this thing will tell you, like, it's so smart. Like, I can turn like right now it says it's comfortable 74, which is not comfortable
That's
at
a little
74. But I'm not there, so I know Amanda's
Understood.
comfortable. But
Little
what I will
warm.
do is comfortable for me is 70, 71. And so I can, like, I'll show you. I can crank this down right now to 71. It'll actually tell me.
She won't get mad at you?
Well, I'm going to turn it back. But
Okay.
what it'll tell me how long before it will actually reach 71.
That's nice.
So I can be at the tennis courts in Jacksonville
Nice.
this afternoon and go, okay, I need to hit that real quick.
When I get
Okay.
home, I want it right
I
there.
want,
Oh,
exactly.
that's good.
So these things
That's-
change the world.
Yeah.
Now let me go change that back.
I like that, and I like that a lot.
She'll be freezing if I don't.
Let's go to Kit in Alabama. Hey, Kit, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Doing well. Look, I have been trying to track down golden ticket seats for, I don't know, forever. And I mean, I monitor it every hour on the hour for weeks on end. And I know you guys can't give me the secret, so I'm just going to give a quick little plug to the listeners out there that currently possess a golden ticket seat. I'm willing to come off a lot of money. Probably going to make my wife mad, but I got to get up there to see you guys. So I need to give an email address or something. I don't know.
Hey, look, I would email Speedy and talk money.
Rick.
Okay.
Let me tell you something. You can get Speedy and get you in here.
What are you doing? Did Greg feed you? He did. He fed you that.
Dave in Birmingham. Dave, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, after y'all retire, will Helms be doing the best of simulcast in Spanish for the Telemundo network?
That's pretty good. Well, you never know. I would say I'd put it right now. Never before has the term "you never know" been more.
You never know.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. Now, look, you'll get other opportunities to be on the show today. We definitely do more phones before we're done. All right, so Adler is playing back a lot of the old segments in the breaks back when the pandemic hit. We have a new CDC update when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Shut down a pandemic and have a vibrant economy. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, those two things are well. And
maybe we shut it down now and then we ramp back up.
And we got the infectious disease doctor coming up, or professor coming up next, and she's a scientist, and we'll ask her the question because there are some people, the UK even is kicking this around, asking the question, and we don't know. We're going to ask if this is like a lot of viruses, meaning once you get it, you're done. Could you stop it quicker by telling the healthy and the young going out there and get it?
Oh,
and now you would actually have people that
are immune to it.
Immune to it. You'd stop it.
Yeah.
And
that's a good question.
But they would spread it eventually. To ones that didn't.
Just saying, would that stop it quicker than quarantine?
Yeah, no, it's a good question.
You're talking about like a chicken pox party.
Correct.
Yeah.
Would it stop it quicker than quarantine? And those people, once they get it, quarantine themselves, but then they're done.
Yeah.
Then they can go back to life quicker as someone who's trying not to get it. But now we don't know if this one, if you're not immune to it because you get it, then that won't work. And there's always balance on that too. So
Top of the hour, we'll talk with Dr. Jody Dion Odom right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dr. Jody Dion Odom is with us, assistant professor, UAB. She's a professor of medicine in the Division of Infectious Diseases. And Dr. Jody, I know you're in high demand, so thanks for taking time to be with us.
I am, no problem. Thanks, Rick and Bubba. Apologies for being late. It's already been a crazy day.
No, look, it's
going to get worse, Doc.
So
I think you're right.
Well, we're trying to get this proper balance of wisdom, common sense, but not hysteria, frenzy, chaos, and unnecessary fear.
I agree. No, I think that's just the right balance you want to strike.
Yeah, so help us with that. So some of the things we're going to ask you, first of all, have we been able to determine yet when we're talking about coronavirus or COVID-19, whichever one sounds hipper, that once someone gets it, like some of the other viruses, they are now immune?
I think it's a little early to be sure, but there are some studies that are showing that once you have COVID-19, you have antibodies that protect you from being reinfected. You know, we just started to see this virus in December, so we haven't had a year to know if you can be reinfected after a year. Not enough time has passed. But I just saw a new study where they were at least
Let me ask you this. A lot of people are asking. We lose a lot of people in this country every year to the flu.
We do.
Why the panic? Why the scare with this one now? Is it because of the curve of the infection rate or the unknown? Why are we going to such extremes for? And look, every life is precious, okay? But we're in a numbers game.
Right.
We've lost 69 people. Why are we doing this when we lose 20,000 a year to the flu?
Right. I think part of the reason is we understand the flu better. We've had flu every year, some variety of it, for many years. So we understand how it's transmitted. We understand how to protect people from it. We have a relatively good vaccine, and we have treatment for people with flu. With COVID-19, we don't have those things yet. We don't have a perfect understanding of the epidemiology. We don't know how easy it is to transmit from people who don't have symptoms yet. And we don't have a vaccine or any treatments for it. They're working on it, but it's going to be some time until we have those ready. I think the comparison with flu makes sense in some ways. Flu is a disease that gives you fever and cough, and it's something that people can understand. But the mortality rate of COVID is much higher. So the mortality of flu is about 0.1%. So when you're talking about 30,000 deaths, that's reflecting the 0.1% mortality. And the mortality rate for COVID-19 is more like 1 to 2%. We don't have.
Okay, she's dealing with limited knowledge. Let's not jump to. All right, okay, all right. I don't know how it's gonna be tough getting through this stuff, y'all. Wow.
Here we go. Rick and Bubba show. Bubba out today. Back. He started the show with us, but had to go take care of more of what's going on with the tornado relief, recovery, I should say, not relief. So he'll be back with us tomorrow, and we thank you for being with us today. All right, so let's do the update. Four years ago, we were starting a pandemic worldwide. Adler's, you actually watch us in the breaks if you're a tuber, and you're seeing us just coming out with horribly, just terrible information. I mean, we're going by what we've been told.
Does everybody remember we were, like Adler said, we were afraid of groceries? It was everywhere. It was going to get everybody. We were all going to die.
Or mail.
Well, there were ghost towns.
yeah.
If you ever had to get out, there was nothing open, and nobody was on the road.
Couldn't get a haircut.
No, you could not. Remember the haircut controversy?
Yes.
Couldn't go to church.
No.
Kids couldn't go to school.
No. And so a lot of this information turned out to be poorly thought out and really, really bad science. Again, I know this is a worn-out phrase, but we have reps is how we learn things.
Mm-hmm.
It all went south when we left science, and it was driven by agenda and driven by politics. Yeah. And once it started being driven by politics and agendas and worldviews and not science, that's when it got away from us. And boy, did it. It was also one of those things the Founding Fathers warned us about, is that the government will always use fear to convince you must give up your liberty. And boy, this was a wild example of that.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere we turn. And it is hilarious and sad to go back and look at some of the things we were saying and doing, because that's what we were being told. Well, now we're and these things go real slow. It's taken 4 years for the CDC, video 4, Adler, to tell us that COVID is basically now like the flu. And we even have Fauci admitting that the COVID vaccine actually does cause myocarditis.
Yeah.
Particularly in young men. So here we go.
And the first bullet point that you're talking about here, here's a screen cap, whatever. Here's the headline from the Wall Street Journal. It's official. We can pretty much treat COVID like the flu now. Here's a guide. Which that headline just came out, and how long were we trying to say that? And how long did they not let us treat it like the flu?
I was about to say, not only were people starting to say it, they were told they were not allowed to say it.
Yeah.
So here we go.
All right. And now here is Fauci admitting the myocarditis.
And we have experience with this type of vaccine in billions of people. It's a safe vaccine. Of course, with the mRNA, there's a very, very, very low risk, particularly in young men, of getting a myocarditis. But if you look at the risk of myocarditis from COVID itself is greater than the risk of the vaccine.
That last
COVID is more dangerous than myocarditis?
Is that what he's trying to say?
He was saying,
or could COVID give me myocarditis?
Yes, that's what he
okay.
He was saying.
Well, that may be, and
but we're seeing lots of weird examples.
I know.
Yes. Ask LeBron James's son.
Yeah.
Okay. Careful.
Easy. A lot of young people having heart attacks.
Right. Well, let's talk. Let's don't chase things. Let's talk about what we know is factual, and that's the world I like to live in. This is factual.
Yep.
It is factual that you being told that the mRNA vaccine or the COVID vaccines were 100% effective and 100% safe. That is absolutely not true. They're not 100% safe and they're not 100% effective. Okay, so that's just not true. But we were told that.
Yep.
So that was nothing but propaganda. We're now being told the new one, and this came out a few days ago, but we haven't talked about it yet. The CDC has now released new guidance back to treating this like the flu. We're now ending the 5-day isolation period. So that's over. They're not even suggesting that anymore. So when somebody in your Sunday school class, at work, at school, whatever, if they get COVID, they should just come back when they feel better.
Yeah.
Just like with the flu.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're saying 5 days really isn't necessary. Now, if you feel horrible for 5 days, then
you're running fever.
Yeah, and the classic 24 hours with no fever, that's standard.
But this thing of you got COVID 5 days. Now, remember, one time it was 10. Don't forget the 10.
Hey,
don't forget the 10.
Crazy. Oh, you were gone for a week and a half if you got it, for sure.
And so
also don't forget the way social media treated everybody. If you said anything to the contrary of what CDC was saying, you were pulled off Twitter and denied and canceled and everything else.
Do I know people who have COVID right now? Yes. Do I know people that have felt really bad with it? Yes. Do I know people that didn't really have a hard time with it at all? Yes. Do I know people that said, I felt bad for a few days and then I went back when I felt better? Yes. And then what that sounds an awful lot like? The flu or any other, virus that you get. So they're finally coming around on this, but through the process, I do think it's important for us to celebrate that it's not, going to shut our society down anymore until they change their mind, I guess. But you need to take a note every time you were told something and it turned out to absolutely not be true. It's important because you're never going to, I still have not really heard anyone come back and say, we told y'all this and we were wrong. They just stop saying that and they say something different, but they never acknowledge that they told you something that was incorrect. And I heard y'all say in the kickoff hour, I guess it was last week, what has the pandemic changed in your life the most? And I think I heard at least one of you, and maybe more, and I feel the same way. I've never had such. There was a time when I did not question my doctor or medical teams at all.
Mm-hmm.
And now when I'm told something, I kind of go, And I'm not saying that's the way I should be. You asked if that's the way I am now. And the reason why is I was told things by medical people that I trusted that weren't right. And that I don't like that feeling. Now, does that mean I don't go to doctors? It doesn't mean that at all. It just means that you got to do your own research and you got to be ready to, you got to have some idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And some of it was just illogical. In your own mind, you were like, that didn't sound right.
Yeah.
So COVID it's just called being sick now, and we should celebrate that. But we should also take note of the things that we were told and the unnecessary destruction that was done out of fear. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Past. And we'll get to some of the questions about the misinformation, but since we won't get to the end of the break again and never get to this, let's talk about quickly, Professor, about the people right now that are saying, all right, we're getting out of big groups, we're staying in our homes if as much as we can. What are the things that we need to be doing while all of the people in the medical field continue to try to find answers and get us the information? In the meantime, we all should be doing what?
I think the way you should think about this is that we know we have cases here in Alabama and every state, like there's a single state that doesn't have cases. So assume that this is in your community and take measures to protect yourself and protect your family. Really, the people who are most at risk are anyone above 60 and people with underlying medical conditions. We really want to try to prevent those people in our community and our families from coming in contact with this virus. So that means not being around anyone who's sick, not going in public places where you could come in contact with someone who you don't know has COVID and then bring it back to your house or the people that you love. That's what you want to prevent.
So the hand washing also, right? Hand washing is big.
Yeah, hand washing, use any surface that you're touching frequently, like your phone, like your remote control. You want to make sure that you sanitize those. Hand washing and not touching your face are the two principles right now of not getting coronavirus. But avoiding sick people is probably the even more important step.
We've decided touching our face is out because every time I hear somebody say, don't touch your face, my eyes start itching.
I can't stop doing it.
I have to say, it is almost impossible not to touch your face. I think that you're right.
It's like somebody yawning in the room.
I know. But if you remind yourself as you're doing it not to do it as often, that will help. The reason touching your face is important is because this is a droplet virus that lives on the table. So if you touch the table, you have the virus on your hand, and the way it gets to you is from you touching your eye, then it gets in through your eye. So that's why it's important, but it's hard to put in action.
My wife and I, we had the invisible fence, for our dogs, so we put those on each other, and every time one of us touches our face, we shock each other.
Anything to help.
Perfect.
And it is working.
Dr. Jody, let me ask you this too, because we're getting a lot of questions about this. Is this a natural progression of a virus that is mutating There's rumors out there that it has been edited, that it could be weaponized. What medically do we know about it right now?
So viruses are always changing. That's what viruses do and how they spread. But there's no weaponization of this virus. This is a virus that we think was living in bats or living in these animals called pangolins in China. And some people in a market where they sell dead and live animals came in contact with the virus and it started to infect humans. So there's no weaponization. If you're hearing those rumors are not true.
Including, which is your field of expertise, including HIV being part of it, that somehow we found some connection that someone had added, parts of the HIV virus, all that false?
Yeah, the virologists have already done PCR, so that means they've sequenced what this virus is, and none of this virus is the HIV virus. So there's no association. I think maybe some people are hearing that one of the drugs that we're trying to use to treat COVID-19 is also a drug that we use to treat HIV patients. So maybe that's where that concern is coming from. But there's no link at all between COVID and HIV virus.
Dr. Jody, tell us this. From the time that we first heard about this, and it was it was in December.
Yeah.
To now, it takes time to find out what it is, to isolate it, to get a test together, to get a protocol, to read the test.
Yeah.
We hear some people like that this has been a total failure of our politics and our medical community, but it seems to me that this is moving extremely fast considering we had no idea what this was 90 days ago.
I think both of the points are true. I think that we had the virus isolated within 9 days of having the first report from China about what this was when it was made public. So that's incredibly fast. We're working on treatments and vaccines to try to treat this right now, immediately, to start within the next several weeks. That's incredibly fast. I think the problem is, and I'm receiving calls from patients and people in the community too, is that given the level of concern, people with symptoms are looking for testing. They want to know, is COVID in my house? Is COVID in my wife? Is there COVID in my child? And that's where the disconnect has been. Many people looking for testing, and there's just not capacity enough yet in our country for everyone who wants to be tested to be tested. Everyone's working on it, and I think we'll get there. But we're in that in-between period where we don't have as much capacity as we would like.
Got swag is there at rickandbubba.com. Just hit on the store. Brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. Here we go. Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, Adler, all here for a brand new hour. And Bubba will be back with us tomorrow. So as we start the hour, it's working on this show is it's full of hijinks, and we love to have fun at each other's expense, and it's just it's part of it. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's
makes us happy.
We enjoy it, and we had to have a Gunnersville treaty to cut down on some of the things that went beyond hijinks. Yeah. And a lot of you keep asking, since this is the final year of the show, that will you eventually tell us all the details that led to the Gunnersville Treaty? And the answer is no. There's that, and then there's also the Willie and Wanda mummy awakening that y'all keep begging for. Mm-hmm. Those two things are not going to happen. There's a lot of things
I think that would be awesome.
that may happen, but this thing of going into the tomb and unearthing Willie and Wanda, no, that is not going to happen. Hey, let's get an update on Willie and Wanda. No.
Them sitting right here at these mics.
No.
Oh
no! Can you imagine? Can you imagine going into Europe after the plague and saying, "Hey, let's revisit that"?
I want to hear the continued story after y'all left and flew back. I want to hear it from them.
No.
How they got back.
No. And I know that you love them because they're the genuine article.
They are.
You know, these are not people pretending to be like that. They actually were like that.
Right.
I understand your intrigue, and if I was in y'all's position, I probably would want it too.
Can you imagine the ratings?
I know.
Man.
I mean,
we can all dream, Rick.
Well, no, let me tell you, and I do understand the intrigue on this. I just don't want to have to live it.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost like
now, Vicky's no longer with us, right?
No,
Correct.
I don't think.
We've established
I
that.
say this every time, and it happens a lot. Somebody will say, I'll tell you what, that Willie and Wanda. And I say, funny? No doubt it's funny, but you should have lived it. Okay? You should have lived it. and so certain things you just don't want to relive.
Yeah.
You know, it's like somebody saying, would you like to play football again? I said, yeah, if I didn't have to do any things that were horrible. Yeah, I don't want to do 2 days again. You know, I don't want to do winter workouts again.
Yeah.
I don't want to do any of that. But somehow, if I could just run into a stadium with a lot of folks there and make a few plays, I'd like to do that. But I'm just not willing to do what it would take to get there.
Yeah.
And clarifying, Roll Tide Willie is not the Willie.
Not
from
the same Willie.
No.
Different Willie.
Different Willie.
Everybody stop saying that.
Yeah.
What's up, bud?
Yeah, different Willie. Okay, that's not the same Willie that we know of. So not going to do that.
Different Willie.
Yeah,
It is.
And I think the Gunnersville Treaty thing, you know, it's when you unearth that too, I just think it'd be one of those things where I tell you what it goes back to, Greg. It really does. It's an old joke, and I'm not going to tell the joke because it's not appropriate. When the old joke about the prayer meeting on Tuesday night when everybody was testifying.
Yeah.
Remember that?
I remember that.
And they said, go ahead, tell it all. And then the guy got up and told it all, and they said, "Boy, I don't know if I told that."
Yeah,
I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where you ask for something, and then I think when you got it, you would go, "Well, I wish I hadn't asked for that."
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've heard the term. It's all right, just let sleeping dogs lie,
Yeah.
or in this case, sleeping eagles. Okay,
Leave it at that.
well, leave it at that. So, anyway, so I think the intrigue of that is enough. The Willie and Wanda thing is just a hard no way. But I understand the intrigue because you remember when Seinfeld ended, and they had all the characters all those people they had dealt with throughout all the years, and they all came in a court case, and they one by one they would testify against them. I know y'all want something like that, but you just have to be. Well, I tell you what it goes back to. And I can still smell it right now in my nostrils. Okay, you know how things there's smells and sounds when you've been traumatized you can't forget.
Oh yeah.
For instance, it is funny, and I'm gonna put you on this one. I'm talking to Speedy, and I know Greg would want it, Helms would want it, Adler would want it. Maybe not Adler, but and you'll see why. When we used to have little people come to the studio for St. Patrick's Day,
Right.
and I can still smell it. Because, you know, usually the ones that would come straight from the bar to the studio.
Wow.
And that sounds funny, but do you remember what it was actually like?
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah,
That was before my time.
when they left and the aroma and just the trauma of it.
Yeah.
Was it a funny
It was
bit?
a lot.
You better believe it was.
Oh, it was great.
But when little people are running on the console here, you know, while I'm trying to do the show,
Yeah.
Strange.
and
dream.
you know, they're clearly intoxicated. It just
Well, Rick,
was
it's St. Patty's Day.
Yeah.
Come on.
Now, did I enjoy throwing them for distance? The answer, unfortunately, is yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think
Can't do that
and as
nowadays.
Bubba and I said, they enjoyed it too.
Right. They were smiling when
They
I
did.
called them.
There was a day when that was acceptable, but that
Right.
day has
It's just
been
not.
long
Yeah.
gone.
No, they lit up like little lights.
Yeah, please understand they were having a blast.
They really were.
and enjoyed it.
Right.
So
One of the female ones kind of took a hankering to Speedy, which, again, there's no need to relive
I didn't
that.
know she was there.
Wow.
Right. And they're hot. Golly, their height is a
You
problem.
got to know what you're tapping.
Right.
So I would just be real careful with. There's certain things that we can just fondly remember.
like-
yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, you know what I meant.
I do.
Y'all did
Sure do.
this?
Yeah.
I can't
like-
believe y'all. I actually hate that I missed that because I would have felt like tall.
Yeah, no, Adler,
Oh, you would have been.
Adler,
What's up, shorties?
and Bubba will confirm this tomorrow. Adler, I'm not exaggerating this. You know, we've been through so many broadcast companies selling their company that we were part of. So we end up with different bosses all the time throughout our career. And so this particular boss had just inherited the show with a buy. You remember this? So he's driving in on St. Patrick's Day, and he hears the Theater of the Mind.
Yeah.
Nothing was on TV then or on any kind of video or anything like that.
Right.
And he thinks to himself, these guys are really creative. They've created and I'm really feeling like they have little people running all over the studios and the offices, and they're really throwing these people. Ha ha! What a good job doing radio with Theater of the Mind. So he comes to find his new office, and he walks into the lobby, and a little person comes running through full speed with us chasing him, and he could not believe what he had inherited.
Real.
He's
like,
it's real. Quote, oh my gosh, they're really doing it.
Yeah.
And then he just goes in his office and shuts the door and goes, what have I inherited?
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
First impressions.
Unfortunately, there was a little person in his chair, but
it
was
sleeping in the corner.
Right, they were terribly hard to book. It was a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying,
But once they committed, they had a blast.
yeah, there's certain things that are just you just need to remember.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, some people would say I remember an event in my life, and it's better just to remember it.
Yeah,
not try to bring it back.
No.
I don't think
better
there's-
sitting there where it
I don't
was.
think there's a win in the little people coming back. I don't think there's a win in the Gunnersville Treaty being discussed in great detail. And I do not think there's a win in bringing Willie and Wanda back.
Mm-hmm.
And if Vicky was still alive, maybe, but probably not.
Maybe I'm thinking more of a Zoom with her.
Right. She would have to drove herself here.
Right. I'm not going back.
Yeah. Not sure you can get a blind person on Zoom.
Well, we'd have to get her
Right.
cousin to help,
Right.
whoever it was, Misty.
Yeah.
But you make a good point. Little people are a fun people. They seem to be fun.
Yes,
They're a blast.
yes,
They're a
They
blast.
seem to be
They're a blast.
upbeat, always wanting to have fun, hang
That's
out.
right.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Usually, if you take them out for lunch, it's not expensive.
Get the kids' meal. Nobody asking you questions.
Guys.
Who said that? I didn't say that.
We were reliving memories.
Adler
is what we were doing.
I would have thought you of all people would be a protector of little people stereotypes.
No, I'm one of them. I can make fun of them.
Okay.
It's like black people can say the N word. I can make fun of other people.
And there it is.
Well,
good.
Thought you were going to break 30 seconds early.
Yeah,
That's funny.
Good news is you saw Greg you got approval from Greg. I know that feels good.
Yeah.
15 minutes past. We'll be back.
But that sets up.
Yep. Sets up what happened a moment ago.
Yep.
Yep.
In the halls of the building.
I love office hijinks.
And I don't feel bad for him.
I don't either. Greg had it coming.
Yep.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Back to the 2020 flashbacks. This is kind of when everything went nuts, and I think especially this first episode, to see the information that we were getting early in this whole COVID thing is very interesting. And I know it's not the most fun, and I'm sorry, but the whole point of this is to never let it happen again. That's why we're doing this. Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Give us a thumbs up and subscribe.
Well, let's deal with that because we don't want to overwhelm what we already have. So will you please clarify on those who need to be tested? Because what we don't want is for people who really have not met the criteria to be tested to bog down the system. Who needs to be tested?
So the focus for people for testing right now should be people who have symptoms. So we're doing testing on the people in the hospital who are the sickest and the people who have pneumonia or breathing problems who are in the hospital in the emergency room, not breathing well. Those are our priorities. Anyone who is not symptomatic, who thinks they maybe came in contact with someone with COVID-19 can self-isolate where they don't come in contact with other people, but they don't need testing right now if they don't have symptoms. So that's going to really help if those people don't go to the emergency room at this point.
Correct. So if I think I've come in contact, how long should I isolate myself without contact with other people?
The normal incubation period for this virus is 5 days. So after 4 to 5 days from when you had contact with that person, you should start to feel symptoms. It is as long as 14 days, though. So what we're recommending is a 14-day self-isolation period where you don't come in contact, just to watch yourself to see if those symptoms develop.
In our society, how long do you think this is going to go on, Doc? What will it take us to get back to quasi-normal?
Yeah, well, the only thing we can do is look at what's happened in other countries. So you can look at the pattern in China, you can look at the pattern in South Korea, and you can see what their curve looks like. I would say we're looking at a couple of months. This is not going to be done in 5 days or 15 days. We should be prepared for changes to our normal daily routine. We're the middle of March, so at least into the middle of May. And then we'll see if the warming of the temperature has any impact on this virus.
All right, let's talk about day-to-day life. And honestly, because, like, for instance, right now, I'll just tell you straight up, we're hungry, okay? And so normally our routine is we all get to the office and somebody makes a breakfast run and goes and gets breakfast for everyone.
Yep.
And we haven't done that. And sometimes you're going to run out of stuff and you need to go to the grocery store. I mean, you're going to, especially if you're saying 2 months.
Right.
So, the toilet paper craze was a little overdone. I wish everybody had worked together as a community a little better on that and not become hoarders. Let's have enough for everyone. But, which, by the way, this is what socialism looks like when you go to the store and just get what they have. I watched a poor guy walking out with 3 packs of napkins. I said, well, we do what we can. But anyway, so where's the level-headedness on, all right, we want breakfast right now. What should we
do, not do? What's the numbers? How do we play the odds in this?
I mean, you have to eat, right? So people are still recommended to go to the grocery store to get food for their family. You want to make sure the person going to the store is not the one who has symptoms, and you want to limit, when you're in the grocery store, any contact with anyone while you're there. So try to touch as few things as possible. If someone is coughing, put yourself far away from them. But in terms of restaurants, a lot of restaurants have great options now for just order and they deliver. So if you can have the food delivered to you, then you don't have to worry about coming in contact with a bunch of people in booths behind you and in front of you who could be sick.
Well, what about the people fixing the food?
It's a good question. So they have been told that if they have symptoms, they shouldn't present to work. That's sort of one of the public health tenets for the employers who run these organizations, is their workers who prepare food shouldn't come to work sick. Every place is going to have a different individual policy. I can't speak to all of them, but you could call them before you order the food and ask what their policy is and base your decision on that. That'd be a reasonable option.
Doc, I guess what I'm saying too, if you digest the virus, will you get it, or does it have to go in your respiratory system? Will stomach acid kill it?
If you're getting hot food that's been prepared, that hot food is the food that's been cooked is going to kill any virus that's on it. The concern is someone who touches it afterwards. So, for example, if they put it in a to-go basket for you, someone holding that basket, if they cough on that basket, you could pick up the basket and get sick.
Yeah. We're back. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so coming up this week, Kevin Derryberry out and about Thursday night, Crestview, Florida, First Baptist Church, their next man church. If you've never seen Kevin, it's a treat. And if you want to be part of that, just go to themanchurch.com. Under upcoming events, you'll see it as they roll through the men's discipleship strategy. The way it works, you'll go to services or events where you get the high challenge, and then you'll be moved into the small group curriculum where you have the high equipping. And we have 5 of those. We have a new one coming out this summer. 4 of them available for you now, and then a bunch of individual resources for men, including the brand new one just came out. There it is. Sin Always Matters. This is an individual resource. I will tell you, in a lot of the, we do the Wednesday Bible study. There's men in the room, and it is a men's Bible study, but we study so many just books of the Bible. A lot of women listen to the archives or watch on YouTube. I would say this one probably works for a man or a woman. You're going to see some references in here, just examples that kind of include men. But as far as the devotional itself and the topic, it's men or women. Mm-hmm. So Sin Always Matters, available on Amazon, at themanchurch.com and burgessministries.com if you want to grab that. And then this weekend, it is Starkville, Mississippi, the Man Church Conference starting this Friday night. Only a few tickets remain.
And if you still would like to go, there are no hotel rooms in Starkville, but Columbus has got some, I think, available, and some of the surrounding areas there, not far from Starkville. And there's even, we said 7 tickets on the floor, I think, are available, and maybe a few in the upper deck. But it's a cool room. It only seats about 1,000, so it'll be a great experience. Granger Smith will be speaking. James Spann will be speaking. Also Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks, and I'll be speaking along with worship led by Chuck Hooten and the incredible musicians and singers that he always brings in. So starting Friday night in the land of Laser 96.1. Can't wait to be there with you guys. And yes, Greg is coming. He's going to ride with me. Speaking of that, Greg takes great pleasure in causing difficulty for Speedy and for Helmsy, for Adler, for me. You know, Greg loves to convince you that somebody's either here. Like, for instance, let's say that Speedy's waiting on a guest. Okay.
Yeah.
We have a window
I keep
here.
looking at
It's not like the old studio. Greg will either go to this window over here, which has curtains on it. Sometimes we open it up. You can't see that great into it, but there's windows over here to our left. And then over to our right, behind Speedy's head, is a camera that shows
I
you
get him every time.
the door outside. So Speedy's waiting to take care of a guest, and Greg will look up and he'll go, "Oh, there he is," or whatever. And then Speedy,
just look at that monitor.
And Speedy will go over there.
Now looking around.
If we're at some sort of gathering and there's a person that I'll just say might be unique, Greg will always tell that person that we want to talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
Every time.
Every single time.
Every time.
And I would like to give, something.
Speedy, I can think of one time at the expo, you got me pretty good.
Well, but what we're saying is, anytime we get you, it's just payback.
Yeah. Right. Well,
so let's go back to interns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Interns. Oh, I know where you're going.
You told interns that Jim the Crazy Sign Man was my daddy.
No, that's a good one.
Okay,
That's one of the best.
And let it sit.
I forgot to tell him different.
That's one
And
of the
didn't
best.
tell him. Just let it sit for a long time. And
That's
one
a
time
good
he was
one.
outside the window, and they thought that was my dad.
You can't get mad about that.
Huh?
That's too good.
So don't you dare.
Yeah.
Don't
I
you
meant to
dare.
tell him different.
Don't you act wounded.
I see,
You
I'm
hear
going to
me?
let Speedy's dad in.
Right. You hear me?
So-
don't you act wounded.
So
Of course, you got me at the.
that was a bad one.
I can't remember.
Yeah, had challenges.
Yeah, but anyway,
At the expo, you told him I
Greg,
did.
no need.
If
for
you ever
this.
got talked to, you
There's
couldn't get
no
rid of.
need for this.
No, I don't know about
this.
that.
Oh,
I don't know about this.
Mike's just blazing.
Well,
hot.
this is
I
where
can
he
see the
makes
light
things-
on. The light on means they're on.
He's an injured dog, and now he's just lashing
I was
out.
giving you.
Don't get hurt.
Good job.
I know you just came out of a handle that something that I created for
It
you.
wasn't.
Don't get hurt. Don't start throwing haymakers.
Right.
So Greg and I, we found our timing on going to the restroom was the same. And so, but I'm a little more athletic, Greg, so I move out of there a little quicker. and so I got out ahead of Greg. And Greg's, a lot of you, I know this is kind of stuff, when I I love behind the scenes stuff, and I know a lot of you like that. So, our roles off the air, Greg, believe it or not, in a shocker, because that's just how we build the show, I think that maybe Helms may be the only person that's ever joined the staff that actually knew how to do what his role was on the show, the IT stuff. Most of the rest of us, producers, production people, Adler had a little expertise, I guess, on what he was doing, but he had to learn a lot on the fly. So Greg, when he came here, he is the guy that makes sure all the commercials run locally and on the network. Speedy makes sure all the station stuff gets done, promos, stuff they need from us, appearances, blah, blah, blah. He deals with the stations. Greg deals with the clients, the sponsors. And so he deals with the national sales stuff and the local. And then Speedy, if you're an affiliate, he deals with yours. That would include commercials too, I guess. Yeah. So anyway, that means he deals with production and people getting copy and stuff like that to him. So we've got a buddy of ours that is the production person here in this building.
Yeah, a legend in the business.
A legend, an absolute legend.
For Summit.
And so watching Greg when he's having to deal with that world is one of our favorite things.
Yeah.
And Greg's, if you'll watch him when he's not paying attention on the air,
he's usually over keeping around with some kind of log. He's got a log. He really worries about it.
That's called corporate Greg.
Yeah, corporate Greg. Corporate Greg is a worrier.
He is.
He really
I
worries.
like things off.
Yeah, he doesn't like things. So if he thinks there's some handle with the production, that's the best.
Oh,
so I know that
you can't let it go.
Yeah, so I know that. So of course, so I'm coming down the hall and I'm out in front of Greg. The gate's a little slow, so I'm out in front of Greg, and so I was. I see the legend.
Yeah,
Mike, the production guy. And so I said, "Hey, Mike, how's it going?" He said, "I'm good. Good. How are you today?" I said, "Well, Greg's got something he needs to talk to you about."
Yeah.
He goes, "Really?" And I said, "Yeah, I don't know what it is." I said, "Please, he's about to come down this hall right here." I said, "He needs to talk to you," and I think it's an ASAP.
So, okay, that explains it.
Beautiful. Because I always speak to
well
Mike.
done.
I always speak to Mike, great guy. So I come down the hall and I said, "Hey, Mike," and I'm just on my way back. Well, he's standing there staring at me, and I'm like, "Hey, Mike," and he's just looking at me. And I'm like, "Where's Mike?" He's no response.
You think he's looking at your gate, maybe?
No, and he goes, "Well, Rick just told me that you needed me for something. What is it?" And I was like, I just said, "Mike, Rick's messing with you." And then I turned around and remembered I actually did have a question.
Oh, you see there?
And
you
I
can't
did.
get mad about that.
I did. I said, "Oh, by the way, I do actually have a question."
Come on.
Yes.
But Rick, you know what I'm talking about. When I said, "Hey, Mike," and I was ready, he was going his way. He stopped and he was just going. He was just like what, Greg? What do you need?
You're like, "I'm
and
here.
I didn't know.
I'm here."
And then I thought, I said, did I make him mad? And he's supposed to say something? Pretty sure it's ASAP. Maybe that was it.
Rick, and then you just move on.
No, they move on. But it was funny because
They say I knew I had a protein bar.
I didn't know what to say. I said, "Oh, Rick's just messing with you, Mike." And then I went, "Oh, but actually, I do have."
Well, now
something."
he thinks there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
I know.
Now he thinks you don't even remember when you
He
need
thinks you're
things.
slipping.
I don't.
Huh?
But
Your gate's slow and your memory's slipping.
but it was so funny because it's all hey, it's big, hey, good,
right.
But you had that coming.
Oh, yeah.
You
Yes.
had that coming.
Yes,
I
don't
give
you?
him- I give him a "Hey, Mike," and he just stands there.
No,
And
you
I was
had
like,
that coming.
What's wrong with my
You absolutely had that.
So you
can't
didn't even
get
play it off. You just said, "Oh, he's messing with you."
Well, I wasn't ready.
And then you remembered.
And then I remembered. Yeah.
Well, look, Rick, you get so many people. Dana, you've talked about scaring her.
Yeah.
When she scared you back,
She did.
She still brings it up to me. She's so proud of
She's
herself
proud
for
of
getting
that.
you.
She's proud of that.
That's it. You know,
I tell you, the 3 other employees in this building, we give them a hard time.
we do. We give everybody in this building a hard time.
Amen.
Bottom of the hour. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're cooking a lot of meals at home. With the family's back around the table. It's great. Like I say, we all were enjoying church online on Sunday, all sitting there together and had a big discussion after it was over. And, our lives are changing right now, and we're being forced into a different way of life, the good, the bad, the ugly. But it's caused some extreme attempts out there and some agreements and disagreements. We go to Shelby County, Tennessee, Memphis, and Speedy set this story up. Is it
Well,
set
Rick,
itself up?
I think, and we've talked about this. We need a little bit of comedy relief, right? I mean,
Yeah,
I mean,
doubt.
everybody does. We need to take it serious, but we also need to have just a little bit of,
Yeah.
okay.
Well,
and
of course.
I think this
People
is one of
need
those-
both from us today.
And there's a lot of people that are very concerned about it. And Fox 13 did a story out of Shelby County, Tennessee, in Memphis that we wanted to bring to you. And it starts with a field reporter just asking people about different things, and runs up on somebody that's come up on their own way of protecting themselves from the virus.
Bring this on.
Enjoy this from Fox 13.
And don't nobody want their child to be sick, and don't nobody want to take that virus to their house.
Parents with children at Treadwell Middle and elementary schools are not playing around. Many wiped their kids down, and some even sprayed them with disinfectant spray as they took them home Monday.
I wiped my children's backpack down when I got them out of school. Sure did. Gave them gloves. Sure did.
Parents are doing this after they found out an employee who works at Treadwell Middle and Elementary came in contact with a person who tested positive for the coronavirus in Memphis.
Get ready for this.
Some took more extreme measures.
2 garbage bags. My shoes and came loose. 2 sacks. Another sack.
Leaders with the Shelby County Health Department say this is not necessary because it's a very low-risk situation for students. Still, family members tell me they don't want their kids in school.
It's messed up. The flu killing more folks than that is, so what's up? We're going to die anyway.
My goodness.
Hey,
We're going to die anyway.
Don't get that plastic over your face where you're breathing, ma'am.
Oh, my goodness. Ma'am, please be careful with the plastic bags.
Y'all.
She walked up.
Please be careful. Please be careful.
I sure did.
Y'all. Oh, my goodness.
If you could not see that, if you weren't watching on our YouTube feed,
I'm going to watch that over and over today.
Yeah,
I'm going to watch that over and over.
I will too. This person had taken grocery plastic bags and I think
made her a hazmat suit.
The fact they were yellow.
Yeah. I'm not sure she gets the concept of the surgical mask.
Yeah, it's under her nose.
Yeah.
It needs to be over the top of it.
Right. That is.
She claims we're all going to die.
But yet, if the people who say we're all going to die anyway shouldn't be dressed like that.
That's what I was saying. Evidently,
right. That was a mixed message from that particular person.
Don't you know if you're the film crew and you see that walking up, hey, over here.
Yeah.
Can I have that one more time, Rick, please?
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Here, hang on.
Some took more extreme measures.
2 garbage bags. My shoes and came and loose. 2 sacks. Another sack.
Leaders with the Shelby County Health Department say this is not necessary because it's a very low-risk situation for students. Still, family members tell me they don't want their kids in school.
It's messed up. The flu killing more folks than that is, so what's up? We're going to die anyway.
while I'm under a bunch of plastic.
That message in your approach is not. They don't go together.
Kind of contradict.
I kind of like the woman said. Yeah, I did all the stuff I did. Sure did.
Oh yeah.
Don't nobody want the kid.
What about the poor kid? His dad's spraying him with all
Y'all,
this spray.
that's something
guys?
else.
I'm not saying that this was true because you don't know what to believe and not believe now. What's out there, but tell me it's not true that we've had to tell people not to gargle with Clorox.
Rick.
That we didn't really have to say that, did we? I saw some story that
Rick, wait a minute.
We had people eating Tide.
Well, that's true.
Just for the fun
That's a
of
good
it.
point. It's a great
Just
point.
to make a YouTube video.
Right. And the other thing that got me was on the whole toilet paper and grocery store scare. So what we were supposed to do is not to get into big crowds of people. So what do? We hysterically all piled into the grocery store on top of each other.
Oh,
Yeah. How about them airports? Did y'all see that? Everybody getting back to the country from Europe.
Oh, it looked like they were packed and they were like rats.
Yeah. It's sometimes I think the hysteria. You remember like this person that said we're all going to die anyway, but I've got various bags all over me.
Got a lot of bags.
Is if you're corralled into a big crowd of panicked people, isn't that exactly what we're not supposed to be doing?
Yeah.
Look at Costco there. Isn't that what we're trying not to do?
Yeah, how about if I pull up to Costco and I see that, I just keep going.
Right.
I go, I'm not getting in that. That's a huge crowd.
Because isn't that where we're not supposed to be?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're selling toilet.
Phone calls. Ken Osborne just gave you the number. Surely you know it. 866 We Be Big. Speedy is on the phones, and we want to chat with you. Find out what's on your mind, comments, questions, bringing information to the table as we let you program this section of the Rick and Bubba Show. A lot of responsibility, but you're good with it, and you can handle it. Let's talk about My Patriot Supply. Just got mine. Ordered it. Bubba just got his too. My Patriot Supply, helping millions of American families prepare for an uncertain future. And we want to do the same thing for you. Now, what do you mean, Rick? I mean, look at the situation that we see a lot, tornadoes. What if all of a sudden, like what the Bussies are going through, and that's why Bubba's not here right now, what if that would have been the main place they live? What if that was the only place they live? Okay. What about flooding? What about hurricanes? What about things that may be even more daunting? God forbid the economy collapse. Whatever the case may be, or maybe something as lighthearted as I'm going camping. I'm going hunting. I'm going fishing. I'm going hiking. The preparewithbubba.com, we're going to get a food kit, and Bubba and I both got ours yesterday. Plus, you get free shipping. These are 2,000 calories a meal. There's a lot of variety. They're delicious, and they're 2,000 calories a day, and they'll store up for up to 25 years and still be ready to eat. So go get yours right now. Preparewithbubba.com. Preparewithbubba.com. $60 off a 4-week food kit and free shipping. Also, we got a link on this deal at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Going to take it to Camp House.
Well, we got meals down there. Guess we need them. All right, to the phones we go. Let's go to Stephen in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Stephen, go ahead.
It's unbelievable how heavy I feel. I feel so heavy. I'm heavy. It's like throwing a bowling ball into a pile of feathers. It's like sitting on an acorn and it don't pop. I'm so heavy. I'm so heavy.
Are you heavy? So, Greg, are you when you say heavy? Do you mean physically heavy or emotionally heavy?
Thank you for this.
Are you just hung up?
Oh, I wanted to. I was going to let that ride.
I want to know what's weighing him down.
I know you were, Greg. I know you were.
A bowling ball on feathers?
That's how he feels.
Honestly, I feel
that is heavy.
I feel sad for that guy.
Well, do you, or was he just trying to give us different analogies on heaviness?
Or was he trying to be funny? I don't know. If he wasn't trying to be funny, I'm like, sir, you need to go to the gym and go to church. Go exercise and read your Bible. Yes, okay. Exercise and read your Bible.
Do both.
Let's continue. Let's go to Ryan in Sweet Home, Alabama. Ryan, go ahead.
I want to speak to Dickie.
Roll Tide, Dickie Nadmar on the line. Go ahead. Roll Tide.
Yeah, I just want to say Roll Tide, man, and I hope we have a good, smooth year this year.
Well, I'm a little bit concerned because the end of Saban is the end of an era. And I'm watching this guy from Washington. He had our team doing ballet drills. Roll Tide.
Yeah, Roll Tide.
Roll Tide to you, Ryan.
First spring training yesterday.
First spring training coming up, ready for another national championship. Roll Tide. Let's go to Brandon in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Brandon, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a quick question for you guys. Our men's Bible study was looking at your guys' 40-week curriculums last night. And is there a starting point on which one we should start with, or is it just any one we want to choose?
If you ask, you are asking my advice, so I almost did that stupid thing where I'm going, well, if you're asking my advice, well, my gosh, that's what you're doing. So let me tell you, I would suggest that you start with The Pursuit, and then either that or Real Men. Either one of those you can start with. I would not start with Be Disciples, Impact, or Transformed, which is coming out this summer, because those, you almost look at our curriculum like you would look at college. 100 level, 200 level, 300 level, 400 level as they go up, as they've been released. So if I had to start with one, and I wanted to be sure that it was probably where we need to start, I would start with Pursuit or Real Men.
Man, I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man, it's my pleasure. If you had any more questions, let me know. And I'm glad you guys are joining the movement. That's great news. Let's continue. John in Ozark, Alabama. John, go ahead.
Hey, it seems that Israel is somehow selectively starving those guys and children. They're starving to death. They can't live. But when their brave warriors surrender, they are ghastly fat. How does that happen?
Oh, so you're saying that the narrative that Israel is starving people, when you see them bring them in, they don't look like they're hungry?
They look like manatees.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's a legitimate question, sir. That's called propaganda. Now, I will say sometimes it's hard for people to eat, that if every time we send relief in, that Hamas and the terrorists destroy the trucks and hurt the people trying to bring it in, that also will make it difficult to eat. Let me tell you what you're saying, sir, and you're right. The people in Gaza may be struggling to find something to eat, but the terrorists aren't. I promise you they're eating great. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Michael in Sweet Home, Alabama. Michael, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I heard y'all talking about COVID earlier and stuff, and if you've gone to a grocery store or anything like that and go to the restroom, you see these people go in the stalls or the urinals, and then they walk right out and then put their hands on the produce and stuff. They don't bother to wash their hands. Just consider.
What's that have to do with COVID? I mean, that sounds like I just don't want to eat produce that you use the bathroom and touch. That's not exactly COVID.
I'm more scared of people's urine.
Transmission virus.
Well, I will say this, and I did hear someone say this one time, and I'm going to handle this delicately. I heard this discussion.
I've told Greg this same thing.
Okay, the man
was asked why he did not wash his hands in a public restroom after doing number one. And he said, well, what I have to touch doing number one, I know where that has been. I have no idea who's touched that faucet.
He cleaned it up the way I said it.
Mhm.
I need to say it like that.
I feel much better about this than I do that over there.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that's right. That's what he said.
I think the same thing.
And some people are like, I think I'm better off I'd much rather you touch that produce after that than go over to that who's been touching them faucets and over, then go touch it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
About the hundreds of people that run their hands.
Oh, yeah.
They're skinners.
Oh, yeah.
Greg, I'll tell you how I say that same thing in the break.
It was actually a pastor that told me that.
He didn't say it like I said it.
No, he did not. But he did make the point that,
Yes.
because of the way I live my life, I know what's going on here. Over there, I don't know.
Yeah.
There's levels to it, and certainly there gets to a point where you look at that sink and you're like, there's no way I can't. That you see what I'm saying? But I think in our situation with our bathroom, I think it is worth it to wash your hands in our bathroom here.
Too.
You've never seen flip flops come out there?
Yeah.
Well, you can set it up so that you don't have to touch anything after. You can grab a paper towel.
Are you watching which one he touches?
You can grab a paper towel
I
and
just
turn
say-
off the faucet with a paper towel that came straight out of the dispenser.
I could have already been back to the office.
And then I open the handle of the bathroom with the paper towel also. I don't touch anything.
No wonder I get back quicker than Greg.
I don't touch anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
After.
To the phones we go. Let's go to
each his own.
Let's go to Al in Tennessee. Al, go ahead.
Rick, good morning. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Just need you to clear up the rumor that Mr. Bill Bussey is going to take up the mantle of your Friend for Hire franchise and continue that in his retirement.
Let me tell you something. You're onto something, Al. This is actually a good idea. You remember when I came up with the great business Friend for Hire? Yeah. I believe that just like you see people doing all these greetings and stuff now out there, I think Bubba could do great with that.
Oh, yeah.
Like people, and I wouldn't mind being the agent that says, all right, which one of the guys you want? And then we talk about, an honorarium. Of course, I'll get a percentage.
Sure.
And then we just send guys out. And because there's one thing to be able to do a video. The Friend for Hire went a step further, and I was way ahead of my time. That is, or somebody from the show actually shows up at your function, and that evening is hired to act like they've been friends of yours for a long time in front of your friends or family.
It's a step past. What is it? Cameo? What
is that thing called now with it? William Hung.
Cameo, yep.
Yeah. So this is different because that's just a video.
can do it.
And the video is great. That's a good idea. But walking into the room, like standing up and doing a toast at the wedding, like you've known the groom for years.
Yeah.
And they're like, gosh, you knew one of the guys on Rick and Bubba?
Okay.
Yeah, well, for the right price, yes.
I forget what comedian it was. He has that bit where he's going to hire John Stamos to come to his funeral and cry.
That was
just
funny.
don't even have to talk to anybody. And people are like, whoa, how do you know John Stamos?
Exactly. It's that same concept. Nathan and Tallahassee. Nathan, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I just wanted to kind of share my reflection on the Rick and Bubba show over the years. I'm 35 years old, and I remember listening to you guys. Really kind of became prominent at about 9 or 10 years old, so 97, 98.
Sure, yeah.
You guys have been a staple in my routine since then.
Thank you.
And I hate to see the show end, but I am happy for you. 30 years, that's an
time.
accomplishment. I know Rick has mentioned there may be something else coming down the pipe for those of you who decide to stay in the media business, and I'm just wondering, will we get kind of some information on what that might entail?
Yeah. As the year gets longer, we definitely want to celebrate and put that out front. Now, there's been, like I said earlier, a few weeks ago, there's some business things where people they want to get things out quicker than we wanted to, and Bubba has given me the permission to talk about whatever I want to, but I'm trying to let's focus on celebrating this right now. But yeah, right. I mean, but I've never hid, as Bubba pointed out on the show, that I'm going to do a radio show as long as I can mentally and physically do it, because this is what I've always wanted to do. This is what I dreamed of doing as a child, and God has allowed me to do it.
I thank God for that.
Yeah, and then you see how it all works with everything we do, ministry wise too. It's just,
Yes, sir. And our church is actually we've gone through some of the man church curriculum, and it's a blessing. You guys are really a blessing to a lot of people.
Thank you.
And the other morning show, the other duo, I ain't gonna throw shade and mention any names, but I just can't stomach it, you guys. I much rather tune in to any content that you put out. So I'm going to hang up now and listen. I just thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and we'll talk more about that as we get toward the end of the year. But we're all enjoying. There's a lot to celebrate. I mean, a lot, and it's been an incredible experience doing the Rick and Bubba show. Really has, and would have never thought we'd get to do the things we've already accomplished. And all of you out there are the reason. You're the fuel, as we've said, for 31 years, or 30, and we'll have 31 at the end, Lord willing. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Passing virus.
Yeah. Hey, I got my toilet paper, but now I have COVID-19.
I'm just gonna try to make it on the paper I got at the house.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it's funny. When I made the corn cob comment in the grocery store, it owned the store.
Sure it did. Hey, who amongst us had to get a handful of leaves before?
Look, see, these are people in line and on top of each other to get in a store so they can survive, I guess.
And stay out of crowds.
And stay out of crowd, but you're in a crowd at the store.
To stay out of crowds.
All right, so
Rick, a little bit of breaking news. We have a halt on the stock market for the third time. We've had an auto trigger kick in, and that has been halted, I guess, temporarily right now. Because, as I said earlier, I wish they'd send everybody home for 2 weeks and then pick it up again.
Yeah, I mean, right now all it is damage, and these are things that are, they're not natural, they're not precedented, it's not normal.
Yep.
So why not just shut the whole thing down?
Shut her down.
And then give it a couple of weeks, and then we'll go back. And
like we did at 9/11.
Yeah, and this is unfortunate for people who are dealing with, trying to get to their retirement, stuff like that right now. But if you're not to that age, look, I'd just save yourself some trouble. I'm speaking from experience. Don't even look at it. Mm-hmm. Just let all this finish, and then the stock market and the economy will bounce back and get back on the other side. Looking at it right now is just going to depress you, and the number you're seeing right now is not a reality number. You're in an adverse environment right now that's not the norm.
Right.
So don't get overwhelmed by seeing it right now. Now I understand that's for those of us that aren't there yet. If you're currently getting close, I'm sure this is a little bit apprehensive. But again, hopefully this is not something that's going to last years. It may just last months. So just kind of keep that in mind. But we were discussing the people who do the sign language on all the updates. So I guess what we're doing is when you get into the subtitles, some people can only read sign. Is subtitles won't do it. Because I will tell you, watching it, if you're a person who can hear, it's hard. I mean, maybe
it's where they make them stand. I mean, they're right in the middle of it.
Well,
I mean, they're right.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're every now and then their hand nearly hits the speaker.
Right. And
I still think this guy's my favorite because of his face.
Well, I go back to my original thought on that.
Well, there's some that really, really do animated facial expressions with it. Is that helpful? I guess
it's distracting to me. It's
right.
I mean, I get everybody needs to get the message.
Of course.
But I miss half the message because I get hung up looking at them facial expressions, and then I get hung up trying to see what the word looks like when it's signed by hand.
Yeah,
I try to figure out which word he's doing.
I know. I find myself
trying.
They're
always slightly behind.
Yeah,
but
I find myself
look at that guy.
Yeah, I find myself like trying to. I'm like you, Greg. Should we get people that maybe are less distracting?
Can't they just film them off camera and put them down the corner like they used to do? Didn't they used to do that?
Yeah, you remember that? Because Saturday Night Live used to do it.
That right Morris. Greg, Bo Bias at 55.
Bo Bias is now single.
Yeah, because when they stand, because here's what you have. When they put them right next to the speaker, you're now looking at two speakers.
Yes.
And they're talking at the same time.
It messes with me.
And it messes with you. And I would, because... Look, and then, like you said, I don't know what this is. Something kicks in where we start trying to learn sign on the fly.
I know. And it's like right there, you're showing me there's no way I'm listening to what that guy's saying. I can't because I'm looking at, like you say, Bo Bias's uncle. Back there in the
sorry,
Bo, I know you're listening.
Greg.
Well, that guy's got Bo's hair. That's all.
Right.
It's nothing against Bo.
Right. The
Bo on the stool.
Bo Bias's uncle. Greg.
Yeah, well, look, he'd be his uncle.
Right. But no, I saw one the other day. The facial expressions were
the best one's that tall, goofy. I think it was South Carolina.
Right.
It was back during something, and he was like lurch size. He was huge, and he was all humped over up there doing these crazy faces.
I know.
I think they try to outdo each other too. I think it's like, let's see who can have the most animated face.
I wish I looked up there and it was you, and you just somehow talked your way into it.
Here's what I would say. I would go, and this may go on too. I'd go, guys, watch this. I'm gonna really exaggerate my face. I want y'all to watch. Right. Some of my buddies could be at home getting a kick out of it.
Yeah. Do you think some of them do that?
I would,
because it does feel like I can sign.
You would hope they wouldn't, Rick, but I probably do.
Greg, I sign. Yes, I do. I sign. How about you? And it's like you're trying to outdo me. You're trying to outdo me.
Please go stand behind Rick and sign what he's saying.
Yeah.
You're the best at that.
We need somebody who does sign language or teaches it. Is the expression, is that something you get points for?
Or is it like a guitar player playing a solo when you don't realize his face does it?
Right.
I think
I think
a little of that.
Kind of like Gary when he does his slate call, he does his mouth.
Exactly. They're so concentrating.
Yeah.
I won't, just for me.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
We're back 8 minutes to the top of the hour. No Bubba today. He should be back tomorrow. He was here earlier, but had to go take care of more of this tornado recovery stuff that they're hoping and praying they'll be done by the end of this month. All right, so I want to ask you guys something because I feel a little bit pressure. I need some coaching from the guys, and I know when I do that, I'm setting myself up for nothing but probably despair. But when you go to this bunch for
you need a little advice.
Do I even want to know what Greg just did?
No, actually it was Helms. It wasn't me. It was Speedy started the whole thing.
It wasn't me. It's just your reaction to certain things is not normal.
No. Let me tell you what
It's
you don't
just
want to do.
not.
Let me tell you what you don't want to do with him. I mean, you just hit it. If you want to go down a road, it's like he lives for this road. If you want to go down a road called Sensitive Topic, and that's the name of the road, Greg loves to ride with you, but you don't want him in the car. It's
sensitive road.
Hey, right now we're turning on Sensitive Road. Everybody be cool. These topics right here are highly sensitive. Greg's over there, and he turns the radio up.
Yeah.
He can't wait. He wants the rhythm of the road.
Good night.
He can't wait to make a comment. It's almost like
It was my delivery.
it's like you taking a whole
disgusted.
Yeah, listen, it's like you taking a whole chicken and throwing it in one of these alligator farms and expect them not just to annihilate it.
Well,
don't do that.
Speedy had said something in the break, and it was one of those things. It was a sad story.
It was very sad.
And it was a sad.
It was
sad. Greg.
Oh, I'll say this.
Greg,
It's a story.
Now let me tell you what, you're insensitive and a liar.
Yeah. I think we're all, and you've even mentioned it, we are all delusional of ourselves.
100%.
But your delivery walking through here, and you can't reason out why.
I was laughing at Helms'
is
response.
remarkable.
You see Helmsy's face. I saw you make a face. I didn't know what it was about.
I was like,
I didn't know if Greg had brought something in and was crop dusting. I didn't know what happened.
None of that.
Well, there's a story out today.
Here we go.
Can we go there?
We go.
Can we go there? I know you had something else.
No,
Rick needs some
I need that in the next hour anyway.
All right.
It's a next hour topic.
So
Okay,
there's a
5
story out on entertainment.com that
apparently
Entertainment Weekly, I should say, that Sinbad, I would say an ex-friend of the show, he hadn't been around in a while, and this explains it, has made his first appearance since his 2020 stroke. And I
2020?
Yeah. And I didn't know
It's 2020.
it's a March
Time out.
March,
He's
this is
been
a
here
March,
since 2020.
No.
It's a March 4th to 2024 article here.
It seems like he's been here since then.
But he was thanking fans for their support. He did a Zoom check-in with an event on February 29th at Morehouse College in Atlanta. And he was watching it online and posted this on his Instagram of him watching the reaction from the fans, and then he comments on it. And I didn't know he's always been so kind to this show.
And great guest.
Yeah,
funny.
And so here he is,
Okay,
Rick.
great.
This is coming from Adler.
Okay.
Man, that was so cool. A different world going to Atlanta, going to Morehouse College on the campuses, and getting a chance to be on a Zoom and say something to the kids. It's wild that the kids even know who I am. That's beautiful. Thank you to everybody who's been praying for me and saying good things and supporting me during this time in my life. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. God has been with us, and he's carried me. Well, he's carried me through my whole life, and it means so much when I hear from y'all, and you tell me, Sinbad, keep going, saying, Sinbad, we're sending prayers, we're praying, my family's praying for you. Those words are important, and I feel it. I feel those prayers. I want to say this to all the people who have emailed me through the website. Some of you are going through what I'm going through, or even worse than me. I'm reading these things. I'm going to try to answer as many as I can. I pray for you and understand what it's like. It's rough. I want to thank all of y'all who've been fans and friends all these years of mine. Thank you so much. Expect to see more of me soon. And don't freak out if you turn around, I'm standing right behind you. Sinbad, I can't believe you're here. You can't believe it. You better believe it. Miracles happen.
Wow.
Stop, Greg.
No.
And so
we were
discussing
the last
that,
part,
and I just didn't. I was
I
out of
didn't
the
realize-
loop. I feel bad. I didn't even know that he had a stroke.
I know time flies.
I didn't. Did you?
I don't.
No, I
especially, did you say 20?
The article, the headline says his 2020 stroke.
Okay.
Why does it seem
When
like
did we-
is 4 years gone by that fast? It
It
seemed
was
like he was
before
in
pandemic.
Time's
he
not
came,
real.
Right?
It was.
I agree with that.
But
Time's not real anymore.
Because remember, he came by because he's always really good.
Yeah.
And because I remember he had
up
this,
for it.
Yeah.
this. I didn't. All I said was
Trying
that,
to make it work.
that
Yeah,
he
yes,
was playing the audio, and I said, "Wow, his voice sounds weak." And that's all I said.
Here he is from 2017.
Is that all he said, Helmsy?
It's the way he said it.
No,
it was.
Hey,
and
That's him in 2017.
Okay, that's the
You
last time
mean
he
it was
here?
2017?
Wow.
I just
I
thought-
remember that.
I don't know if
like
that's
it
the
was-
last time. That's just him in the studio. For
He,
me.
he might have come right before the pandemic. I can't remember
I
though.
don't
but
either.
The last that I can find right real quick.
So
is
he had a
2017.
stroke. How? What, do they know what it's tied to?
Well, y'all remember how he was having all kinds of back problems. He
Yeah,
couldn't
I do-
move.
I do remember that,
He couldn't
yeah.
move.
I don't
He
think
was
that gives
having-
you a stroke.
No,
he
I
was
don't
having
either.
major medical problems before.
I'm just caught off guard that none of us knew this happened.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I would have
I
thought
didn't.
somebody in the audience would have said,
I
"Hey,
didn't.
did y'all know about
thought
Sinbad?"
Vaguely, I think I remember.
thought Speedy would care.
But you were so quick to make fun of the
I
voice
was so
without
mad. I
without
wasn't making
without
fun.
going to the source.
My point was, all I could do is hear what Speedy was doing, and they said who it was. I said, "Wow, his voice does not sound." I said, "It sounds really weak."
Right.
Well, but it was your delivery.
I tell you what, his
was
voice
the
sounds-
delivery.
y'all, and then
It was.
he goes, "He had a stroke, buddy."
Well, yeah, because
And
that's
was
why I
like,
said that while it was
You
playing.
didn't know. You
No,
didn't.
I didn't know.
You didn't know.
Greg, you knew. You knew.
But I wasn't making fun.
Back to this. He's lying now
No,
too.
I'm kidding.
Yeah,
about
I
that.
tell you,
No.
why is his voice?
I
sound-
knew
he said he
I
just
didn't say
admitted it.
that's not how I said it. I was just commenting on the sound of his voice.
Rick and Bubba.
I want Rick to give about a 10 to 20 second statement on why we're not doing golden ticket seats, and let Speedy stand directly behind him and sign it out.
Yes, because that's your wheelhouse, buddy.
I don't know if I can. I'll try.
That is your wheelhouse. In fact, this may be something you could do if you could learn sign language.
We want to be clear. Speedy does not know sign language.
No, he does not. He does not.
And you're probably going to get hate email for this, but it will be fun.
It doesn't matter.
Well,
I think you standing and him sitting is fine.
Okay. Can you,
But whatever you want, whatever is best for the camera.
Get right in the way because they do.
Yes.
You need a little closer.
Yeah, right there.
Wait a minute. Keep your 6 foot.
Yep. Social distance.
Right.
Social separation. No, you still keep it.
Stuff like that.
Are you ready? Go. All right. Now, a lot of you have been asking about the golden ticket seats. There's a reason that we have canceled the golden ticket
Face.
seats.
You need more face.
And it's just common sense.
There you go.
It's just common sense. We don't need to be bringing people in from all over the country and sometimes even around the world, because if the key is to keep people isolated, if you keep bringing people into the studio and we don't know where these people have been,
I wouldn't hear a word Rick said.
Then
I think
this is not
Speedy
wise
just said
at
to
this
hit
time.
and run.
Yeah, right. That's not wise at this time. So it's just simple common sense precautions. And it's not selling out to the man or giving in to overhype. It's doing what we've been asked to do by medical professionals to minimize the spread of COVID-19.
Send the email to Greg directly.
Hey, thank you for bringing that up. Speedy, well done as usual.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What's up, gang? Hey. Hey, what's up, gang? Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. We're doing flashbacks to COVID. The whole point of this is to never let fear and the government control us like that we were controlled again. Appreciate y'all.
Won't back down. TP getting us started, and I don't mean toilet paper.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Good luck with that. You know, I was joking with Betty last night. I said, we may have to have an armed gang go and knock off an 18-wheeler with some toilet paper on it somewhere.
No, I will tell you this. Wow. It was funny. Sherry was laughing about it because I was able to commandeer a few rolls, and I came in, and I had this, bag, and she said, what kind of bag is that? And I said, well, I searched around and put it in my truck. I said, if you get toilet paper, you don't want nobody to know you got it.
That's right.
I said, I was afraid somebody was going to jump me going to the truck.
Got to be careful.
Forget nuclear missiles. Toilet paper's the way to go.
Yeah. So
I just never, I don't know. I just never, in my mind, comprehended that we were going to have a problem keeping up with demand of toilet paper in our country.
Well, this is one of those times.
We'll catch up. I mean, we've got the trees. I'm not worried about that. But
this is one of those times where I thought to myself, doggone it, I shouldn't have stopped taking the newspaper.
Yeah, I know it. I know it. This is that. We used to.
Where's them old magazines?
We used to have a saying. We called it the Weekly Whopper.
Yeah. A lot of truth to that right now. A lot of truth to that right now.
So, and you can't use a Sears and Roebuck catalog. Somebody was talking about that. It's too slick.
Well, look,
we gotta have something with a little grip.
About the old Sears.
Yeah, we gotta have something with a little grip on it.
And look, if we could just find a way for the sheeple. I was watching these two doctors last night, and I got to laughing because they were trying because they don't need to laugh in a very situation. So anyway, they said, "Hey, everybody, I don't know why y'all grabbing water. Okay, there's nothing in this virus that is going to contaminate water. If all else, just go to your faucet.
That's what I told
and
Lisa.
get what you don't need bottled water.
I said I got a spigot in a lot of places.
Well, they were saying that they're like all of you that are.
I got filtered in the refrigerator.
They were like all of you that are grabbing bottled water. This disease has nothing to do with
and
water.
honestly, in our country,
it has nothing to do with water.
In our part of the
toilet paper.
In our part of the country, we've had enough rain. First quarter, we got water.
Yeah. Well, the point they're making is you get water when you think like you've had a storm or something has either contaminated the water or has stopped your water coming in.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Big, huge power outage.
The quote was, one of the doctors looked at the camera and says, nothing wrong with the power grid.
We start a brand new hour. We thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Alt Adler is here with us today for a brand new hour. Bubba out this hour. Lord willing, should be back tomorrow. Here we go. Everybody say. All right, so starting this hour, we've covered a lot. If you missed us, we'll get phone calls in probably again this hour, so we'll try to do that. All right, so I want to ask the question. As you know, Ben, we've talked a lot on the show that, and let me be clear, I think if I'd had time for it, and I believe if it had worked out for me, it would be something that I could enjoy, and I missed the window, and now it's too late. And that is talking about the skilled activity of golf.
Mm-hmm.
And
I've always wanted to play golf.
Yeah, and I just, it never happened for me. I've done the deal where it's not a sport. It's a skilled activity, and that's fine. I'm not saying that's
And there's really three main reasons, and I'll get to the last one because it's going to tie into what I'm going to ask you guys about. First of all, it can't be a sport because you can drink alcohol and keep playing. Also, old people are still good at it. So those two things are problematic. And then the other is what I'd like to talk to you about today. You can play it business casual. Put on business casual and still play it. Well, that kind of gets into this thing that's happened, and it happened in the last year, is that I didn't realize I was doing it because all I was doing was going into stores and putting on and wearing the most comfortable clothing I could find. Well, it just so happens I'm starting to find out, didn't know this. So I have friends that are, y'all, Helmsy, you, I know you don't do much anymore, but Speedy, y'all big golf people, and Bubba to a degree. But, I've got friends like that have, kids that are real serious about golf. I mean, real serious. And that's great. It's a difficult, that's tough to be good at golf, real tough. So I was wearing the shirt I have on right now, and this shirt, my whole thought process on this shirt was when Sherry and I went on vacation this past weekend. She had gone to Israel, and then I met her on my vacation for us to vacation in France.
Okay.
And so I was packing, and I needed some clothes, and I just went into a store and bought this shirt and the pants I'm wearing because they were really comfortable for a long flight.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it was no more complicated.
Right.
And so I wore this shirt in near Nashville at Long Hollow back in January. And so I had the shirt on, and a golf enthusiast came over and said, "Oh, blankety blankety blank."
Travis Matthew.
Is that it?
Yeah. I have one on.
You have one too?
Yeah.
All right, so who is that?
It's not a person.
It's just a brand.
Is this golf?
Yeah.
And I understand he was like fired up that I had it. He thought, hey, man.
It's a nice
extremely comfortable.
Yeah.
Extremely comfortable.
Extremely expensive.
Is it?
It's pretty expensive.
Yeah, it is.
Is it? Really? I just pulled it off.
It's one of your high-end golf brands.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so I'm not just golfing. I'm high-end golfing.
Yes. Yes.
All right, here's what I want to ask y'all. Is it okay to wear golf clothing and not golf?
Yes. Oh, yeah, of course.
Yes. I don't know about because I'm wearing them because they're very, very comfortable. I love these clothes.
Yes. It's very easy to wear casual clothing.
Is it a foul that I'm not playing golf?
No.
What about this? Do I pretend to play golf?
No.
Do I say things like, "That's right, hit them straight"?
What if you walked around in a basketball uniform?
That's totally different.
That's completely different. There's no basis behind this conversation.
Right.
I like basketball. I'm gonna dress like them.
Before you throw things away, Rick, before you throw something away, be like 4.
Okay. Yeah. And let that be your golf.
Yeah.
You're the only person who knows less about it than me.
And say glass as you throw it.
So just do I acknowledge I don't play?
No.
When
I
people
just
start asking me about it, just let it ride.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Because I could tell this
I
kid.
think you just stay in the. It's a good brand. It's a good comfy shirt. It's
what is it again?
Travis Matthew.
Travis Matthew.
So and this is exactly what happened. I'm sitting there, and y'all know this kid, by the way. He we'll see, but he's really good youth golf. And
you talking about Travis Matthew?
No, I don't know who that is. He comes over to me. He goes, "Oh, Mr. Rick, Travis Matthews." I now know what he said. I couldn't remember until y'all told me. And I said, and I just looked at him like it was at a conference.
Like, who's that?
No, I looked down thinking, is he speaking at the conference? Who's
where's Travis Matthews? You're excited. This guy's real excited.
And then he pointed at is this it? The M.
Yeah.
And said Travis Matthews.
Mm-hmm.
And I said
Matthew.
And I
just Matthew
and
with one H.
And then I was like, yeah, man. I didn't know what to do. I mean, what should the proper response have been?
Damn right.
Greg Burgess. No.
Well, he said it like he was envious. Yeah, that's right. Nothing but the best.
Should I have said very comfortable shirt?
That's fine.
Does
that's
that make me look like a dweeb?
Love their brand.
Does that make me like a dweeb?
Say love their brand. No.
All right, so
love this brand, comfy shirt. Stay in that lane and you're fine.
So I shouldn't have said I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well,
no,
I mean,
don't do that because then they want to know what you say. You don't know what you're wearing,
and I didn't.
Well,
and
like I said,
thank goodness it was a kid.
It would kind of be like a woman walking around with a Gucci bag and not know it.
That's the second thing I was afraid of.
Rick, it's kind of like when Bubba wore those chef pants, but he's not a chef.
Okay. Okay, all right, that helps
that
a
a
little
foul?
bit. And they were very comfortable. That's why I wore them.
Yeah, those
they were
really
very
stood out.
comfortable.
Yeah, this is more of like just a polo shirt, but that has the Travis Matthew brand.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is there's a lot of polo
It's a little
shirts.
bit of false. You're putting off a false message.
Thank you, Greg, for being so understanding.
You're not
Are you,
either.
He's found this. This is because what I did to him.
Right? Yeah, he's injured.
People are going to ask you about golf.
Hey, he's got a slight.
They are. Now, I will tell Greg they are asking.
How's your game?
They are.
Because
Hit 'em straight.
most people that wear that are serious golfers.
Yeah.
If that was my question,
it's a serious brand.
I love the
Now
brand. But love
Rick's
the brand.
trying
Wish
to
I
be
could
a
play more.
Yeah.
He's trying to look like he's a serious golfer.
Yeah, if somebody asks you, just do Shooter McGavin finger guns and be like,
Oh,
Shooter McGavin, and then be like, I eat pieces of breakfast for you for every breakfast.
What
I know the line.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I love it. You stop.
Yeah, but so I shouldn't like. What are some things I should look out for?
What do you mean?
Like golf questions? Like if I shot 18.
18.
Is it reasonable for me?
First of all, don't say shot 18.
I went out and played 18.
Oh,
There you go.
okay.
And what's a score that's believable?
For you,
100.
no,
200.
87.
Once you stay out of it all,
I
Adler.
I would, if you're going to wear that brand and be serious about it, knowing you, they're probably not going to think you've been into it long. I think Speedy's right. Anywhere from 86 to 92.
Oh wow, is that pretty good?
Yeah.
What if they said, so how'd you play today? If I said I shot a 91, is that believable?
I think that's believable with you.
Say things got rough.
Except the fact I didn't play.
Right. Yeah, so
Other than that,
would be lying.
All right, so look, I walk in. Do y'all think I play golf?
No.
So is that your golf wall?
No. Rick.
What was that?
No,
What are
no.
you doing? I mean, what does that look?
Why are you
got
walking
going?
like that?
Right? No, you
Yeah,
don't
you
get
don't
down like a
don't ever do
linebacker,
that.
Rick.
Don't ever do
I don't
that.
pull up
Stay away
these.
from
No,
those.
you don't do that.
Don't do that. Definitely not down on camera.
What are you
I'm
doing?
putting.
What, you don't
I'm
putt like
putting.
you're a linebacker.
You're
Okay.
one white cap away from trying to be a golfer.
Okay.
If you put a white cap on with that
Oh
outfit,
yeah, you put a blue
Third
caddy hat
question.
on, you got it.
Third question. October 3rd, 60 years old.
Yeah.
Should I even remotely think about trying to play golf?
Oh, I do think it would be great for y'all to try to pick it up.
I'd like to play.
I
At
do.
60?
I'll tell you that. I don't think age has anything to do with it.
I don't either.
I think you could
I
get out
really
there and
on
play.
that. Yeah, I don't think it's time.
It's
Do I have the
commitment.
patience for
You
it?
have to play a lot.
It's
for it to
commitment.
matter.
It's a lot of reps, isn't it?
It is, and if you're
And
willing
you'll
to
be
go through
holding
that,
people up. You'll be holding everybody
here's
up.
I'll
the
let
thing.
them through.
No, Greg, don't see. That's
That's part of the reason I've never taken it up.
But
man.
you want why? Because you're afraid
Once you
you'll hold
stay out of
people
it,
up.
yes.
That's
But
not
no,
true.
Buddy,
Quit
you want
worrying
to
about
allow
that.
yourself to have
I'm
fun.
the one. Ain't nobody gonna bother you if I play
Exactly.
golf.
I hope he'd hurry up.
Nobody's
He's
back
dressed
there.
like a golfer, but he don't swing like one.
I hate to break it to you,
That's what I was
Greg.
worried
Most
about.
Pretty
people
good,
out
Greg.
there that are amateur golfers suck.
Yeah,
They think they're better than they
Right,
are.
right.
They're not any good either. They're holding people up.
Am
too.
I more problematic than it's worth to the person that would have to work with me?
It all depends on your commitment to it, and I know when
And
you
your
get
patient
when you
level.
finally get committed to something, you're good. But I mean, just going to the range and maybe getting with some folks.
Here's what
that
you
know
need
how
I
to
like
play.
soft golf.
Rick,
Yeah, that's a great place to start.
Here's what you need to understand. Golf is not. I feel like you're a guy that wants to check a box of I've conquered this.
Uh-oh.
That's
You ain't
not.
gonna
That's,
conquer it.
you don't
Never
conquer.
gonna
It. It's never conquered.
Uh-oh.
It's never.
Yeah, I would love to play.
See, I can't wait for the time,
It's a lot
just
of
for
time.
something fun, a
But I
fun
got more
activity.
time now, though.
A
Like
lot of
Tyler and Reese are obsessed with it. JC won't start golf until he finishes.
Do they have a shirt like
playing.
mine?
Yes, they do, and they love them.
Okay.
But I can't wait till we have a foursome and the four of us get to go.
Oh, God.
And just go have a
Greg. Shouldn't you be over there logging some commercials?
See, this is and just go have a great father sons afternoon. Now we can go do other things, go to the farm, whatever. But in that capacity, just go have fun together and just. Now it'll turn very competitive.
But I think what Helmsy's warning me about, I got to get the time in where I can, because if you're not good, at least a little bit good at it, you can't enjoy it.
But you can at least dabble at it before you get fully committed.
Yeah.
Just
Put
have
a
a good
driving
time.
range right there behind the barn and practice. That's perfect. You see,
Hey, right here, I'm gonna use a 9-iron.
Rick and Bubba.
It's not. This is a virus.
Yeah.
And virus and bottled water, they're not even in the same place. I don't know why you're grabbing lots of bottled water. If you need water and you don't want to go to the store, just drink it out of the faucet.
Yeah, there you go.
So anyway,
We still have water in our homes.
sure. Hey, refrigerators got it.
Oh, yeah, filtered.
Yeah. So as you were saying, so there's some of this stuff is just a little bit of shoot ready aim. The toilet paper thing's a phenomenon.
Yeah, I did see
I've
that
never in my life
some of the
seen
major
It's not a
grocery
stomach virus. No, absolutely. It has nothing to do with that.
Some of the major grocery chains, I guess, are limiting the amount of meat you can purchase. I know
Well,
that.
and they need to do that right now because people are overdoing it.
Me, my, my.
Yeah, I actually saw the cashier take some meat from the person in front of us and say you can only get 2. Sorry.
Well, let me tell you something.
There's no reason.
At our house, and we're about to start into it probably tomorrow, is we have all the deer meat you can stand.
Mm-hmm.
So we got piles of it.
Well, Terry said,
and we're eating it like there's no. I mean, we got all the ground beef we need. We got tenderloins. We got everything.
Well, Terry said, well, thank goodness the butcher box stuff came in.
Yeah.
She said, because we're loaded down now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
If it gets really bad and this thing goes on as long as they say, we may open deer season back up.
But I mean, I was telling you, it was one of those moments where, as a deer hunter, you get to finally justify yourself to your family.
Yeah.
It's like
This is what I've been warning you.
I said, everybody glad about the deer meat right now? And everybody was like, absolutely.
Yeah,
like
I
you
hope
say,
we don't have to go to the deer feeder and start getting that corn out of it.
Man.
We got deer meat and we got butcher box, so the any kind of run on meat, it ain't gonna affect us. So that's good. And,
Boy, you do kind of miss the old. I don't know if y'all's grandmothers did like mine. I'm sure they did, where they can stuff. They would have a basement just full of mason jars with all.
They were
kinds of
preppers.
stuff
They were
in it.
preppers for prepping.
Oh yeah. Well, they went through this in World War II, and they knew, and some of them even the Great Depression. So. They were not going to be caught off guard again, and you can that stuff. I mean, it lasts for a long time.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't even know how you can, but I remember seeing it. I remember they used to cook it and then cool it real quick or something.
Oh, we got on a canning kick when we first started doing the garden at the farm. Sherry got on the canning kick, and I was like, good gracious at the canning.
Yeah, well, guess what? We may all learn to farm a little bit before this is over.
Yep. You know how life is in Jemison? It ain't changed a whole lot. We'll be back 15 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba.
Distance connection.
Social separation.
Can't get it. Social separation
Somebody
connection.
write that down.
Can somebody write that down? Social. You're talking about the SSC, social separation connection. All right. So we know there's a run on toilet paper. For some reason, there's a run on that and bottled water, even though the grid is not going anywhere. I don't understand that. The virus does not equal a need for bottled water. But anyway, so, but Bubba, you said we may have a solution.
Yeah, well, I got a text here from my old buddy Stan Bailey, and Helms knows Stan. We're all tennis guys, and he works with Alabama Construction, and he said he would donate a case of toilet paper, 96 rolls.
96 rolls.
If we will give it away on the Wheel of Meat.
So if he will drop 96 rolls by here.
So if we put toilet paper on the Wheel of Meat, we've got your input and your output covered.
We got it all covered. we can give you meat and we can give you toilet paper.
Yeah. I mean, this with that volume of toilet paper, I mean, we could have all kind of promotions. I mean, we could blow 12 working days of Christmas away, don't you think?
We really could. We really could.
Of course, we'd need a name for it.
Yeah, I was trying to think what would be a good name.
And we'll obviously have to have a chant, too.
Oh, sure.
Well, I don't know if we can chant what I was thinking.
Wait a minute, Anthony and
Stan,
Albert.
bring it on, but bring armed guards with you.
Anthony, go ahead.
Oh, hey, guys. Yeah, so we had a little jingle for it, but it'd be TP, 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 wipe it.
Well, you know what? That's not bad.
That is good.
TP, 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 wipe it. Okay, that's not bad. Terry in Robertsdale. Terry, how you doing?
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Terry.
Just kind of getting off the COVID-19 a little bit, but look, we've got to do something about these best of shows.
Yes.
Because my body seriously can't handle it. I almost wet my pants 3 times going to work last week listening, and I don't know what we can do, but I can't go to work with wet pants. You know?
And with toilet paper in such demand right now, Terry, where do you work at?
hour Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us today. As we work through another one, Bubba out this hour, should be back on tomorrow's program. But then the singing. All right, so other stories that we haven't covered, and we will get phone calls in again this hour likely before we're done. Super Tuesday, a little reminder there, 15 states voting today. We'll update that tomorrow too. So a friend of mine texted me in the break, and he said he appreciates y'all's kindness, but he says emphatically, Rick Burgess, you can't take up golf. You do not have the personality for it. It would drive you out of your ever-loving mind. It requires too much time. Frankly, no matter how hard you try, taking it up at 60, you're always going to be terrible. Even if you're an athlete, I'm just going to be truthful with you.
Well, you're not trying to make the Champions Tour.
That's helpful. Right. That was helpful. That's helpful.
It is helpful, but here's I'm gonna draft with Speedy a little bit here.
Good gracious.
I think this is one of those things you need to check that box before.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And here's why I say that, Rick. And this is a huge example to what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Okay. And it's really not apples and oranges, but it'll help you understand. When I got into coaching tennis, it was about coaching tennis. It was about coaching teenagers and youth and doing clinics and lessons. And I had no desire to get into college tennis. And I got an opportunity, and I told myself, if you don't try this,
I know
you'll always wonder.
I know.
And now it's a career changer for me.
Right.
And so I'm just telling, I think you ought to at least check this box.
Try.
And what I mean by that is, to Speedy's point, stop. We got a place 3 minutes from here, Rick, where you can go hit balls into a simulator and have people help you and not even have to do anything but get out of your car and walk 30 steps. And just see if you like the feel of the ball.
Okay.
And just hit a couple drives on a simulator. And then go with Speedy one day to the driving range and just hit some balls, do a little putting. Maybe playing a scramble one day when it's not, that's low pressure.
Well,
you just hit a ball and you choose the best out of four.
Well, as y'all have said, and we all know there's different stages of life. This is one of those things, to your point, Helms, that was absolutely the reason why no thought ever was put in it. When you got 5 kids, and you got at one time 3 sons playing football, and you're helping coach teams, and you're doing all this stuff, this can't even come into your world. Right. So now that everybody's grown and gone, certainly I do a lot, with the stuff that Sherry and I feel called to in ministry, because we have more time for it now. We have a class we teach. But honestly, at this age, at this time, all that's managed pretty well, and I don't want to mismanage it. If there ever was are you at the stage of life you might have time to go do what you just described? Probably so.
Yeah.
More so than any point in my life. So maybe. At least piddle.
Yeah.
Just so when they see me dressed as a golfer, I can say, I hit a few.
I hit a few.
Listen, I tried. I checked that box. Turns out it's not for me, but I love the clothing.
Right. Yeah, great clothing. Rick, I got an idea. Start with Frisbee golf.
No.
And then work your way up to Frisbee golf.
That's a man sport.
That's right, Adler.
I feel like if we had more time today, I'd slap Greg.
I just know where Rick's at. He would do better at Frisbee golf.
I'll admit this. I'm going to admit it.
You don't have to keep up with much stuff, just a Frisbee.
Yeah, sometimes when we were out there, that's a lot of stuff to keep up with. I forgot about all those
stuff, Rick.
Yeah, that's a lot. Boy, it's a lot, isn't it?
I would like to play, though.
I got to drag that.
I've always wanted to
play. Honestly, I'm going to ask you a question.
Here we go.
I'm going
to ask you a question.
And I think my temperament's gotten better. I don't think I'll throw the clubs
Plus,
in the
you can drink.
See, I've had this conversation with Greg.
It's like really, 2 days after Regions.
It's actually
because I love golf courses. They're beautiful.
Well, that's what I was just about to say. I don't really like golf, but I like the clothing. But I also admit I like hanging out at a golf course.
Good food.
So frustrating.
They keep it beautiful.
They do. Oh, I love listen, every time we do the whatever it is we do.
I'm sorry, Speedy.
You can't remember it?
I can't.
Yeah.
Regions.
Wow.
Regions,
Greg, wow.
You going to get on Sinbad again? Probably not.
Probably not. And I didn't get on him.
Right.
Anyway, I go out there. I go, God, I wish I could play.
What about when they're all standing around and they've got their golf clubs and their golf gloves on? They're all talking.
They get good parking.
It looks great. But
it does.
But then again, Greg. But here's the part that Helmsley's trying to warn me about, and the friend that texts me. But we also leave when we want to.
That's true too.
If somebody says you got to go all the way to 18, I'm like, nah, I think I'm done.
Yeah, plus you're holding people up.
So here's what I need to be careful not
let
to
them
confuse hanging out at a golf course and wearing their clothing with that being playing
Why
golf.
don't we just do that?
Right,
Why don't we
well,
just
that's-
dress
well,
as
that's
You're a
golfers?
driving range guy. You're a driving range guy. You go, you hit some balls, you hit a
no, I like
bucket,
that.
and you leave.
I like
That's
that.
what I like.
Go up and putt a little.
Got a question.
Okay.
All right. First of all, you two are exhausting. Okay.
We know that.
All right. And I know you're Burgess boys.
Yeah.
All right. So you tell me when you're ready. Because I've had this conversation with that one.
I did not know
for
that,
years.
Greg. You've dabbled in this?
Yeah, well,
He
every
has been
idea.
saying this since I've been a part of the
and
show.
we've come up
Didn't want to tell me.
15 years.
and we've
Didn't
come
want to tell me.
and we've come up with great ideas.
We did our
okay?
sports
Won't
show
do-
from
hey,
there 4 days in a row.
Hey, won't even do it. Okay. And I mean, there's things that we can do before. Don't even think about getting on a golf course. Just to like
I'm like
Helmsley's
Adam-
point,
I'm like Adam
just go
and-
dabble in it and have fun,
Hit a
just
few.
swinging the club.
Greg, let's set up at your phone.
And then when you're ready, but we're not going to bring this up until you're ready and go, hey, we're ready.
Okay, I'll let you know when
And
I'm ready.
because we're wasting our breath until you're ready.
I may not be ready. All right, step one, wearing their clothing.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
I like
Wear
that.
it because
And
it's very comfortable and it's
Right
stylish.
now, I have never wore clothing more comfortable than what I have on in this moment.
Well, you know, Rick, the only thing, though, is you know, there's etiquette involved.
There we go.
We remember at the Regions that time I got called down. We were,
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
you know,
Well, the
by
first
guy
time
in charge.
First time we ever went to Regions, we were shooting Nerf guns, whatever it was, over to other radio stations, and
You
we
were also sprinting across the driving range naked.
right,
Yeah,
and
big
we were
difference.
Come a long way.
Hey,
Don't-
and we were
don't
singing at
forget it.
7. We were
Not
singing
gonna
a
do
7
that.
o'clock song when people were teeing off.
Yeah.
They
So,
said they didn't
but,
like that.
But if we're all playing in, what is it called?
the Regions tradition,
No, I mean when people play together. in a
Scramble.
scramble,
Scramble.
you know,
What's that?
it's a charity.
So Greg
type
gets
of
up there to
thing.
hit. It's bad form for me to go right when he.
That would be fun. That'd be fun. I don't know if you saw my story recently when Reese and Tyler and I went. We were goofing off the whole time, having fun. Then it turned competitive the last 4 or 5 holes, but we were having a blast.
If I could be
trash
happy
talk
golf,
Yes. Oh, hey, we were on each
Trash
other
talk golf.
hard.
Can we just go out there and get on each other just like
Yeah.
we would anywhere? Not have to be quiet. Any of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way,
smoke cigars.
a lot of people want to take me golf. A lot of people want to take me
Yeah. Oh,
golf.
so you've opened that can.
Get ready for
But
that.
I'm not going to talk to you about it till you say I'm ready.
I'm gonna use a 9-iron right here.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All righty. So here we are. It's COVID flashbacks. Wow, this is tough to get through. Remember, everybody was dealing with limited information at the time. The whole reason we're doing this is so that we never let the fear, the bad information, or the government control us like they did during COVID. Thanks for watching Rick and Bubba on YouTube. Give us a like, a thumbs up, and subscribe.
You still working?
Yes, sir. I'm a teacher at, and I might as well go on and say it because my students have already found out I call in the Rick and Bubba show all the time. Robertson High School. So I'm a teacher there.
But y'all are not closed down?
We close tomorrow at 3.
Okay.
And we'll be closed for
7, 8 months.
total weeks right now. Yeah. I know.
Say till
be closed.
2021.
Right to
I'm
2021.
telling you, I can't handle that. I don't have any children at home, and I'm definitely not. I admire stay-at-home mothers, but I could not do that. I'd go crazy. So I love my students, and I'm going to miss them for the 3 weeks. So
Now, are you going to be teaching online or anything, or how's your school going to handle that?
as of right now, for the third week is our spring break, so they're still giving us our spring break. But as of right now, we're supposed to give packets for 2 weeks of review of things that we've done. And we're a 1-to-1 school, so they do have computers, and we can put it online or that. And then if we're closed any more than that, then we'll go to some sort of online virtual.
Yeah, it was. We'll talk about that in a minute. Did you?
Terry, you might want to have a class on how to grow your own food.
Right. Well,
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
I mean, down there in Jemison, we got whatever you need. Hey, but what I was
We've been
gonna say,
wondering what to do with all this dog poop in the yard. Now we got a good
Yeah.
something we can use it for.
So you
fertilizer.
You say the best of shows need to come with a warning. May cause you to wet your pants.
Yeah, and then I drive over 3 bridges every day, And I am terrified of bridges.
Yeah.
Terrified. And I got to laughing so hard going over one of them when you did the Deborah with the Keith Urban guitar.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I had to pause it. I had to pause it because I was afraid I'd drive off the bridge. I was laughing so
Well,
hard.
look, we used to have a bumper sticker, and we need to bring it back. I know it's a little insensitive, and you know us.
Well,
That's
nowadays,
that's not our nature, but it used to have on it, "I'm not drunk, I'm just listening to Rick and Bubba."
Yeah, and it kept a lot of people from getting tickets
It
because
really
the
did.
officer would see that and they go, "Well, they're not drinking and swerving.
Yeah.
They're just laughing with the show, which is not illegal. But you got to be careful."
James, welcome to the program. How about it, buddy?
Hey guys, hey, we got a bunch of teachers up here, know a bunch of teachers up here in North Alabama, and it's kind of going around that they're pretty much getting the teachers in position to where there's a good chance that this may be it for the school year. How do y'all feel about that?
I think the chances are very, very high of that.
Yeah, I think it's very likely. I really don't see
Congratulations.
I don't see how you're going to finish the school year.
Yeah.
How in the world are they going to do the testing to solidify the school year that they've got to do for each student? There's no way around that.
They'll cancel that too. Yeah. They can cancel anything.
Yeah, I know that the colleges are doing online, which we got a story when we come back about the online thing, because I came home yesterday and
I think I saw a Barbie sitting in a class.
Well, look, I've got this is the kind of humor that's going to slay you in a minute. But anyway, as I got home. And like my whole house was online, like talking to computers and doing stuff, and including my wife who's trying to finish what she was working on, and I was like, everybody's on. Well, what's happening to my house?
Yeah.
And so
we had one streamed as well.
Yeah, so they'll find a way to do it. But I mean, the odd part is, I mean, like you're talking about, if you got somebody graduating. I mean, it's just it's going to be weird. They can't have,
as long as the class is not bigger than 10, they're fine.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really have a graduation ceremony,
right?
Yeah. I know, like I told you before, I know people who were really looking forward to a prestigious diploma from a prestigious university, and to watch that kid come across that, and they've been told that's shut down.
Yeah.
It's just it's a bizarre time.
It's a new normal for a little while, folks.
And
welcome to Snow Day.
Yeah, and pandemics. Look, it could be worse. I mean,
it could.
I don't know if you've seen the Hall of Fame of pandemics. But
check that Spanish flu one out.
Yeah, and old bubonic got 200 million.
Oh yeah.
By the way, let me say that again. Yeah. 200 million people.
Well, we wasn't washing our hands real good back then, Rick. We had rats running around.
Right. But I understand. So we're very fortunate that we're living in a time that, and those of us that live first world, and those of us that live in this country, where this is going to have an effect, and we certainly hate the loss of life of anyone. But at least we live in a time where we're better prepared for this kind of stuff than it's just like hurricanes. You go back to Galveston.
Yeah. Bubba out, back tomorrow. All right, so I don't even like thinking about this. Did it freak y'all out a little bit the first time that we did the first ad with HomeTitleLock.com?
Yes.
Did that get everybody doing that?
I realized, uh-oh.
Speedy don't know if his name's on his title. He does now. Your wallet stolen, cell phone, car, we're all accustomed to these things. It's terrible. But now criminals have a new way to steal our most valuable asset, your home. Good night. If you haven't seen it in the news, a Florida woman discovered that scammers forged her signature, create a fake deed to her home, and took her property. Now, we don't want you to be next, so let me ask you a simple question. It's what we all asked ourselves. When's the last time you checked your home's title? Straight up. When's the last time you did it? Well, let's fix that for today. All right, so stop putting it off. You'll never know that a thief took you off the title unless he's going to be too late then. So let's find out now. Titles to our homes are easily found online now, sadly. Criminals, renters, even some goofy family member can simply forge your signature on a home sale form, then they refile it, and they put themselves there as the new owner. Your home then won't be yours, it'll be theirs. And then they start using your equity. They can sell it. So we don't want this to happen. So why don't you find out for free with the code Bubba by going to HomeTitleLock.com. That's the code Bubba at HomeTitleLock.com to find out if you're still the person on your home's title. Now, they're going to give you that scan for free, and they're going to give you 30 days of protection as well. So find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, HomeTitleLock.com.
All right, so we got more things to discuss. I know way back in the kickoff hour. Can y'all even remember when the kickoff hour took
so
place?
long ago.
Many moons
so
ago.
long ago. Jason Kelce has retired.
Oh Lord!
From the Philadelphia Eagles.
Here you go again.
Now I thought
But you got good sleep.
I thought we already knew this.
Well, you remember there was rumors I retired,
Yeah,
and
he
then
made
he
it
came out
official.
and he went on the podcast with his brother and so I hadn't officially done it, and all that. And what he did yesterday, he had a press conference yesterday.
I did not know this. The report is, and you guys said it earlier, but some folks might not have heard that. The Eagles reportedly offered him $9 million to come back again.
Yeah.
That's a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a great player. Don't hear me saying that, but he's been in there 13 years, and many say he is a lock for the Hall of Fame. I heard you this morning, guys. I was listening, as all listeners should. I agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know. I knew he was good.
Yeah,
I didn't
right.
know he was Hall of Fame good
Until they listed
until they listed all of his accomplishments, and I'm like, okay, he's Hall of Fame good.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, here he is.
Now, understand something.
Okay.
Okay. There's lots of tears and emotion in this.
And should be.
His entire family's in the audience. At one point, he starts talking to his wife. At one point, he's talking to Travis about how they were brought up.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, he's talking to his parents. He loves his dad and says that one of the greatest gifts any man could ever have is to be a father. And he starts off trying to announce his retirement and claims he's not going to get that emotional, and it doesn't start well.
All right, but see, it seems like just the times, because you introduced me, Helmsy, to the Amazon special, so that's when I really got to know these two.
Yeah.
I could tell from the very beginning, and we all know this guy. They're really physical, good football players, or whatever. They're big, strong fellas.
Mm-hmm.
They've got their beard. They're gregarious. But these guys, a lot of times, are also hyper emotional.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and that's what also makes them great at what they do. But they're really, it's not the stern, hard nosed.
Right.
Yeah.
You've never seen me cry. They really cry all the time. They're very emotional. They wear their emotions on their sleeves.
And he's got daughters, which makes it even worse.
Oh yeah. So here we go. Here comes, as Greg said, Jason Kelce takes the squalling.
He takes squall. That's fine.
All right, here we go.
Thanks for coming, guys.
No
He's
sleeves.
dressed up.
No sleeves.
We'll see how long this lasts.
All right, buddy.
Oh, that happened quick.
Greg.
He made eye contact with the family members.
that's
in
exactly
the audience.
Real or fake?
Greg, don't do
Greg,
this.
why would he fake this?
God, you're something else.
Frankly, this is embarrassing. Why would he fake it?
Not a good start.
point.
There you go.
Not a good start.
There we go. Wow,
Right,
really
that took a while. That took a while to kind
Let
of
me
get
ask you a
going.
question.
Oh,
Here we go.
No.
By the way, if you
No
take
questions,
take
Greg.
the crying out, it's just another Joe Biden clip. But go ahead.
And don't hear me out. You're right. Stats and all, guys, a Hall of Famer, first time eligible, all that. But I'm just talking about the position he plays.
There's always a boat with you, isn't there?
The position he plays. If it's not for his brother being Travis Kelce, who follow me, who happens to be dating Taylor Swift. So that was the story all year. Does a guy who's a center, has played his whole career, get the media coverage on his retirement like him?
Probably not.
Probably not. That's a fair.
It is a
I
fair.
thought you were
It's
gonna
a
be,
fair but.
I thought you were going to be unfair.
I give you that.
And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but what I'm saying is if his brother's not
Guys,
dating,
if it was not, I would go this far with it because I'm out of the loop. If it wasn't
Just 'cause
for
it's a
his
center.
brother alone and the documentary, I wouldn't even know who the guy was.
that's right. The first
He's
time
made
I heard of him,
$82 million in salary over 13 years, and I wouldn't know who he was.
No.
I
thought you were
first
gonna
time
say
I
that
knew
is a
who he
good point.
was. The first
Yeah.
time I knew who he was when they played against each other in the Super Bowl, and they was talking about two brothers playing. They talked about their mom.
Let me ask you this: can
That's the first time
anybody
I'd
in
ever
the
heard of
room name another center in the NFL
There you great question.
Right
Yes.
now,
right now?
Bozeman.
I can name some great ones over
We had
time.
him on the show, and that's probably the only reason you could.
You asked if we
I
did.
know,
Listen.
I know, but
And
that's
he
the
got
point.
swapped back. He was playing guard.
Yeah, true. He
See,
did get.
all right, this is the most current I can
That
get, and that's
matters.
Jeff Saturday, that
Yeah.
played all
And-
those years for the
all
Cardinals.
right.
Okay,
Bruce
did
Matt-
he get this?
the Matthews
And he's
family.
considered one of the best.
Right, he did not.
And I'm not saying the guy. I'm just saying
It's a valid point.
if you're a center in the NFL and you retire, no matter how great you are, people they report it on the NFL Network and
Sure.
stuff like that, but you don't get this.
Can I tell you this, though, Greg? It's okay though for you not to say what you said.
What do you mean?
Just to let him have
Yeah,
his
you
moment.
cannot say it.
Yeah, because we've
I'm
spent now
just
this whole
saying.
segment thinking about I shouldn't have even had a press conference.
He's a great player and will be in the Hall of Fame. But to be honest, any other center that is retiring,
they love him in
any
Philly.
other
Greg.
player that's retiring besides Tom Brady, you're probably not going to get.
Greg,
him.
they love him in Philly.
He's a likable guy, Greg, unlike you.
He's a household name
When he
in
ripped
Philly.
his shirt off and crashed a beer can on his head, everybody loved him.
Yes,
I get that.
I loved it.
So if it's okay with Greg, can we hear some more of his speech?
Yeah, that would be nice.
All right, here we go.
So this all brings us here to today, where I announce that I am retiring.
Plus, we all knew that too.
Yeah, I thought we already knew this.
No, not
Just official now. It's just official now.
Where I announce I am retiring from the NFL after 13 seasons with the Philadelphia Eagles.
And my brother just
Today-
broke up with Taylor Swift.
I must admit, I am officially overrated. Vastly overrated. But fuck, it took a lot of hard work
What did he say?
He said fought.
Okay.
and determination getting
You're
here.
really going to like him if you'd said the other, wouldn't you,
Oh,
Greg?
wait a minute.
Sorry to disappoint
Greg's
you,
all
Greg.
set
He
in
didn't
fan.
cuss.
He's like, well, I like that guy. Greg, what if we found out he was really emotional because Taylor Swift and his brother broke up?
Yeah. All right. So
Greg
what if
said-
his brother dared him to get up there and cry, and he was doing it as a game?
I would do it.
Greg
As a
said
good-
him and Taylor
I would
Swift
do
had
it.
an apartment
All right,
this morning.
That's not what I
Let me say this. What
Here's
does he
what you
mean he's
said.
overrated? Is he disagreeing with Greg?
He's talking about hard work. Greg,
He's saying that he wasn't
Athletically.
He had to work for all this.
I understood, and that is true.
all right. And in this next clip, he is going to cuss, so that'll make Greg happy.
Also given me 3 beautiful girls.
How bad?
And a life that increasingly brings me more fulfillment off the field than it does on. We've had a great run, Kai. I am a product of my upbringing. I think one of the best things a person can be in this world is a father. A father who is present, loving, devoted, just may be the greatest gift a child could ask for in our society. And I have a damn good one. My father believed in me more than anyone.
Oh, I got a lump in my throat.
Hey, do you have the split screen when Kelsey's looking at it?
Yes, and this is when it gets real
This
tough.
is going to
Yeah,
where
it
y'all
is
choke up. You too.
Yeah.
Because y'all have
Did you choke
brothers
up?
so close.
All right.
No, yes.
So you can see both brothers.
I'm watching Greg.
They had a very small family. They were really the
Greg,
only
I want
kids.
you to picture, if you will, baby brother, that's me sitting there listening to you.
They're losing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We did almost everything together. Competed,
That's you, Greg.
fought,
You're in the bottom.
laughed, cried, and learned from each other. We invented games, imagined ourselves as star players of that time. We'd envision making the winning plays day after day on Coleridge Road.
You throwing the road in.
We won countless Super Bowls in our minds before ever leaving the house.
You like that, Speedy?
That's good.
Yeah, Greg, we do because we have hearts.
We all like it, Greg.
We have hearts in our bodies.
You talking about the center?
All right, we're going to watch. Greg, you're such a terrible
Center.
And this clip.
I hope you don't make it to the bathroom
We skipped over
today.
this clip because it's kind of long, and it takes him so long to not
Is it
cry.
any longer than what we...
To not
Don't
just
think-
stop crying.
Right.
He creates just so much.
I think
This is where it's going to go off the rails.
Like it hasn't?
I think he's fake.
He's not faking, Greg. This is embarrassing.
Why would you say that?
I'm just telling you. His brother
Wiping his
dared him to do
face.
it.
I won't forget falling short to the Chiefs and the conflicted feeling of immense heartbreak I had selfishly.
When they lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
He's still crying about that?
Yeah.
Well, I would be too.
Well, just listen.
He lost
Oh,
his
wow.
baby brother, Greg.
Snotty nose.
For myself and for my teammates. And at the same time, the amount of pride.
You all right, Speedy?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just not looking.
He's proud of his brother.
He is. What's wrong with that, Greg? Maybe you want to try some of that.
I had that my brother had climbed the mountaintop once again.
I'm just getting silly.
We have a small family.
And they have a small family, Greg. It was just
Well,
them.
what?
It was always just them,
Does everybody
Greg.
else have like the Brady Bunch, though?
Oh, Greg, I just don't understand you sometimes.
We have a small family. We have a small family. No cousins. One aunt, one uncle. It was really my brother and I our whole lives.
That was us in Chow Acres number
You
one.
don't care about
About that?
holidays. You didn't have to pull out a lot of chairs.
Greg, you and I, that's Chow Acres number one.
I'm sorry, guys. I just can't take it serious.
Well, that's obvious.
It's like he's. It's
Well,
like
you
he's
didn't have to tell us
putting on.
that. We knew that. We had that figured out. Golly, phone calls next.
Greg, you wanted us to name another center? Manti Teo. Boom, there's another one.
We'll take your phone calls next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, they had no way of knowing a hurricane was coming. Now you do.
Yeah. Rick, I want to hear from this trucking situation call when we come back. If you can hang on, caller, I don't know your name.
It is the Rick and Bubba Show, hunkered down for the pandemic for you, and we are your social separation connection. Thanks for being here with us as we move forward. Even thinking about adding to the will of meat this week, toilet paper. But the only problem is we don't know how we'll ship it to you. We may just set it outside, and you have to come by and we watch you pick it up outside the window. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Golden ticket seats have been suspended for obvious reasons until further notice. I'm getting a lot of you that I get. The problem we have a little bit with the Wednesday Bible study is that, you know, the guys that I go to church with, that's pretty simple. That's one mass email. But good problem to have. But over time, men have joined this Bible study from all over the city, and I don't necessarily have a way to contact all of them. So I want you guys to know the Wednesday Bible study is on, meaning you will have a new Bible study tomorrow, but we won't have anybody in the studio. So, but we got technology for that, and we'll talk about that with our kids here in just a minute.
Yeah, we'll have an armed guard at the door, so
right.
you can't come in.
So you can watch it on our YouTube channel live, but then we archive it right after, and you have it on our YouTube channel. We'll also put links on all of our social media channels for the audio only. And, of course, you can binge watch Rick and Bubba off the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. There's all kinds of stuff you can watch there. You can go back and watch all the daily documentaries. You can watch Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, or listen to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Andy Andrews, we'll bring him in to calm everybody, the Noticer, coming up on Thursday. That'll run this weekend. You know, he's trying to calm everybody. Andy's very good at calming people.
Yeah.
And so we'll talk to...
Except when he's mad.
Except when he's mad. We'll talk to him this week, and that'll be this weekend. All the different Bible studies we've done over the last 4 years, those are out there. You can go to burgessministries.com, and you can watch stuff, and great time to spend time with the Lord. And we certainly can't say you don't have time for that anymore. And then you can go to themanchurch.com. Got all kinds of resources and stuff there. Maybe you were frantic about planning your men's ministry discipleship strategy, and you meant to get to that. Well, you can get to it now, and all the information is there. And we got another thing tomorrow that'll be kind of cool for a lot of you that have ended up with time on your hands with your children that you normally don't have. Got a cool idea for you tomorrow, so don't miss that during this time. All right, so we were talking about our kids that are in college are now doing this. Oh, you want to talk the trucking?
Yeah, and real quick, let me give you an update. Alabama Construction Supply, better known as ACS, on the way with a case of toilet paper under armed guard.
Okay, all right. So we'll and that may lead to a brand new Rick and Bubba promotion that we'll tell to you about here later.
Yeah, we've been throwing some names around.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've landed on one.
Yeah, I like that one.
We call it WYA.
I like that one, Bo.
WYA with Rick and Bubba.
That's right.
All right. So anyway, I don't know what this guy's name is, but it's somewhere in Jackson. All right. So trucking guy, go ahead.
Morning, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
Good, great. Good.
I just wanted to run across. I know y'all have been talking about the grid and everything not going down and things like that, which is true. And as far as the trucking industry, us guys out here running the roads, there's some good and some bad going on right now. The good is we are all still running. We're running hard. The government has actually lifted some of our regulations, for hours of service and driving time and things like that to keep stores stocked because of the panic that's going on.
Sure.
But which is an awesome thing. Truck drivers get to work, but we also are in the situation where we don't know whether the warehouses we run to are going to end up shutting down because of the virus if it gets someone in that warehouse gets affected or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
So we don't know about that.
Yep.
We have, in Ohio, they're shutting down bars and restaurants, which is great until you think about truckers out here that we don't get to go through drive-through windows. We don't get to do those things. A lot of times, and I don't know how it's going to work during this virus deal, but we can't walk up to a window. They won't serve you, things like that. We take showers in these truck stops, and if something like that, the virus gets around these places, they're going to shut the doors.
Yep.
And it's a big deal, you know, to where everybody says, you know, the grid's going to keep stay up, but there's such a unknown right now to us out.
The Rick and Bubba Show, wrapping it up. Helmsy's on the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can join us right now. Let's get started. I know we don't have a whole lot of time in this segment. We went a little bit over, so let's go ahead and jump right into your calls. Brian's in Alabama. If you want to join us, we think we can work you in. Brian, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, Rick and Bubba. I was going to see if Greg Mike could do a retirement speech when he retired from Alabama Power, and you and him kind of go on like the Kelce brothers did in the Kelce.
Greg, you want to say goodbye to the Southern Company? If you'd have been there my last day, we'd got squalling. Remember Chill Acres #1? When I started, I always wanted to be a lineman. It was my life dream. You remember that big power pole? Remember that power pole up top of our gravel driveway? I reckon I'd end it with "Consider it hot."
We continue. Anonymous, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I have an idea for Greg after the show ends. He should start a YouTube channel where he responds to retirement videos like that, things like that, where people are just squalling and respond to it and just dog it the entire time.
Well,
I think it would be a hit.
You just described Greg's role on the show.
Yeah, sir.
You're right.
Yes.
Greg in Columbus, Mississippi. We'll be in that area Friday and Saturday with the Man Church Conference, 96.1. Come on, Greg.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I think the reason Greg was hacking on him so bad is because I think after you guys announced that you were going to retire, that's the way he was all the way home that day behind the windshield.
No, that's true about that. I just didn't want nobody to see it.
He took to squalling.
Yes, took to squalling. Dang allergies.
Dang allergies.
Cutting onions.
You had to start cleaning it up by Lincoln so Lisa didn't see you were crying on the way home.
I had to sniffle it up and be a man.
Let's go to Danny in Tuscaloosa. Danny, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, good morning. I'd rather see a dog eater of puppies than to listen to that speech again.
All right. Don't say Greg. You see what you're doing.
Look how proud he is.
I know.
That's a good man there.
Chris in Florence, WLAY. Chris, go ahead.
The only thing that was missing from that was just like the guy said, but good night, look at that. Why is he crying? Why is he crying?
Greg, this is your moment. I hope you're happy.
Yeah. Look, everybody can see through that. It ain't just me.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break, and I think I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know that you're ever going to get to coach again, and that's what's tough about it.
Good night, look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono.
I'd rather see a dog eater puppy. That's kind of cruel.
Sean in Alabama. Sean, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Rick. I've got a goal for you on whether to take up playing golf or not.
Okay.
I think you need to pick it up, practice like the other guy said, and when you're good enough to beat Barkley, check the block and move on.
There you go. That's it. So set the goal really low. Yeah. Has he gotten better?
He's gotten better. Yes. I don't think he's got that hitch anymore, does he?
No.
David in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. David, go ahead.
Guys, I hate to say this to everybody. Facebook is down out everywhere. I believe this is the beginning of Skynet. Rick, you're going to have to be our John Connor and lead us through this resistance. So
Tell us what to do now.
Consider it done. I'm not on Facebook, so I'm not affected.
There you go.
Facebook and Instagram are down right now, and
Facebook and Instagram.
Other services are having problems as well, so people are wondering what's going on.
So they got them now.
So is this it? Is this the Terminator thing? Is it time for me to lead us against Skynet?
Yes.
Boy.
Okay.
John Connor.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. I do Instagram and I do X or whatever it's called now. I've never done Facebook.
Yeah, me either.
And I mean, I'm glad we have one as a show. I think you should be involved in it, but I'm like, I've never really done one before. Let's go to Mike in New Jersey. Mike, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey guys, what's going on?
We're good. I hope you're okay.
Let me ask you a quick question.
All right.
Yeah, let me ask you a quick question. And believe me, I'm the one that should be crying. But why is it every single athlete, and I mean every athlete, has to cry when they retire?
Steroids.
Rick.
No, they will. They make you crazy emotional.
Rick.
They make you crazy emotional. We continue. Let's go to Chris. Is it Christine in Minnesota? Hey, Christine, go ahead.
Hey, so comment for Greg. Thank you for ruining my entire ability to have compassion. This morning I watched a video of a 100-year-old man running a race.
Oh boy.
And it was so inspirational, but he was a little crooked. And all I could hear was Greg's reaction in my ear, and I could not get through it. I was just dying.
But
So
Christine,
yeah,
that's not good.
No, it's not.
That's not good.
I know he's 100, but he needs to have better form than that.
See, you're all the way in
He was so
Minnesota. It'd be one thing if you were still messing up everybody in Calhoun County. Now you're
Yeah,
in
we've
Minnesota.
never reached to Minnesota. That's bad.
it's-
I apologize, ma'am.
Yeah. Let's go to Jack in Coleman. Jack, this is Jack, who always wants to hunt with us. Hey, Jack, how are you, buddy?
That's right.
Yeah.
So, Jack, hey, since you was taking up golf, I so happen to play golf too. So you gonna let me play golf with a team?
That's it. I hear you, Jack.
You got a better
Let's
shot
go.
at that because there's no high-powered rifle.
Yeah. That's his thing now. He wants to. Rick, you got to give Jack. He is persistent.
So good. Hello, total stranger. Here's a high-powered rifle.
Yeah. Come on. Ask the American Sniper how that turned out.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Remember that? He was trying to help that guy.
Wow.
Sorry, Jack. I'm not putting you in that category, but
wow.
I just thought about it.
Buddy.
Well, Rick brought it up.
Buddy.
Oh, I forgot about
Trying
that.
to help guy
After
out.
all he went through, too.
Yeah, all the
Golly.
lives in danger. He's trying to help somebody
He's
else.
trying to help somebody. Good night. All right, thanks for being with us.
Went straight to
That's the way
American
we end the
Sniper.
show.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
How'd you go
Way
straight
to
to
send
American?
everybody out on that one.
He just called wanting to play golf. That's all he did.
He really did.
And we got to American Sniper
Right.
that quick.
Even Christine in Minnesota said, well, that was a buzzkill. All right, so top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a great day. Don't forget Rick and Bubba Archives. Any part of the show you missed, always available on our podcast and YouTube channel.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.